Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Finishing Touch to Sweep Across Imperial University. After Shiyu finished talking about challenging the vice captain of the Imperial Capital University team, the whole place suddenly fell silent. The members of the Imperial Capital University looked over with disbelief. What? Baizai and the others were also very confused, wondering if they had heard something wrong. On the high platform, the expressions of the two vice captains of the Imperial Capital University instantly collapsed, and they also had some confusion. This guy, Teacher Shen muttered to himself beside him. What exactly does Shiyu want to do? Hey, on the other side, Baizai got anxious on the spot. His excitement just now suddenly sank to the bottom. Shiyu. The two vice captains of the Imperial Capital University both have king-level pets. Moreover, they are all of high races. The energy value is more than 1 million. The gap between a professional beastmaster and a master beastmaster, don't you know? Baizai had no idea why Shiyu, who was timid before facing his challenge, suddenly became so fierce. Don't think too much? The venue was still in silence. The students of the Imperial Capital University had complicated expressions. The two elites in the school were crushed by Shiyu one after another. Many students of the Imperial Capital University were still in a very aggrieved state, and now, Shiyu almost made them collapse. What kind of dog-like speech is this? A senior beastmaster, challenging a master beastmaster? Is he inflated, or does he have enough confidence? Everyone thought carefully. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, even against the fourth seed of the Imperial Capital University, Shiyu was still at the level of crushing his opponent, and his strength was not fully displayed. Even the pets were not all exposed. What exactly is Shiyu planning? At this time, the most confused person must be Yin Zhengfen. He looked confused. It was too much? Shiyu was too much? In order to surpass Shiyu, he left home and went to the Imperial Capital University and became a reserve member of the Imperial Capital University Battle Club. As a 13-year-old freshman, entering the battle club where strong people gather is already a very remarkable achievement. Fresh blood reserve members of the club, formal members of the battle club, the best school team elites in the battle club, and master-level captains and vice-captains. The promotion system of the battle club of Imperial University is extremely clear. Yin Zhengfen originally thought that he had done very well, but this time Shiyu taught him a lesson. There is no need to challenge the official members of the battle club. The elite of the school team is just a one-move opponent. The challenge to the master is the beginning of the highlight. This bastard, I have never seen such an inflated person. Bai Wenji, one of the vice-captains of the battle club of Imperial University, stood on the high platform, staring at the bottom, and was very angry. Shiyu, a freshman of Ancient Capital University, crushed two elites of the Imperial Capital University school team. This was already embarrassing enough. However, they couldn't say anything. After all, everything was within the rules of communication. However, the challenge finally fell on him, which was something he really didn't expect. The moment Shiyu spoke, his brain crashed. Too arrogant. Next to Bai Wenji, another female vice-captain of Imperial University with a ponytail also looked annoyed. She said, Bai Wenji, go teach him a lesson, show him some color, okay? No, why is it me and not you? You are also a vice-captain. Bai Wenji looked at the other party. You are stronger than me and more stable. Is there a problem? She frowned and asked. No problem, Bai Wenji said in a deep voice, but he always felt that something was wrong. More stable? Zhang Ran felt that their master-level vice-captain, fighting against Shiyu, would have unstable factors? When Bai Wenji suddenly woke up, he had walked down unconsciously, and walked down expressionlessly under the gaze of hundreds of people. At this time, the scene was quiet again. They were surprised that someone really stood up under Shiyu's invitation. It's Captain Bai. Seeing this man coming down, the members of the battle club exclaimed. In Imperial Capital University, the regular team is missing all year round, and only appears in national competitions and some more important occasions. Usually, the two masters, Bai Wenji and Zhang Ran, manage the club. The strength of each of them is not inferior to Baizai, the leader of ancient capital university. After Bai Wenji came down, he looked at Shiyu calmly. Bai Wenji, the vice captain of the Imperial Capital University team, although this is against the rules, I accept your challenge. You mean, you want to challenge our commander-level pet? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience showed a look of surprise. I almost forgot. Even for a master-level beastmaster, not every pet is king-level. 1 is good. 2 are already very strong. Most of the pets of master-level beastmasters, except for the trump card, are still commander-level. Originally, everyone was still wondering why Shiyu was so unwise to challenge a master-level beastmaster, but if he just wanted to challenge the opponent's second-tier pet, then it would be understandable. But even so, the master-level beastmaster's commander-level pet and the professional beastmaster's commander-level pet are not comparable. Because the master-level beastmaster's development of the beastmaster's talent must be stronger. It is not difficult to use the enhanced talent to increase the pet's energy value by 100,000 at once. If a pet with a 50,000 energy value is controlled by a high-level beastmaster with enhanced talent, the combat power may only increase by 1/5 or 2. But if it is a master, the combat power may double or triple. After coming down, Bai Wenji thought about it carefully. This is the factor that makes Zhang Ren feel unstable. If Shiyu wants to challenge their commander-level pet, with the abnormality of this fantasy butterfly, even they may have to be careful to deal with it. After all, the space system is too weird. But Bai Wenji thinks that Zhang Ren is still too cowardly. Even if it is a battle of commanders, with their beastmaster talents, it is definitely not something Shiyu can contend with. He directly raised the energy of a commander-level pet with an energy value of 100,000 to 200,000 or 300,000. How could he lose? Are you worried about this? Teacher Shen asked Zhang Ren on a high platform. Zhang Ren nodded and said, what if the opponent has a trump card that can beat the opponent with more than 100,000 energy? Bai Wenji's energy qualitative change talent is more stable. Her expression was serious. The elites of the school team had already lost. If the 2 master-level vice teams also lost, the Imperial Capital University would definitely become a clown in this exchange competition. You know, they were the first in the country last year. Although their average strength was not as good as that of the Magic City last year, and they were not the top, they all relied on the main team to turn the tide, but it still cannot be denied that the strength of the Imperial Capital University is far superior to that of the Ancient Capital University. If the national champion team lost to freshmen from the Ancient Capital University, if it gets out, the students of the Imperial Capital University will definitely be gloomy in the next year. By then, I'm afraid that the Imperial Capital University will not even be able to recruit students, and all the geniuses will go to the Magic City and the Ancient Capital. No, I want to challenge a king-level pet. At this time, just as everyone was waiting for Shiyu's answer, Shiyu said seriously, giving everyone a shock. When he finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. Even Bai Wenji, Zhang Ran, Teacher Shen and others had their brains crashed again. Yin's Hengfen and others widened their eyes. Why didn't this guy play by the rules again? You want to challenge the king level? Bai Wenji was stunned and laughed angrily. Does Shiyu know what this concept is? Do you know? 10 times the energy gap. Yes, Shiyu nodded heavily. So, senior, do you want to accept the challenge? Okay, Bai Wenji smiled, a little bit unable to understand, but he still said, you set the rules, of course, even if it's 4 versus 1, I don't care. He was very indifferent. Unwilling to bully Shiyu. Shiyu shook his head and said, no, 1 versus 1 is fine. He looked at the fantasy butterfly in the air and said, my pet is still it, 1 versus 1 no rule battle, Shiyu said. On the opposite side, Bai Wenji had a calm expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking. At that moment, there was no doubt that the whole audience was in a commotion. The progress of the exchange activity was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Now it has evolved into a freshman of Gudo University versus the second place of Dido University. Moreover, everyone originally thought that Shiyu had some new trump card. But now it seems that the pet sent out is still this fantasy butterfly. Even the members of Gudo University could not understand Shiyu's intention at this time. At this time, only Chong Chong was very excited. Go. This is the first time it has shown its power after evolution. It floated in the air, like a hegemon, without any fear of challenging beyond its level, looking down at the opponent. How? On the opposite side, Bai Wenji laughed softly, and with a bang, A huge blue summoning diagram appeared in front of Shiyu and them. Woo! A terrifying long howl came from the summoning array. The next moment, a giant beast with a shoulder height of 5 meters and a body of white jade slowly emerged. It had dry skin with lingering cold air, long fangs and a huge nose, and a cold look. Woo! The moment it appeared, the ground under its feet was instantly frozen, and the terrifying coldness instantly enveloped the entire club. Name: Glacial Mammoth. Racial level: High King. Growth level: King level. Energy value: 1,250,487. The moment the giant elephant appeared, many people compared the strength of the two pets. At this moment, the ending seemed to be fixed. Shiyu looked at the energy value of the glacial mammoth, and also lamented the huge gap between the commander level and the king level. The energy is close to 10 times that of the fantasy butterfly. What is Shiyu thinking? 10 times the gap. Everyone looked at the level information of both sides displayed on the battle screen and suffocated. There was an energy detection device when Shiyu and Yin Hengfen fought, and there was also one in the battle within the club. This was also the reason why many members of the battle club did not dare to face Shiyu at that time. The 140,000 energy value of the fantasy overlord was outrageous. It was almost close to the 200,000 standard of the extraordinary race, monarch level. But now, name: fantasy butterfly. Energy value: 144,215. Name: glacial mammoth. Energy value: 1,250,487. Facing the terrifying power of the monarch race, monarch level, the butterfly still had no chance to fight. Is it possible that Shiyu did not want to win at the beginning, and felt a little embarrassed to win against the two of us, so he wanted to deliberately lose to show friendship, but he was embarrassed to lose to Senior Beastmaster, so he chose the vice captain? After all, even if you lose to a master, there is nothing to be ashamed of. A smart guess was made. Everyone couldn't help but look at the fool. How could it be possible? At this time, looking at the huge gap between the two pets, Bai Wenji also laughed. He smiled and shook his head, still not quite understanding. He felt that the scene of the battle between Shiyu and Liang Yan was about to reappear. I'm afraid that the glacier mammoth can kill the fantasy butterfly in seconds just by relying on deterrence. This is the crushing brought by the level. No matter how great the potential of your overlord race is, the overlord race that has not grown up is still a weakling. Facing the glacier mammoth that has grown to a nearly complete stage, there is no chance of winning. Then let you see the gap between the king level and the commander level. He didn't even plan to use his talent, that would be too bullying. Bai Wenji spoke calmly, and the moment he finished speaking, the glacier mammoth roared again. Woo! As it spoke, the terrifying king's aura immediately burst out. Mastery of deterrence, king's aura. Although the glacier mammoth's deterrence proficiency is not as good as the fantasy butterfly, but its growth level is high. With a blessing of huge spiritual energy, even if the fantasy butterfly masters the superb deterrence, it will be in vain. Boom! In an instant, the nearly materialized aura of the king seemed to be mixed with the power of frost, freezing the entire arena instantly. The terrifying chill at this time could be clearly felt even by the beastmasters in other parts of the venue. The huge momentum, like a blizzard, instantly attacked the fantasy butterfly. At this moment, everyone thought about it from the perspective of Shiyu and the fantasy butterfly, but they didn't know how to resist it all. But Shiyu and the fantasy butterfly's expressions were still calm at this time. This calmness made Yin Zhangfen, Zhang Ran, Teacher Shen and others unable to understand, and also made Bai Zai and others look confused. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the venue. No one noticed that the energy value information of the fantasy butterfly changed quietly on the big screen that showed the details of the battle between the two sides. Beep. 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 In a short moment, the fantasy butterfly, whose energy value was 140,000 inches just now, began to soar wildly. Chong Chong, long way, Shiyu had already given an order in his mind. At the moment when the opposite deterrence came, the entire venue seemed to be pulled into another world. Everything around him turned blue, the sky emitting a blue aura, the earth covered with a blue aura, and even a dazzling blue-white sun and countless clouds. The super-level skill, the fantasy field, was activated instantly. In the fantasy field, Chong Chong glanced at the other party, and his whole body was also intimidated, and invisible blue waves lingered around his body. Roar! This time, it was still not the sound of a butterfly, but a dragon roar. It was not much different from the dragon roar when the Tyrannosaurus Rex was revived, but from the momentum, it was more terrifying. The blue dragon might also instantly bloomed from Chong Chong's body, turning into a tsunami-like wave, attacking the other party. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Boom! The two momentums collided directly in the middle of the road, and they were squeezed together in an instant. Countless blue arcs began to burst out in the air, and the invisible waves directly split the frozen arena again like sword energy. It was not just as simple as splitting. In an instant, except for the safe area where the two beast masters stood, the battle area was directly squeezed by the two momentums, rumbling like a precursor to collapse. At this moment, the entire venue seemed to be wrapped in two terrifying auras, and the huge auras were fighting each other. This scene was completely incomprehensible to everyone. Glacier Mammoth and Bowenji showed stunned expressions. How could it be possible? How could the opponent's deterrence resist the king-level deterrence? Roar, however, it was not as simple as simply resisting. As time went on, the deterrence of the Glacier Mammoth was almost suppressed. Roar, then, an even more outrageous scene appeared. At this moment, the surrounding space cracked, and countless space cracks spread across the sky. In the clouds in the sky, a phantom of a body loomed and gradually formed a dragon body. It was a huge oriental dragon, with a huge and unmatched dragon-shaped body covered with the blue and white dragon scales. It kept swaying and circling in the sky, and its scales were shining, dazzling the viewers. Under its gaze, the entire arena seemed to be shaking. Everyone discovered that the main deterrent to the glacial mammoth was not the blooming of the fantasy butterfly, but the blooming of this dragon. What is that? Such an amazing change instantly attracted everyone's attention. They showed expressions of astonishment and shock. Countless people felt the huge dragon power and terrifying magic of this dragon, and couldn't help but be stunned for a while. It's the dragon. I remember the news said that when Shiyu's fantasy butterfly evolved, there was also a dragon vision. What on earth is this at this time? Everyone looked at all this in confusion. Only Shiyu and Chong Chong knew what was going on. Virtual and real phantom plus fantasy dragon plus fantasy field plus dragon power. No. The most important thing is, stealing dreams plus space bag. When Chong Chong floated in the air like a hegemon, the 7th level resources of ice dragon whiskers, tyrant dragon teeth, and sea dragon scales with real hegemon level dragon power in the space bag in his body were also quietly floating in the different space. At this moment, their dragon power continuously flows to the unknown land, merging into those phantoms that are difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The most domineering part of the superb level of real and fake phantoms is that they can use the power of equipment to strengthen the phantoms. If there are only 3 level 7 resources in real and fake phantoms, Chong Chong can't do this. However, when the fantasy dragon is activated, Chong Chong instantly obtains the dragon attribute, as well as the dragon's physique, vitality, mental strength, soul power, and potential. Its dragon affinity and the dragon affinity of the real and fake phantoms are instantly raised to the extreme. The upper limit of the body and the phantom also instantly reaches an extremely high level. The load brought to the body and the phantom by the external force that can be borne is unimaginably huge at this moment. The skill of the fantasy dragon makes Chong Chong perfectly adapt to the dragon resources. The power of the 3 dragon resources is now almost perfectly inherited by Chong Chong, allowing it to reach another peak for a short time. Roar, under the infatuated gaze of the crowd, after a moment, with the roar of the dragon, the incomparable and huge phantom of the dragon flew towards Chong Chong. Boom. The huge phantom of the dragon directly wrapped around Chong Chong. Compared with the huge dragon of dozens of meters hovering in the sky, Chong Chong's body was just an eye on the head of the dragon. At this moment, with the fusion of the phantom of the dragon and the butterfly of fantasy, Chong Chong, wearing the vest of the dragon, reached the extreme. In an instant, the terrifying dragon might directly overwhelmed the elephant might, and the venue also collapsed rapidly at this moment. The suffocating dragon might swept past, causing the glacier mammoth's pupils to shrink instantly, and he was dizzy for a short time. It was also at this moment that Shiyu ordered Chong Chong to launch the final attack. Mystery, the finishing touch roar. After Shiyu finished speaking, Chong Chong, who was in the position of the dragon's eyes, seemed to become the brain of the phantom of the dragon, controlling the body of the dragon and circling continuously. In an instant, the dragon's body materialized, as if it had become a real dragon. It was huge and sacred, and was wrapped in a terrifying blue dragon flame. The light became stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye, The power and speed suddenly burst out. Driven by the power of thought, the huge body went straight to the glacier mammoth. Boom! When the glacier mammoth recovered from the moment of trance, it only felt a flash of blue light in front of its eyes, and then its pupils shrank even more. Under the incomparable super-secret finishing touch, it felt that its entire body was directly torn apart, and finally its consciousness was completely blurred. Roar! This dragon, as if it was free from reality and illusion, went straight through the glacier mammoth, and its body shuttled in front of Bo Wenji, whose eyes were almost exploding, and then it soared straight up, flying into the sky with its fangs and claws, and staring at the bottom domineeringly. Boom! Under its gaze, the glacier mammoth, which was penetrated by the phantom of the dragon, had a huge burst of energy, which completely submerged it in the collapsed arena. At this moment, everyone opened their mouths and looked at all this in disbelief. Their expressions were shocked, and unbelievable. Their three views were almost shattered. At this moment, someone finally discovered that something was wrong. Yin Zhangfen, Tang Yun, Jiang Ran, Teacher Shen, Bai Zai and others all saw the changes in the energy value of the fantasy butterfly on the screen. Name, Fantasy Butterfly, Energy Value 1,691,111. With the blessing of the ultimate fantasy power, with the help of 3 props, the power of the fantasy butterfly suddenly reached the king level, and it was a king level with super high ability value. At this moment, everyone looked at the ridiculously high value and was even more confused. After all, they couldn't see the 3 top dragon resources in the space bag in the insect's body. All this happened, in the eyes of everyone at this time, completely became an extremely weird and unscientific supernatural phenomenon. On the high platform, Teacher Shen's eyes almost exploded, because even he, a top master, didn't know what had just happened. Temporarily broke through to the king level? It's impossible. Jiang Ran, another vice captain of the Imperial Capital University team, looked at all this with a dull expression. Seconds again? In the smoke, the fallen glacier mammoth gradually appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked, and Bai Wenji's mind was blank. He didn't want to reflect on why he didn't use his beast control talent at the first time. Now, he just wanted to faint with the glacier mammoth and leave this unfriendly world. He was stagnant on the field, his breathing stopped, and his heart was beating wildly. It seems that I won. After Shi Yu finished speaking, the huge dragon disappeared, and Chong Chong also disappeared. To be precise, it became too small and it was not easy to detect at this time. After pretending to be cool, Chong Chong, who was as weak as a bottle cap, used high-speed healing to heal the damage to his body caused by forcibly accepting the power of the 7th level equipment, while flying towards Shi Yu flexibly, slowly landing on his shoulder, and even couldn't bear to use instant movement at this time. Zhangfen, although Bai Wenji didn't faint at this time, others had already fainted. Zhangfen, what's wrong with you? In the audience of Imperial Capital University, Yin Zhangfen watched the battle in shock. His heartbeat might be faster than Bai Wenji's. As the glacier mammoth was killed instantly, his cognition was completely shattered, just like he had a heat stroke. He felt dizzy for a moment, and he was about to fall. He buried his head between his thighs with sweat all over his head, panting heavily. Now, whether it was teachers or students, whether it was members of Imperial Capital University or Ancient Capital University, they were all panting and watching all this. At this time, Shi Yu still seemed to be unsatisfied. To be precise, it was not him who was unsatisfied. Instead, 11 from the beast taming space sent a serious protest. The force was finished by a bug, what should it do? The king level can't beat it, and it's boring to crush the commander level. How can Shi Yu do this? How can he let the bug use the cheat? It's not that we can't continue. The 3 versus 3 iron-eating beast knight can request a fight. Shi Yu looked at the high platform of the venue, and looked at the sluggish instructor of the Imperial Capital University Battle Club and another female vice captain. His gaze scared Jiang Ran directly. Fortunately, at this time, the sound of nature came out. Shi Yu. Come back, it's alright. On the side of the Ancient Capital University, Bai Zai spoke with a nervous expression. She was scared, she was really scared. This script had seriously deviated from the original plan. Her brain was buzzing now. Friendship is first. She now knows why Shi Yu didn't fight with her. He was afraid of hurting her who was fighting in person. Senior Sister Lu, what kind of monster did you bring back? Is it alright? Shiyu turned back in a daze. Senior sister, didn't you say that you wanted me to sweep the Imperial Capital University? Stop it. Baizai stood up suddenly and was also shocked. How could Shiyu say such a thing directly? But after a moment, she found that Shiyu used telepathy, so she breathed a sigh of relief. You take a break, Shiyu. Okay then. 11? I charge so much electricity, I dare not waste it, charging in vain? Shiyu also felt that it was okay, because although the iron-eating beast knight tactics can also exert the power of the king, it consumes too much beastmaster. Don't worry, it's not only here that you can fight. Shiyu regained his smile, and then said to the confused senior in front of him, Senior, thank you, let's stop the battle here. We can't let the other seniors of Gouda University wait too long. The main reason is that the arena is gone, and the exchange activities are time-limited. Shiyu thought about it and thought that he should slip away. Bai Wenji was about to say something, but he didn't say normal words, Abba, so, Shiyu could only turn around and leave by himself. Turning around gracefully, Teacher Shen on the stage turned black, his brain was dizzy, and he was also a little weak like Yin Zhengfen. At this moment, no one dared to stop Shiyu from turning around. Even another vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University was holding the railing tightly, but did not take any action. Because at this moment, even if she rushed up to fight with Shiyu, even if she won, it would not mean much. After killing the well-known elites of the Imperial Capital University one after another, Shiyu, as a freshman of the ancient Capital University, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had successfully swept the Imperial Capital University. Because Shiyu was just a senior beastmaster. As Shiyu sat back in the seat of the ancient Capital University, the whole audience was still silent. Monster. Monster. Amid the murmurs of many people, Shiyu was embarrassed to blink at the other dazed seniors of the ancient Capital University. Well, sorry, why do I feel that the Beastmasters of the Imperial Capital University will release their anger on you next? Be careful not to get injured, but don't worry, my ginseng baby is very powerful and can heal your injuries. After Shiyu finished speaking, the seniors of the ancient Capital University, who were originally excited and happy to the extreme and even began to imagine the results of this national competition, suddenly changed their expressions. Grass, a kind of plant. Shiyu's words directly extinguished the blood in their hearts. They forgot that they would have to fight against the elites of the Imperial Capital University next. They don't have Shiyu's strength. They looked at the geniuses of the Imperial Capital University with dull expressions, and their hearts skipped a beat. They burst into tears immediately. It turns out that it's not just the Imperial Capital University that is injured. Shiyu, why did you come down? Isn't this hurting us? Thanks to the leader of the small Vespos. Chapter 227 Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. The seats of the ancient Capital University. Shiyu was smiling. Baizai was also smiling. Only the other members of the ancient Capital University had dark faces. Don't waste time, go up and challenge according to the ranking within the team. If you lose, you lose. What are you afraid of? Baizai taught. She didn't expect that the ancient Capital University would win this exchange activity. The number of students in the ancient Capital University is not as good as that of the Imperial Capital University, and the school's educational resources are not as good as those of the Imperial Capital University. If the overall strength of the Imperial Capital University is weaker than that of the ancient Capital University, the school will not be far from bankruptcy. Although Shiyu swept the Imperial Capital University, the overall strength of the ancient Capital University's battle club is still lame. It's not a loss to take advantage of Shiyu. Is the next battle still important? It doesn't matter at all. The only purpose is to let other students of the ancient Capital University realize the gap with the Imperial Capital University, accept the beating, and urge Gu to forge ahead. After a while, an unlucky guy was pushed out, and at this turning point of silence in the audience, he stepped onto the stage to continue to challenge the Imperial Capital University. He looked nervous. At that moment, he encountered the gazes of the students of the Imperial Capital University, which were like those of wolves staring at lambs. At the same time, Baizai was watching the situation on the field while approaching Shiyu. Tell me what happened just now. Baizai's mood was still not calm. She knew that Shiyu had the strength of a quasi-master. With his sword spirit possessed and the power of the iron-eating beast, he could exert the king's blow. But that blow, Shiyu also said, was relatively heavy on the body, and, judging from the performance during the advanced assessment, the might was not as powerful as the finishing touch just now. Even she probably couldn't easily resist that blow just now. There is no doubt that the state of the fantasy butterfly plus Shiyu's iron-eating beast knight tactics, Shiyu already has the strength of a master. No rules to fight. My fantasy butterfly used some external forces, using that blow. The price is not small, Shiyu telepathically said. External force, virtual and real phantoms, props. Baizai quickly thought of the high-level virtual and real phantoms that could use the power of props. But she was confused again, because she didn't see the illusion butterfly carrying any props. Internal space, Baizai's brain moved quickly. After all, she also had the relic space, and she quickly guessed that the illusion butterfly might have a skill of storing space. Baizai's expression could not help but change slightly. Damn. What a dirty combination of moves. If Shiyu didn't say it, even if there were prop restrictions in the game, the referee might not be able to see it. Hey, Shiyu grinned. This move was indeed a cheat. The whiskers of the ice dragon, the scales of the sea dragon, and the teeth of the tyrant dragon are all level 7 resources, containing the power of the overlord. Even if Chong Chong only borrowed a small part of the power, it also allowed it to temporarily gain the king level combat power. The price is that the power of these 3 resources, use a little, no. And Chong Chong can only launch a burst of attacks, without the ability to continue fighting. Without these 3 props, Chong Chong would definitely not be able to defeat the opponent, and it is more likely that he would be shocked by a deterrent as the opponent thought. The situation at that time was like a child facing a tiger. Chong Chong was the child, and the other side was the tiger. But what was unscientific was that this child was holding a sniper rifle and mastered the skill of firearms proficiency. The ending was no surprise. No matter how strong the tiger was, it was not as strong as the child with all the equipment. However, this was not considered cheating, because these 3 resources could not be used by other pets except Chong Chong. They could not even exert 1,000th of the power of the 3 resources. In other words, Chong Chong successfully mobilized their power by combining the 3 powers of virtual and real phantom, fantasy field and fantasy dragon. These 3 skills were equivalent to giving Chong Chong the skill of dragon item proficiency, which was its exclusive ability. Dragon weapon master Chong Chong. What a pity, seeing Shiyu acquiesced, Baizai showed a regretful expression. Although it is unknown what level of props Shiyu has equipped the fantasy butterfly, it is forbidden to use props that exceed one's own level in the national competition, and only one can be carried. Doesn't that mean that Shiyu can't use this trick in the national competition? But even if he can use it, Shiyu is just a one-shot man and can't use one shot. Baizai looked at Shiyu with resentment. Shiyu just gave her hope that they could fight side by side in the master realm of the national competition, but now it has been strangled. Can you reach the master level before the national competition? After asking this, Baizai felt that her question was outrageous. But Shiyu thought seriously. Maybe I can, after all, if he wants to participate in the Dragon Palace City Banquet, the 3rd game will definitely help him become a master with all his strength. Maybe. I can, Baizai was stunned. Yet, Shiyu smiled slightly and said, but even if I become a master, I am not sure I can beat Gao Zhuan from the Imperial Capital University. Gao Zhuan, the captain of the Imperial Capital University team, is known as a beast master who is almost a legend, just like Lu Qingyi, Zhu Xiangwang and others. After arriving at the Imperial Capital University, Shiyu also learned about this person later. The opponent is a genius mechanic from the 4th game, and his strength far exceeds that of his peers. He has almost reached the ultimate master level. He doesn't know if the opponent is here today. In addition, the reason why he challenged the vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University instead of the captain of the opponent is because Shiyu knows that he will never be able to defeat the opponent now. That guy is cheating like you, Baizai thought of the captain of the Imperial Capital University, and her face sank. This person is also the only guy she doesn't want to face in the national competition. He rubbed the overlord race mechanic with his own hands, which is even more excessive than Shiyu. She heard from her elders that the members of the 4th game almost cultivated this Gao Zhuan like a treasure. The opponent was treated better than Shiyu in the 11th round. After all, machinery is the mainstream of human countries today and the main force to counter the totem. It's okay, you are still young, anyway, he can only participate in one session. Baizai soon felt that Shiyu was okay. At the Imperial Capital University. After returning, Bai Wenji left the scene directly, not having the face to stay any longer. If the battle could be repeated, he would definitely use his beast-controlling talent from the beginning. At that time, the glacier mammoth would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow with the help of skills. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. After he left, Teacher Shen of the Imperial Capital University had no intention of continuing to watch the next battle. He sat in silence on the chair, thinking about what happened just now. After some thinking, Baizai thought of it, and he almost thought of it. Virtual and real phantoms, internal space, advanced props. Teacher Shen was slightly stunned. Is this the reason why Shi Yu chose to fight without rules? But even so, it cannot be denied that the second in command of their Imperial Capital University lost to a freshman from the ancient Capital University. The most fatal thing is that he underestimated the enemy and was killed instantly. He was immediately disappointed, and felt that if it was the Totem War period now, these students would not survive more than 3 chapters. On the contrary, Shi Yu would most likely be able to thrive. Moreover, Teacher Shen looked in the direction of the battle club. He did not know who would take over Gao Zhuan's position and carry the banner of Imperial Capital University after Gao Zhuan graduated. I told Gao Zhuan what happened just now, Zhang Ran, another deputy captain of the battle club next to Teacher Shen, said. What did he say? Teacher Shen was stunned. He said he didn't want to be in charge of the club's affairs, but he would participate in the last national competition. Yeah, Teacher Shen nodded, then sighed. With Gao Zhuan, the champion of this year's national competition will still be Imperial Capital University. But when Gao Zhuan graduated, there was the Magic City University in front and the monster freshman of the ancient Capital University in the back, and Teacher Shen was entangled in which student he should train next. He was a teaching talent and could help Imperial Capital University to train geniuses steadily, but sometimes, extreme individuals are often more important than the group. On the other side, in a research institute, the young man put down his phone, his expression calm, and turned his eyes back to the mechanical beast in front of him. This is a tall, silver-white mechanical beast in the image of a dragon man. At this time, it is surrounded by dense mechanical equipment. Its body is connected by various lines, as if it is undergoing transformation. The moment he saw this mechanical beast, a column of data appeared in the monocular lens in front of the young man. Name, Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. Attributes, Mechanical, Dragon. Racial level, Medium Overlord. Growth level, King level. Energy value, 4,000,001 energy upgrade successful. Next is weapon optimization. Seeing that the energy value of Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast has reached twice the standard of the same level Overlord race pet, he nodded silently, forgot the news just now, and continued to busy himself with a transformation in his hands without any care. In his opinion, what happened in college is not worth his attention at all. If it weren't for the group of people in the 4th game who insisted that he come to college to experience life and forced him to interact with more people of his age, he would not bother to come to college. He now has only one goal. Transform the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast into a top-level mechanical beast of the high-level Hegemon race. As for the 4th game, the means by which the seniors forced him were also very simple. The prize for the champion of this year's national competition will be provided by the 4th game. The prize is some top-quality materials for transforming mechanical life. In Gao Zhuan's view, with these materials, his Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast will be stable to reach the high-level Hegemon race. This is the main source of motivation for him to participate in the national competition. But why does the name Shi Yu sound so familiar? Is it the genius newcomer in the 11th game that the teacher mentioned? Gao Zhuan muttered to himself and continued to indulge in mechanical transformation. An archaeologist and a mechanic like him are not related at all. There is no doubt that Shi Yu has psychologically traumatized the Imperial Capital University. Even if the next challenger from the ancient Capital University is not strong, the students of the Imperial Capital University are extremely serious at the beginning. They start with full combat power, the beast control talent is directly maxed out, the pet beast super level skills start, and the moves are constantly connected without any carelessness. They don't give other students from the ancient Capital University a chance to breathe. The seniors of ancient Capital University were miserable. Soon, the students of Imperial Capital University found out that the other students of ancient Capital University were all rotten fish and shrimp, and none of them could fight. After a while, ancient Capital University had more defeats than others. I can't stand it anymore. After watching a few games, Shi Yu couldn't help but leave the scene, leaving Baizai alone to sulk. Baizai was angry. How come the students of Imperial Capital University reflected so quickly? After Shiyu slipped away, he had nothing to do, so he called Principal Feng. It was still in Imperial Capital University. In an elegant room, Principal Feng was reminiscing with the old principal of Imperial Capital University, an old woman. I don't know what kind of shit luck you have. It's okay to pick up a genius with a talent for listening, but he actually has such a high talent in the field of breeding. Yi Wei called me just now and said that he wanted your Shiyu to use the secret realm of time of Imperial Capital University. The old woman took a sip of tea and sighed. Principal Feng, ha. Thanks to Qing Yi, when Qing Yi said he found a genius, I didn't care at first, but now it seems, ha, and I guess, after a while, his fighting talent will also be revealed. By the way, he seems to have gone to interact with your Imperial Capital University's fighting club now. Let's wait and see the result. Principal Feng was very serious in front of Shiyu and others, but when he came to his old friend in the Education Bureau, he couldn't help laughing. Old Feng, you are inflated, the old lady opposite Principal Feng laughed. The upper limit of the combat power of your Beast Masters in the 11th Bureau is there. The enhanced talents of the Master Beast Masters with good talent development can easily add hundreds of thousands of energy to the pet beasts, and the enhanced talents of the legendary Beast Masters can easily add hundreds of millions of energy to the pet beasts. How can the Beast Masters with telepathic talents compare? Throughout the ages, there are people with telepathic talents who have reached the legendary level, but no one has reached the title legendary level. Why not? I'll take a call first, Principal Feng said. He glanced at the caller and was immediately happy. Shiyu, didn't you go to participate in the exchange activities with Bai Zai and the others? Why are you calling now? I'm done fighting. I mainly want to ask you, when can we go back to the ancient capital? Shiyu asked with concern while walking on the road to the Imperial Capital University. He was still waiting to go back and close his eyes to add some points to the ginseng baby. In addition, the level of Xiao Qi Tong can also be improved. With his current legendary physique, it is easy for him to withstand Xiao Qi Tong's breakthrough to the commander level, and it should not be difficult to withstand the possession of the commander level Xiao Qi Tong. As long as he doesn't mess around with this sort of the cross with a sharp giant 11, there should be no problem. Moreover, until now, he has not reached the upper limit of his physique after the new breakthrough. So soon, Principal Feng was stunned, but the things on their side were almost discussed. Hu Chuanqi, Dr. Zhuo, President Yi and him have reached a certain strategic cooperation relationship around the cultivation of green worm cocoons. If you're in a hurry, you can go back tonight, but how is the battle going on over there? How come it's so fast? Principal Feng glanced at the old principal of Imperial Capital University across from him. Not bad. I don't know what happened later. I defeated the 8th and 4th seats of the Imperial Capital University Battle Club, and killed their vice-captain Bai Wenji's king-level pet, the Glacial Mammoth, with one strike, and then I came out. Principal Feng, isn't this bringing honor to Ancient Capital University? But this is what I should do, although I paid a huge price for it. Although, Shiyu was about to take credit and ask for the new dragon level 7th level resources to play with, but Principal Feng was yelling. What did you say? Principal Feng suspected that he had heard it wrong. Shiyu, killed the king-level pet of the vice-captain of Imperial Capital University with one strike? After a moment, Principal Feng hung up the phone with a strange expression and looked at the old principal of Imperial Capital University. I am indeed arrogant. There seems to be a little accident in the exchange activity. You can ask your teacher Shen, it's better to ask yourself. Principal Feng looked indifferent and took a sip of tea. The old president of the Imperial Capital University? She frowned, not understanding what was wrong with the old man in front of her. However, she still sent a message to teacher Shen, asking him to report on the exchanges between the students of the two schools' clubs. Originally, she would not ask or care about such things. But, looking at the strange expression of Principal Feng, she always had a bad feeling. A moment later, as teacher Shen's heart skipped a beat at the venue, the old president of the Imperial Capital University received a text message full of blood and tears. Don't blame our students, it's that Shiyu who is a little monster, just like Gao Zhuan back then. Can a normal person imagine that a high-level Beast Master's commander-level pet suddenly burst out with 10 times the power and kill the king-level pet in seconds? Under normal circumstances, this is simply unscientific. Looking at the message word by word, the old president of the Imperial Capital University's eyelids twitched a few times, and his face turned a little dark. Give me a look, Principal Feng said. Get lost, The old president of Imperial Capital University directly pressed the exit button, his face full of anger. What the hell? How could a master student of Imperial Capital University be defeated by a freshman of Ancient Capital University in seconds? What does that mean? Bullying her for not having enough education? Even TV dramas don't dare to shoot like this. Huh? Principal Feng laughed. You can use the secret realm of time, but you guys at Ancient Capital University have to pay for it. The old president of Imperial Capital University slammed the table in anger. Principal Feng? This was agreed by your vice president Yi. Old woman, can't you afford it? Chapter 228 Swordmaster Shiyu. That night, the exchange activities between Gudu University and Didu University ended successfully. It was quite successful for both sides. The students of Didu University were seriously stimulated. The students of Gudu University were also seriously stimulated. All the prestige was pretended by one person. As Principal Feng said, Shiyu and his team began to return to Gudu that night. So happy, Shiyu lay happily on Dean Hao's secret meteorite fighter. This trip to Didu was not in vain. First, he won the first place in the breeding conference, which made him famous and wealthy. As for fame, although the fantasy butterfly was announced, the strategic value of the green worm cocoon has not been announced yet, so there is no rush. The most important thing is that he successfully joined the third game. He obtained the Sand of Time, the cultivation guide, and the opportunity to go to Longgong City to obtain the cubs of the dominant race. In addition, he can also go to the secret realm of time of Didu University. And, the several prophecies given to him by the foreknowledge owl also made Shiyu gain something. In general, it was not in vain. And after returning to Gudu, there will definitely be many benefits. After all, he represented Gudu University to attend the breeding conference this time, so it was impossible for Gudu University to not express its opinion. And they swept through Imperial University, which was another great achievement. Dean Hao, who was flying the plane, was stunned and said, "What's wrong, genius? Does our School of Mechanical Engineering have the ability to create a mechanical pet of the dominant race?" Puff, Dean Hao almost crashed the plane. He was old and had been too stimulated in the past few days. He was very tired physically and mentally. Principal Feng, who was dozing off in the back seat, was also suddenly awakened. What the hell? How could there be a mechanical pet of the dominant race? What are you doing? How could there be? Dean Hao's face turned black. If he could create a pet of the dominant race, even if he could participate in the process of creating the dominant race machinery, why would he be the dean of Gudu University? Principal Feng. I'm just asking. Shiyu scratched his cheek and said, I watched the video of the last national competition and saw that Gao's one from Imperial Capital University's ultimate holy dragon beast was quite powerful. It can fly, merge, and split. Its energy far exceeds that of pets of the same level. It can kill in one blow in battle. Principal Feng, don't you dislike mechanical pets? Principal Feng suspected that Shiyu was eating what was in his mouth, guarding what was in the bowl, picking up what was in the chopsticks, thinking about what was in the pot, and thinking about tomorrow. In a few months, he would have the opportunity to go to Longgong City to contract the Water Overlord Cub. Why did he think about mechanical pets again? And he remembered. Shiyu didn't like mechanical pets. He refused to upgrade the illustrations to mechanical life twice in a row, once for archaeological illustrations and once for breeding illustrations. Really, Shiyu was stunned. Machinery is a man's romance, how could he not like it? Then why don't you upgrade the illustrations to mechanical life? Dean Hao also wanted to help Shiyu upgrade, but was rejected by Shiyu. What can a mobile phone illustration do? Shiyu said, I want a combat type. Shiyu believed that if the mobile phone was upgraded to a mechanical pet, he would definitely not be able to resist adding points. Although it is not impossible to become a combat machine with the help of adding points, it is still too troublesome. Directly add some sonic skills, and then use the nuclear explosion song to the opponent in battle? Too exaggerated. Not as handsome as those Mecha Gundams, fighter planes and warships. The illustration should just be an illustration. Combat type. Dean Hao's mouth twitched. Combat type mechanical life is good, but it is expensive to maintain. As long as the materials are in place and give me time, our mechanical college still has a chance to manufacture the King Race mechanical life, Dean Hao said. Oh, let's talk about it later, Shiyu said with little interest. It's not a dominant race. Principal Feng, Dean Hao? What's wrong with your perfunctory tone? Do you still look down on the King Race machinery? At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Shiyu returned to Gudo University. After coming back, he immediately went to the dormitory to rest. Ying, 11 took out a bottle of bamboo milk from the refrigerator in frustration. He also gave Shen Bao and Qitong a bottle of soda and ice water respectively. Me, in the end, it still couldn't fight. 11 cried. How good it would be to give it that opponent with the absorption shield talent. Just 100 meters giant, without any physical moves, a slap will make the dragon faint. Elementalization can't hit? Then I'll hit the Beastmaster. See if these elemental pets are elementalized to avoid damage or protect the Beastmaster. Unfortunately, Shiyu and Chong didn't give it this opportunity. Chong used telekinesis to take out a bottle of juice and comforted the leader. In the future, it will serve the leader for this kind of dirty and tiring work of fighting and killing. The stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. It is willing to charge for the whole team. 11 was angry. It bit the bottle, wrapped its arms around its chest, and had a serious expression. No, it also wanted to charge. Let it handle the weaker guys. When there are stronger opponents, such as the enemy totems in the prophecy, let Chong charge in. Chong? Shenbao shuddered when he thought of the many totems in the prophecy. You guys charge. It needs to develop for a while first. Shenbao, who has no deterrent skills, is more at ease. Meh. Little Chitin quickly turned the ice water into boiling water, and after being satisfied, he turned around and looked at everyone. At this time, Shiyu had already lay on the sofa with his head buried in the pillow. Don't argue, there will be opportunities to fight next, both strong and weak. Chong, go find Teacher Ying and ask him when he is free to take us to the battlefield of the dead, just to take a look at the immortal pond. This time, I plan to let him take us to kill at least 10,000 extraordinary level dead spirits, 1,000 commander level dead spirits, and even king level dead spirits. How about the experience in the battlefield of the dead? Shiyu poked his head out. He planned to find time to upgrade Xiao Chitin's spiritual solution skill to the mastery level. This is a super level skill, but it is very simple to upgrade to the mastery level. It only takes 10,000 extraordinary level undead, 1,001 commander level undead, and 1 king level undead. With Overlord Cat leading the team, is there anything easier than this? Isn't this much easier than adding some super level skills? Maybe Xiao Chitin will soon become the first kid in the team to have a mastery level super level skill. As for the proficient level super level skills, in fact, Chong's Fantasy Domain and Fantasy Dragon are almost at the proficient level. Even if they haven't reached it, they are definitely infinitely close. However, there is no relevant record of the Fantasy Domain and Fantasy Dragon skills. It seems that it is the first time that Shiyu has appeared. But after all, with a superb level of virtual reality and illusion as the basis, Chong's fantasy power level must not be low. So at present, although the team has not officially fought, even without equipment, Shiyu feels that Chong's combat power should have an absolute advantage. Although 11's burst power is higher than that of Bug, the problem is that it can only burst once or twice. Bug can teleport and become virtual. It is still difficult to hit 11 after it bursts. If Bug adopts guerrilla warfare, then 11 will probably be helpless. So next, Shiyu plans to focus on improving the combat power of 11 and Shen Bao. As for Little Red Eye, it doesn't need to add points, just rely on killing monsters. By then, it will definitely be promoted to the commander level directly after mastering the super level skills. In addition, Red Eye can also release 2 new forms, and Shiyu is looking forward to it. In Shiyu's opinion, releasing new forms is no different from evolution. Although it is a small evolution that does not change the racial level, it is still worth looking forward to. Me. Hearing that they were going to the battlefield of the dead to train, except for Little Red Eye, the other 3 lost interest. It was gloomy and not fun. Although there was an evolution site there, Shen Bao was also worried about the situation in the undead pond, and didn't know if it was reliable. Objection is invalid. Chong, go quickly. After Shiyu asked Chong to run and deliver the letter, he continued to lie down. 555 Chong teleported and disappeared in the room. A few seconds later, Chong teleported back again. It looked at Shen Bao and brought a message to Shiyu and the others. Gemcat, prepare enough food, you can set off at any time, and you can live anywhere. Shen Bao? Isn't it a box of gem fruits prepared before going to the imperial capital? The next day, the phone rang, and Shiyu got up refreshed. Ha! After yawning, Shiyu saw that it was not an alarm clock, but a call from the beast-eared senior sister. Shiyu remembered that he had returned with Principal Feng and others, but the beast-eared senior sister and the others seemed to be still in the imperial capital. No one planned to give them a ride. "Hello, senior sister," Shiyu answered the phone. Hey, are you going back to the ancient capital?" "Yes, we will still stay in the imperial capital for a while. I forgot to tell you before, are you sure you want to participate in the martial arts competition?" The voice of the beast-eared senior sister came from the other side. The martial arts competition. Shiyu was stunned. What as I mentioned before was not a battle between pets, but a battle between beastmasters. He was tempted at the time. First, it was for some skill prizes in the competition. I heard that there would be many skills that can perfectly cooperate between beastmasters and pets. Second, it was for. But the most important thing is that the martial arts competition is held in a relic space left by the martial emperor. Shiyu wants to take a look at the martial emperor's ruins and take the ancient exam. It's confirmed. I'll participate. Very good, very stable, Baizai said. I won't say much about the rest. Your sword spirit possession state is definitely very strong in the martial arts competition. I just suddenly remembered something. The martial arts competition allows weapons and equipment. Some beastmasters' weapons and equipment are pets, but people who don't have similar pets can also bring normal equipment. Weapons for fighting and protective gear for yourself will be allowed to be worn at that time. If you want to achieve good results, it's best to get a set. It doesn't matter how advanced it is, but we can't be without it if others have it, right? Equipment. Shiyu was stunned. In fact, the flame demon coat he was wearing was a good piece of equipment. It could perfectly adapt to his possession state and offset the burning effect. It was a level 6 equipment, comparable to the top kings, and the price was more than 10 million. If it is upgraded again, it will be a level 7 equipment, which is the level of the ice dragon's whiskers. You couldn't afford it at this time. You know, the whiskers of the ice dragon are made of materials close to the totem level of the ice dragon, which contains its power and is entangled with its superb dragon power. Shiyu would not be willing to buy equipment of the same level. I know, Shiyu planned to be a Buddhist, focusing on archaeology and supplemented by competition. In this kind of competition that does not limit the level of the contestants, there will probably be masters, such as masters who have mastered the talent of fusion, like the beast-eared girl. Shiyu has no idea about the first place. Okay, after notifying Shiyu of the news, Baizai hung up the phone happily. At the same time, Shiyu pondered for a while. The flame demon coat is good. There is no need to upgrade it. However, if he is allowed to bring equipment, why doesn't he make some weapons and equipment himself? Shiyu stood up suddenly. It's not like he hasn't done this before. During the misunderstanding of World War II, he asked Eleven to condense a hardened long sword. However, this long sword was temporarily condensed and was not powerful at all. But if Eleven is allowed to condense one seriously, with high-level materials as the sword body and hardened materials on it. In addition, Chong's superb level of virtual and real phantoms can condense dragon souls and seal them in the sword as power, which can be unsealed at any time. The phantoms it creates, like hardened substances, can already leave the original body for a long time, so it is not impossible to be a weapon spirit. By then, when Xiao Qi Tong possesses the body, I will hold the magic sword, and my combat power will be doubled. The most important thing is that it is cheaper and more suitable for me. And if I can make Eleven's deterrence to perfection before the game, and let Eleven's deterrence wrap around the sword, then I will also have spiritual equipment. I am really smart. It's time to get myself a set of equipment. After that, I will go to the battlefield of the undead and test the sword with the undead. Sword Master Shiyu requested to go online. He felt that after forging the magic sword and possessing the sword spirit, he could fight the king-level undead. Chapter 229 Artifact Ice Dragon Blade. After returning to Gudu University, Shiyu became busy again. Donghuang University starts in February and has a holiday in mid-June. After more than a month of vacation, school starts in August and has a holiday in mid-December. It is already June. Shiyu and his classmates have finished their classes, and only the final exam is left. Other students have started to review before the exam, fearing that they will fail, while Shiyu has started to add points and forge swords. Shiyu didn't care about the test scores at all. It's not that he has mastered all the courses perfectly, but that he didn't learn them all at the beginning. It's too late to work hard now. He only learned the knowledge that he was interested in and thought was useful, such as the special meditation method left by the Emperor of Time. Some courses without nutrition were directly ignored by Shi Yu. As for whether he would fail or not, it was a meaningless worry. He is the representative student of Gudo University, the image of Gudo University, and the focus of external publicity. Does the teacher dare to let him not get a full score? By then, if Shi Yu, the genius archaeologist and breeder who cracked a certain ruin and discovered the green worm cocoon, failed 3 or 4 courses, the ancient capital university itself would be embarrassed to publicize it. Now the exams are all about social skills. As long as the things he does are big enough, the exam pressure will not catch up with him. Of course, if other students dare to do this, it must be an accident. When Shi Yu began to practice in seclusion, the news about Shi Yu continued to ferment in the outside world. With the exposure of the identity of the fantasy butterfly beastmaster and the end of the breeding conference, the content of this breeding conference was also announced. Among them, the most attractive thing for beastmasters across the country is a national strategic task determined by this breeding conference. The evolutionary route of the green worm cocoon studied by the ancient capital university will be the main support project for the next 10 years. Once the cultivation route of the green cotton worm, green worm cocoon, crystal butterfly, white-eyed butterfly, and white star flash butterfly from the extraordinary race to the monarch race was announced, the whole country was undoubtedly shocked again. Because the information clearly shows that the breeding results are replicable and popular. Those beastmasters who had been to school knew the potential value of this project best, and they could not help but be surprised, as if they saw Dong Huang becoming even stronger in the future. As the main researcher of this breeding project, Shi Yu's name once again swept the country, allowing people to further understand the super genius of this ancient capital university who has a dominant race of pets. For a time, Shi Yu's limelight was even greater than that of the previous national champion Gao Zhuan, the Master League King Beastmaster Zhu Yun and others. On the internet, there were also continuous discussions about Shi Yu. Some people said that this breeding result could change the beast control field of Donghuang to some extent in the future. Some people also believe that the mind crystal butterfly system that has been studied so far is not suitable for all beastmasters at all. After all, everyone has different talents. Is it appropriate for a beastmaster with a fire-type enhancement talent to contract a mind crystal butterfly of the spiritual system? Before the corresponding attribute evolution form is studied, this project can only be said to have a promising future. This group of people just made a statement, and was directly sprayed back by beastmasters with various beast control talents. Why not eat meat? Have you ever been a beastmaster? Have you ever made money yourself? I can't even afford a pet. And now there are high-level pets in front of me, and I still want to pick a ball attribute. Moreover, the physical strength of a beastmaster is limited. Even if you contract several pets with corresponding attributes, can you strengthen all the pets at the same time in battle? Having an all-purpose spiritual pet as an auxiliary is simply the dream of all grassroots beastmasters. Perhaps in the eyes of beastmasters with good conditions, Shi Yu's breeding results have little to do with them. But in the eyes of those beastmasters who are just a stepping stone away and are in a similar situation to Shi Yu at the beginning, Shi Yu is simply a reborn parent, and directly let them see the hope of becoming a professional beastmaster. It is enough to have a crystal butterfly as the initial pet. As long as you become a beastmaster, a professional beastmaster, you can choose any job to make money. At that time, you will not have too much pressure to contract a pet that is more suitable for you. All of a sudden, Shi Yu won the title of Friend of the Common People. During this period, the students of Imperial Capital University were in the most complicated mood. They thought that the news that Shi Yu swept Imperial Capital University would be exposed by Ancient Capital University and attracted attention, but Shi Yu grabbed his own hot search, which was very coquettish. In the craze of green cotton worms, no one cared about the things between students. Major breeding institutions smelled business opportunities and began to cultivate green cotton worms in large quantities. Some grassroots animal masters also caught green cotton worms in advance and prepared. There was even a group of people who established the Shi Yu divine religion and called themselves believers. They were the first group of animal masters who became insect catchers after seeing the amazing performance of Shi Yu's green cotton worms in the professional assessment. Now they found that green cotton worms were becoming more and more popular, and they simply praised their wit. Believe in Shi Yu and get eternal life. Follow Shi Yu to have soup to drink. Whatever Shi Yu contracts, they will contract with it. It's right. Shi Yu was not unaware of the changes in the outside world. Many news media wanted to interview Shi Yu, but Shi Yu was really busy. In the next week, Shi Yu decided to make a self-defense weapon by himself and was unusually busy. How busy was he? The 3rd and 11th Bureaus jointly sent Shi Yu top-level space resources, which functioned like ethereal stones and were used to upgrade the level of the beast taming space. Shi Yu had not had time to use them yet. With this resource, Shi Yu was guaranteed to become a master beast tamer within a few months. But right now, he was obsessed with adding points to 11 and Shen Bao Bao. If Shen Bao Bao could evolve, the feedback he would bring to him would definitely be more than cultivation. Let's do this first. A week later, Shi Yu taught 11's deterrent skills to the level of perfection, and Shen Bao Bao also learned the mutant. Oh, Shi Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, and 11 sat on Shi Yu's thighs. As the deterrent skill level increased, 11's eyes shone with confidence. It seemed to be wrapped in the aura of a king. Although it was only a potato-sized ball now, the aura of a king could not be concealed. Seeing it, the ginseng baby next to it drooled and envied it. Racial name, Iron-Eating Beast, Jiuli War Beast. Racial attributes, Gold, Thunder. Racial level, High-Level King, Quasi-Overlord. Growth level, Commander level. Racial skills, Hardening. Skills are beyond the Tao. Gigantism. Skills are beyond the Tao. Electromagnetic levitation. Skills are beyond the Tao. Energy storing lightning. Excellent. Impregnable. Perfect. Restrained edge. Beginner. Professor skills. Thunder palm. Excellent. High speed healing. Perfect. Supervision. Perfect. Deterrence. Excellent. Absolute sleep. Perfect. Multiplication. Shrinkage. Perfect. Gigantism. Skills are beyond the Tao. Energy value. 111,111 is the first person in the team to achieve superb deterrent skills. 11 is now very confident, very confident. It feels that all under heaven is the king's land, and within the 4 seas, everyone is the king's subject. The panda king rolled and roared, rolled to the pillow, and enchanted the deterrents on the pillow. The next moment, a very deterrent pillow was born. If someone uses this to have a pillow fight, the champion will definitely be his. Beside him, Shen Bao Bao was so greedy. Deterrence. 11's deterrence is superb, and Chong Chong's is also perfect, and it is also dragon power. Only it and Chi Tong have no deterrence. But in Shi Yu's words, if a supplement has deterrence, how can it be used for fishing enforcement? Shi Yu also hopes to use Shen Bao Bao to gather monsters in the battlefield of the undead. After all, it is too slow to find the undead one by one. It is better to let Shen Bao Bao stand there and release the sweet smell of attracting spirits, so that the undead will gather actively. It would be best if it can attract the king-level undead. Not bad, at this moment, as 11 can wrap deterrents around external objects and even moves. Shi Yu smiled slightly and showed an excited expression. He picked up 11 and planned to find Chong Chong to make weapons together. A moment later, in the dormitory courtyard, Shi Yu and the 4 generals of the team gathered around a stone table. Shi Yu, Shi, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and Shi Tong all had serious expressions. Come on, first of all, Jianzin is the whisker of the ice dragon. Shi Yu took out a whisker of the ice dragon and placed it on the table. Chi Tong was quite satisfied, as if his DNA had moved. Great, ice dragon blade. The weapon spirit will use the illusion of reality. Chong Chong was also ready. In an instant, the surrounding world turned blue. It opened the fantasy realm and entered the state of fantasy dragon. Although it was a butterfly body, it instantly obtained the comprehensive attributes of the dragon. Under such a state of blessing, with the help of illusion, the whisker of the ice dragon on the table slowly floated up. With it as the core, a mini ice dragon phantom that was exactly the same as the ice dragon mother on the ice dragon snow mountain condensed. The expression of the ice dragon phantom changed from nothing to agile. Chong Chong gave an order to obey Shi Yu as the master, and all the power was mobilized by Shi Yu to protect Shi Yu from harm. The next moment, the ice dragon phantom roared, slowly transformed, wrapped the ice dragon's whiskers, and became a long sword phantom. Shi Yu said, next is the first layer of the sword body, Shen Bao Bao, go, Shi Yu gave an order, and Shen Bao Bao used the skills of Dao-level nutrients, slow healing, and sweetness. By touching, he wrapped the ice dragon blade phantom in front of him with a layer of wood material. This is food for the ice dragon phantom. Nutrients can ensure the continuous absorption of natural life force from the outside world. As for the full-level slow healing, it is more powerful than the superb high-speed healing in that it can make the plants created by Shen Bao Bao have strong vitality and can slowly heal themselves after any damage. In other words, the wooden sword wrapped in the Ice Dragon Blade Phantom is an endless sword soul care product that can automatically absorb external forces and automatically repair damage. As for the sweetness, it is just an embellishment. A knife with a fragrant smell. It can make the sword fragrant. After it was completed, a wooden sword with a cold air appeared on the table. Next is the second layer of the sword body. 11. Go. Under Shi Yu's command, 11 screamed and directly condensed the hardened material with all his strength. On the outside of the wooden sword, a layer of hard black material was wrapped. Hardened and wrapped, the sword body is armed. A moment later, a black sword replaced the wooden sword and appeared in front of Shi Yu and the others. Since the power of the sword comes from the 7th level resource, the whiskers of the ice dragon, the sword is still emitting cold air at this time, and it is extremely cold. This is the effect we want, and it will just cool down the heat brought by the possession of the red pupil. The Ice Dragon General will be revived again in the Alliance calendar, but this time it is not Mu Huayan, but me, Shi Yu. The last step, deterrence entanglement. Shi Yu smiled. Soon, it was the last step of sword forging. 11 began to use the superb level deterrence that he had just mastered to wrap the deterrence power around his hardened material. Bang! During the entanglement process, dark blue lightning seemed to burst out around the sword body. The dragon might of the ice dragon's whiskers, the dragon might of the ice dragon's phantom, and the deterrence of the 11th entanglement, surrounded by the triple deterrence, the ice dragon blade has become the top spiritual weapon. Holding this, as long as it is not a king-level deterrence, don't think of causing any impact on Shi Yu. It can even be said that relying on this sword alone can make the king-level life fear a little. Buzz, after a moment, with the ice dragon blade humming softly, as the insect communicated with the internal ice dragon phantom to lead the ice dragon blade, in an instant, the ice dragon blade was frozen with a layer of blue frost. Except for the hilt, which was still black, the entire sword body had turned ice blue, and the blade was emitting a white glimmer, making the sword's appearance even better. Oh, Shi Yu looked at the ice dragon blade in front of him, his eyes lit up to the extreme. It's worthy of us, oh, well, yeah. Me, the 4 pets nodded. Look, a level 7 divine sword was directly created by them. If this sword is auctioned, I wonder how much it can sell for. Shi Yu feels that holding this, even if it is not possessed, ordinary commander level pets are not his opponents. As for the power of the Ice Flame Dragon after the possession, the Ice Dragon General will reappear. Who else? After everything was completed, 11, Chong, Shen Bao, and Shaden also stared at the Ice Dragon Blade, curious about how powerful this magic sword forged at Shi Yu's suggestion was. At this time, Shi Yu slowly picked up the Ice Dragon Blade. The moment he touched it, he felt that he could mobilize the power of this sword almost perfectly. After all, this sword was forged with the power of the 3 pets that had a contract with him. If he, the Beastmaster, can't control it, no one can control it. Not bad. Shi Yu shook his hand, and the Ice Dragon Blade disappeared, obviously sent to the ruined space. The next moment, Shi Yu turned and walked towards the open area. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked at a huge rock in front of him. A glittering ripple of space appeared in front of his chest. Shi Yu stretched out his hand and directly reached into the space of the ruins. He slowly pulled it up in the air. The next moment, with the amazing cold air, a blue divine sword was slowly pulled out from the alien space and appeared in Shi Yu's hand. During this process, the ground around Shi Yu was completely frozen. Then, a strong deterrent cut the frost into pieces, and then caused the sky full of fine snow to linger around Shi Yu. Under the dance of fine snow, Shi Yu raised the Ice Dragon Blade. Flat A. After Shi Yu finished reading the name of the move, the terrifying frost sword energy wrapped around the deterrent and directly rolled over the boulder, freezing it instantly, and then with a boom it turned into ice crystal fragments, flying all over the sky. Looking at this scene, Shi Yu narrowed his eyes. I'm good again. With this, he has the confidence to perform well in the martial arts competition. The 4 pets of the 11th class shook their heads, looking at Shi Yu like a child who had not grown up. So, is there any difference from the professional assessment? Shi Yu still pretended to use their moves to simulate the sword energy, but this time, it was smoother. Chong Chong, go inform Teacher Ying that we will go to the battlefield of the undead tomorrow, and I will personally chop the undead. Chi Tong, me. You possessed me, let's run in, and then you can chop it too. Elbow, I'll take you to evolve. By the way, show the evolution location to Shen Bao. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Red Eye's New Form. The next day, led by a cat, one person, one panda, one butterfly, one carrot, and one sword spirit left the ancient capital university. The destination was the battlefield of the dead. The battlefield of the dead was a very dangerous place, and generally speaking, it was definitely forbidden to enter. If you want to enter, you must be approved by the Beast Taming Association and other relevant departments, and get a pass. However, if they were not really short of money, most beastmasters would not be so idle as to come here. After all, there are plagues and curses everywhere, and even if you want to kill monsters to make money, this is not the best choice. Although the soul crystals exploded by the dead are very popular in the ancient capital, you have to have the strength to pick them up. At present, in the ancient capital, except for the beast taming corps that regularly sweep the battlefield of the dead, there are very few beast taming teams willing to come here to collect resources. The Beast Taming Association, the Beast Taming Corps, and the ancient capital university are all qualified to approve beastmasters to enter the battlefield of the dead. There are also some special departments that can ignore the approval and enter directly, such as the members of the 11th Bureau. Shiyu did not use the identity of the 11th Bureau this time to enter, but used the training documents of teachers and students of the ancient capital university, which were obtained by the Gemcat. The ancient capital beast taming corps. Sukai, one of the responsible persons and a top master, was processing documents. At this time, a report came from a subordinate. Report to the head of the group, a beastmaster with a special identity just entered the battlefield of the undead. I think it is necessary to report to you. Then on the phone, Sukai said, who is it? Shiyu, the person who let Shiyu and his team pass this time happened to know Shiyu's secret. They were also present when Shiyu was recognized by General Mu Huan. They were also among the soldiers who signed a contract to keep the secret. Oh, Sukai stood up suddenly. He went in by himself. Shiyu is a key protected person, a potential stock that will become a legend in the future. It's not okay to go to such a dangerous place alone. In the eyes of outsiders, Shiyu's most amazing thing is the fantasy butterfly and the discovery of the green worm cocoon. However, this small group of people knows best that Shiyu's most potential is that he has been recognized by the heroic spirit of General Mu Huan. Who is Mu Huan? A fierce man who can even repel totems. Ordinary overlords are nothing in front of her. No, it was the Jewel Cat, the guardian of the ancient capital university, who brought them along. The Jewel Cat? Sukai pondered for a moment, then it was okay. The Jewel Cat was older than his grandmother. When his grandfather was still in the army, the cat often went to the battlefield of the undead to make extra money, and was more familiar with the battlefield of the undead than their beast taming corps. However, he didn't know whether the ancient capital university knew about this, and after thinking about it, Sukai took the initiative to inform Principal Xiafeng about this. The battlefield of the undead. A blanket controlled by telekinesis was floating in the low sky. A large white cat was lying on it, leisurely and contented. It seemed to have a mysophobia and didn't want to step on the ground of the battlefield of the undead. Shiyu followed behind, with a panda on his left shoulder, a butterfly on his right shoulder, a ginseng baby in his pocket, and a little sword spirit on his chest. With every step he took, the ominous aura around him seemed to be pushed away. At present, Shiyu does not need to wear anything else to deal with the plague and curse of this level. Even if he does not wear the flame demon coat, he can isolate it with the aura of the little sword spirit. After all, it is the nemesis of the dead, burning the sun fire that the dead fear the most. Compared with when it was just born, although it has not been trained much, it can also instinctively use its own abilities better. That's all. Not long after entering the battlefield of the dead, Shiyu took the ice dragon blade and chopped down a bunch of awakening skeleton soldiers. It was purely a blade-to-blade confrontation. The ice dragon blade collided with the skeleton soldier's bone sword, and the bone sword was immediately split like tofu, which was very fragile. This reminded Shiyu of himself holding a bone sword in the battle tower of Gudo University and being crushed by the Spartan pit. My lord, times have changed. Bang! Shiyu chopped down another lantern monster. For an opponent of this level, even if it is a supernatural level, Shiyu feels that he can defeat it with his bare hands without the ice dragon blade. Meow. Meow. Seeing Shiyu chopping so happily, Chitong was extremely sad and could only follow behind to pick up soul crystals. Picking and burning at the same time. There is no need to merge with opponents of this level, Shiyu comforted little Chitong. Immediately attracted the contemptuous eyes of 11, Shen Bao Bao, and Chong Chong. Nonsense, you just want to play by yourself. Have you had enough fun? Meow. The gem cat looked back at Shiyu speechlessly in front. You also want to bully the skeleton soldiers on the roadside, which is too much? Killing them will not improve the sword spirit's spiritual solution skills at all. At least the extraordinary level of undead spirits are worth devouring. Isn't it itchy? Shiyu scratched his head embarrassedly, and then inserted the ice dragon blade into the ruined space. 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao showed an expression of it obviously hasn't had enough fun yet. Well, let's hurry up. Shiyu asked the gem cat boss to lead the team this time. One is to see the immortal pond, and the other is to quickly brush Chitong's skill experience. It would not be that easy for Shiyu and his team to kill tens of thousands of undeads in a short period of time. But with the Overlord-level gem cat leading the team, it would be easy. It should have been done long ago. The gem cat's eyes shone with light, and it moved in an instant, continuing to lead Shiyu and his team deeper. In a blink of an eye, they came to a hilly area. At this time, Shiyu and his team were controlled by the gem cat's telekinesis and floated in the air, because below, the continuous low hills were full of cracks and spider silk, like an abyss, filled with creepy black air, and it was not like a normal pet beast and human contact at all. This is the territory of the ghost spider, a group of undead pet beasts. They reproduce rapidly and are one of the most numerous undead races in the undead battlefield. Let's kill them first to help the beast taming army share some pressure, the gem cat suggested. I'll do it, we can kill them all in an instant. It had a fierce look in its eyes. This is a dangerous place on the way to the immortal pond. There are a large number of ghost spiders living in the cracks, and the gem cat feels that it is very suitable for improving the spirit solution skills. Let's take a look at the swallowing efficiency of Little Red Eye first, Shiyu said. At this time, his illustrations were already opened, showing the locations of hundreds of undead living in the cracks and caves. There were indeed a lot of them. However, despite the large number, the gem cat did not have much pressure to clean them up, but the problem was that if it was killed in one go, Little Red Eye's swallowing speed might not be able to keep up. What if it couldn't digest them and let the soul aura dissipate? It would be a waste. HMPH, meaningless worry, forget it, then you guys try it, the gem cat laid down. Well, no need for telekinesis, Shiyu said to the gem cat. The next moment, Chong Chong materialized into a soft sofa, which floated in the air. Shiyu sat on it directly and looked down calmly. Lie here, it's softer here, Shiyu said. Gem cat? You are really talented. 11 took a look. In terms of tool pets, it would like to call Chong Chong the strongest. If it were to come, although Shiyu could also sit in the air, he would definitely be sitting on a steel-hardened sofa with an electromagnetic suspension powered by electricity, and it would not be as comfortable as the one made by Chong Chong. Chong Chong, thank you for your praise. It was all because of Shiyu's cultivation. At this time, Shen Bao Bao also started working, standing on the sofa, looking down, and jumped directly. Bang! The next moment, Shen Bao Bao landed on the ground by himself, just like a smoke bomb, continuously releasing a large amount of sweet air, and letting the sweet air flow into the crack in an organized and orderly manner. Shan! 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 Not long after, ghost spiders emerged from the cracks. These ghost spiders were not big, only the size of a bowl or plate, but they were not weak in strength, all of them were extraordinary level. No wonder the gem cat brought them here. Name, ghost spider, attributes, undead, poison, racial level, medium extraordinary, racial skills, spider silk, absorption, soul thorn, introduction. They like to absorb the life force of humans and other pets the most, and their special spider thorns carry lethal viruses. Soon, more than a dozen ghost spiders appeared, their pupils full of dim light, feeling the breath of soul fruit emanating from the baby ginseng, saliva slipped out of their mouths. Shan! Shat. Shat. The next moment, many ghost spiders crawled frantically, all attacking the baby ginseng, mouths wide open. Dry food, wow. Tisk. Seeing this, the baby ginseng looked at them with disdain, and directly condensed a peach wood sword powered by sunlight and wood power. Holding the peach wood sword, Taoist Shen just wanted to show his power and let them see the tonic that can hit people, but the next moment, the peach wood sword was snatched away by the flying little red pupil, who directly attached himself to the peach wood sword and greatly increased his combat power. Boom. In the sky, the flaming peach wood sword turned a circle, and the transparent sword energy in the sky fell directly like a sword dance. High-level skill, Zanpaku. Under the phantom sword dance, almost in an instant, all the ghost spiders that surrounded him died, their bodies were split into two, and they stopped in midair. Then, the ghost spiders' bodies turned into nothingness, and pieces of soul crystals fell out of their bodies. At the same time, there was a pure soul breath, which turned into a flame and floated towards Xiaoqidan. Seeing this, Xiaoqidan showed an excited expression, his whole body was filled with flames, and he swallowed more than a dozen extraordinary soul breaths in one breath. After swallowing the soul breath, Xiaoqidan floated around. Me, I will protect Shen Baobao, below. Shen Baobao was angry. What protection? You just want to chop the dead spirits yourself, and you are carved out of the same mold as Shiyu. It's true that there is a kind of beastmaster and a kind of pet. Yi, Shen Baobao just finished complaining, and then suddenly looked at a crack. Boom. A larger ghost spider, half the size of a human, or the evolution of the ghost spider, the ghost demon spider appeared more appropriately. Name, ghost demon spider. Attributes, undead, poison, racial level, intermediate. Commander Shan. After the ghost demon spider found that the soul fluctuations of its people had all disappeared, it ran out angrily. It was a commander level undead, and its energy fluctuations were dozens of times larger than those of the ghost spiders. It came out full of anger, but when it saw the baby ginseng, it immediately turned into a perverted face. After a moment of shock, it seemed to have lost its mind. It was like a mad dog that had been hungry for a month and saw meat. Its body was waving its claws and teeth, and it rushed towards the baby ginseng like an alien. Eat, eat, it opened its mouth and shouted. Yi, the baby ginseng hugged his chest and didn't intend to compete with a red pupil. Sure enough, before the ghost demon spider rushed over, the little red pupil who was attached to the peach wood sword made by the baby ginseng directly chopped down with a staggered sword. Fire and wood are also conflicting forces. In a flash, a fiery and fierce sword pressure turned into a tsunami and hit like a tsunami, which shocked the ghost spider that rushed towards Shen Baobao. When it came to its senses to resist, the flame sword pressure had already rolled over it. Boom. Even though its energy value was twice as high as Xiao Qitong, in front of the superclass power that restrained itself and the Shen Baobao peach wood sword, the ghost spider was still burned to ashes without any resistance. Sheng, the ghost spider's painful voice came out in the flames. Xiao Qitong was like an emotionless killing machine, excitedly swallowing the soul breath of the guy it killed. Meow. After swallowing another commander-level soul breath without pressure, Qitong was still not satisfied and urged Shen Baobao to gather monsters quickly, faster and with more numbers. Shen Baobao, the combination of one Shen and one sword spirit, seemed to like this feeling of fishing law enforcement. Shen Baobao likes to see the guys who want to eat him being killed, and Qitong likes to chop the undead, which is engraved in his soul. It seems that the endurance is good. Shiyu touched his chin, sensing the changes in Qitong. He swallowed more than a dozen extraordinary soul breaths in one breath, plus a commander-level soul breath, without any adverse reactions. I told you, just kill all the undead in one breath, save time. The gem cat also lay on the sofa and looked down. Other pets may find it difficult to bear the forced upgrade of super-level skills, but it is different. Its predecessor was so powerful, even if it changed its existence form and started over, its spiritual power would be naturally strong and would not be disturbed by those soul breaths. The gem cat licked its paw and said lazily, I have seen another undead who mastered the spirit solution. Its method of improving the spirit solution may be worth learning from you. Really? Shiyu scratched his cheek. Well, that's it. The gem cat looked down, and the next moment, its pupils radiated a sapphire-like brilliance, and its huge telekinetic perception field suddenly covered a distance of 10,000 meters. Then, it suddenly raised its head. Swish! Thousands of extraordinary ghost spiders, plus many commander-level ghost spiders, were directly pulled out of the cave by the Gemcat's telekinesis plus instant movement. A moment later, in this hilly area, in the sky in front of Shi Yu and his men, there were densely packed, dark dead spiders floating. They were all controlled by telekinesis, with panic expressions, not knowing what was going on. Ying, seeing this, 11 and Chong Chong's eyes glowed, and they looked at the Gemcat in admiration. So strong. It is worthy of being the super boss with an energy value of tens of millions in Shi Yu's mouth. Below, Shen Baobao and Xiao Jianling also suddenly looked at the ghost spiders hanging in the sky, and were a little confused for a while. Shi Yu's eyelids twitched as he watched all this. Cat, you are going to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. Meow, the light in the jewel cat's eyes dimmed, and the ghost spiders in the sky were directly crushed by the telekinesis. With a boom, one ghost spider after another exploded like fireworks, and the soul breath burst out directly. Xiao Chiden was immediately excited and opened the spiritual solution with all his strength. The next moment, its body was like a flaming black hole, emitting infinite gravity, attracting the soul breath in the sky. Swish, 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 swish. The soul breath in the sky gathered towards Chiden frantically. While Chiden absorbed it, its own momentum rose steadily, which made Can Baobao, 11, and Chong Chong stunned. It felt that its improvement speed was more powerful than being added by Shi Yu. Is this the efficiency of the big brother leading the team to kill monsters and level up? After a while, just as the jewel cat said, Xiao Chiden still swallowed these soul breaths without any pressure, and, perhaps because it reached the standard, after swallowing, the dagger-sized Xiao Chiden directly grew to normal length. A flash of red light passed over the sword, and it seemed to have grown from a girl to a queen, with a more powerful aura. However, this didn't seem to be the end. After the growth was completed, the soul crystal rain fell in front of the sky, and the body of Qitong, who had just swallowed the soul aura, suddenly filled with white light. This light seemed to be the light of evolution. Boom! The white light intertwined with the huge flames emerging from the inside, causing Qitong's energy fluctuations to rise again. In a blink of an eye, Qitong's energy value increased to nearly 20,000. It seemed to be still extraordinary level, but the energy value was close to the leader of the race. Hue 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 hue. Under the entanglement of the flames, a sound came from the flames that surprised Shi Yu and everyone else. Chu, the voice was timid. Ying, yi, Under the surprised eyes of Shi Yu and others, a sparrow-sized bird spirit with beautiful and soft red flame feathers flew out of the flames instead of the sword spirit. Seeing this red bird spirit, Shi Yu instantly thought of the name of General Mu Huai's sword, and at this time he also clearly sensed from Qitong what was going on. The form of this bird spirit is the second form after Qitong's spirit solution. The skilled level spirit solution releases the bird spirit form. In the bird spirit form, you will gain a physique that absorbs the power of the sun to quickly restore physical energy, and this physique can be inherited by the Beastmaster through possession. At the same time, in this state, the Beastmaster gains the ability to fly. So, I can also rely on photosynthesis to restore physical energy. Shi Yu was stunned. Isn't this a form specially created for adding points? At that time, the sword spirit will possess a body to fight, and the bird spirit will possess a body to cultivate. Let Chong Chong directly materialize the sun. With a dual charging treasure of Chong Chong and Shen Baobao, the efficiency of adding points will increase again. No, the key is, who else can't fly, Shen Baobao? It turned into a bird. Beside him, the gem cat saw the change of Little Red Eye and shook his head. The spirit solution skill was really strange. I wonder what form it can release when it reaches the mastery level. If nothing unexpected happens, it will not be difficult for it to bring Shi Yu and the others to the mastery level this time. However, it must go deeper into the undead battlefield, where there are enough high-quality undead spirits. At the same time, at the moment when Little Red Eye released the bird spirit form, at the core of the undead battlefield, at the deepest part of the ground, a sealed undead spirit slowly opened his eyes after sensing the breath of its own kind. Chapter 231, Mutated Fruit in the Immortal Pond. Outside the ancient capital, the battlefield of the dead. At the bottom of the deep and dark cave, a creature shaped like a dark phoenix, with black feathers on its back and black and red flames on its wings and tail feathers, looked out of the cage. This bloodline, its eyes flickered with a faint light, and its consciousness slowly spread to the outside world. It was actually preserved. Chi, The little red pupil who had released the second form slowly landed on Shiyu's shoulder in the form of a bird spirit. It cheered and chirped in its mouth. Great! It has a mouth. From now on, it can eat ice directly into its stomach. You only know how to eat. Shiyu showed a helpless expression. You little guy, how much ice energy crystals have been wasted? However, if there is nothing else, there are still enough energy crystals. Alice Shiyu smiled with a little surprise. Bird spirit. Shiyu thought it would be a great sword form. Otherwise, it would become a battle armor spirit. It directly changed from a sword spirit to an animal spirit body. Who would have thought that it was a cross race? However, it didn't seem to be very surprising. After all, General Muhuan had the blood of the phoenix. So, what would the next form be? Let's try the new state of possession first. Shiyu stopped guessing and said to Xiao Chiden. Chu. Xiao Chiden said that he understood. Its eyes were smart, and it slowly took off. After circling a circle, it directly merged into Shiyu's body in the form of a bird spirit. At this time, the eyes of 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and Gem Cat were all attracted. The next moment, Shiyu's body began to become blurred and hot, and red arcs of fire slowly burst out and lingered around him. Boom! As the energy surged, in a moment, Shiyu turned into a red-haired and scorching state. Countless fire threads condensed, and a fierce aura like the sun's flames turned into a gas flame that wrapped around Shiyu's whole body. Under the flames was the thin, white but powerful body. From now on, it's no different from the previous sword spirit possession, but Shiyu took a deep breath, and his body slowly floated up and floated in the air. Without wings, it is as if the body is not bound by gravity, and can float directly in the air. Wrapped in the flames, Shiyu exerted all his strength and instantly turned into a beam of fire. He flew 1,000 meters away at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Shiyu disappear, 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao smacked their lips. Great, Shiyu is becoming less and less human. After a moment, Shiyu turned his head again and flew back with great ease. The flying speed is extremely fast, and the flame is the accelerator of flight. It's time to open up the flying sword flow. Shiyu was amazed. But I feel that the sword technique is more handsome. Shiyu glanced at Shen Bao Bao without leaving a trace. Well, this time he can fly too. Well, Shen Bao Bao is indeed a bit miserable. Let's teach him some skills to restrain flying opponents some other time. For example, earth skills, gravity? Shen Bao Bao, cack too much? This state looks very strong. It was the first time that the gem cat saw the sword spirit possessed state, and couldn't help but show an expression of praise. Although Xiao Chiden is only at the extraordinary level, after possessing Shiyu, the power generated by the resonance of both parties is far beyond the ordinary commander level. Yes, Shiyu was also very satisfied with his current state. At this time, in addition to the ability to fly, he also felt something different. Because of the special physique of the bird spirit, Shiyu felt that his recovery ability was enhanced in this state. The load of possession on him was much smaller. In addition, the control of the power of possession has also become better. It seems that the current power can be adjusted freely. During Shiyu's attempt, the flame aura on his body gradually weakened, and then gradually dissipated. Soon, there was no energy fluctuation on Shiyu's body. However, he still had red hair and red eyes at this time, and was floating in the sky. At this time, Shiyu was like an ordinary person with dyed hair and beautiful contact lenses. He didn't look as combative as before, but in fact this was also an illusion. It was just that Shiyu had restrained his power. I originally thought that I had to perfect or master the possession skill to achieve this level. Now it seems that the bird spirit's possession state is much milder than the sword spirit. Shiyu floated in the air and stretched out his hand. A flame sword spirit condensed in his hand. Although it was a bird spirit, the two forms of Qitong coexisted and could be switched freely, so Shiyu still had a strong fighting power. In addition, if he didn't fight, he felt that he should be able to maintain this state for a day. In general, the functionality of possession has become stronger. Fly another circle, Shiyu was not satisfied. On the sofa, Gemcat, 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao looked at Shiyu, who was reluctant to come down and was still flying around in the sky like a fly, and fell into deep thought. Hey, Gemcat shouted helplessly, have you had enough fun? This was the second time it shouted. It was not the first time it brought students to the battlefield of the undead for training, but in the past 100 years, Shiyu was definitely the one that the cat worried the most. It's too easy to get lost in your own world. Aha, okay, in the sky, Shiyu was pulled by the power of the gem cat. He scratched his head embarrassedly and slowly flew to land next to them. Well, continue to set off, Shiyu laughed, his eyes shining. I'm looking forward to the next form of Xiao Qi Tong. According to this trend, Lingji will probably be able to master the level soon and release the next form. By then, will there be any new changes in the possession skills? Be more careful. The gem cat shook his head and said, you have final exams in 3 days, we can't stay here for too long, let's go directly to the immortal pond now. After I temporarily unseal it, the temptation of the immortal pond should be greater than that of the ginseng baby. At that time, it should be able to attract many king-level undead spirits. Just kill the king-level undead spirits directly, it will definitely improve faster. The gem cat's eyes were fierce, super fierce. Shiyu's heart was pounding, and he was still worried that Xiao Qi Tong's appetite was too big to eat. But the gem cat was eager to try. What bad intentions did the cat have? Teleportation is a good skill for traveling. The gem cat is better at teleportation than the bug. Shiyu and his team were at a new place in a flash. It took them almost no time, and they didn't even sense the outside world, before they arrived near the immortal pond. The immortal pond is located in a valley, and is surrounded by a superb special shackle seal. It was originally set up by a dominant special pet. There are no dominant dead spirits in the undead battlefield, nor are there any dead spirits proficient in the special system, so this seal is foolproof and will not allow wild dead spirits to accidentally benefit from the immortal pond. Later, the special seal was strengthened and reinforced several times. This task was done by the local beast master of the ancient capital. The dominant gem cat who mastered the special system moves was naturally among them. Therefore, this seal also has its part of the credit. It was not bragging when it said that it could take Shiyu to the immortal pond to have a look. This is it. Shiyu and his team appeared above the immortal pond. Gem cat Ying looked down and spoke. From the sky, through the transparent seal, they can clearly see the black pool of water inside the seal. Although they can't see clearly what's going on inside the pool, judging from the black round near the pool and the space seal that has been corroded with black marks, this is definitely not a good place. In Shiyu's pocket, Shen Baobao's expression was blurred. Shen Baobao, it looked at the black pool of water and felt it was very dangerous. Shen Baobao tugged at Shiyu's clothes. Otherwise, we can just make do with the moon gem, time soil, and time's secret realm, and forget about the immortal pond. If something unexpected happens, who will make supplements in the future? Okay, Shiyu agreed very quickly. Anyway, what he cares about most is the power of time, and the power of death doesn't matter. Just like giving Chong Chong the opportunity to fill in the volunteer application, Shiyu also gave Shen Baobao enough choices. Moreover, there are too many mutant powers, and Shiyu is also worried that Shen Baobao can't bear it. This time I just came to take a look. Seeing that Shiyu agreed so quickly, Shen Baobao's face became bitter again. Looking at the immortal pond, there was another feeling that it was a pity to miss it. It made Shen feel entangled. However, after thinking for a few seconds, Shen Bao decided to give it a try. It looked at Shiyu's shoulder and watched the excitement of 11 and Chong Chong. It really didn't have the confidence to become stronger than them by relying on the moon gem, the soil of time, and the secret realm of time. When Shen Bao thought of the owl's prediction that he was chased and bitten by a bunch of totems, he shuddered. Instead of being powerless at that time, it is better to fight now. It has a superb mutant, there is no reason to be afraid. Can this immortal pond be stronger than the fruit of life? It can eat level 8 resources to mutate successfully when it was awakened. Now that it has a superb mutant, it is no problem to take a bath in the immortal pond. After comforting himself and giving himself courage, Shen Bao made up his mind to give it a try. Don't be afraid, it's just the immortal pond, the gem cat said indifferently. It has dozens of skills. Although it has only trained a few convenient ones, it is still easy to ensure that Shiyu and others are not eroded by the immortal pond with its overlord-level protection power. Shen Bao, really? Really, the gem cat is confident. But, although it is confident that it can protect Shiyu and others plan to rely on the immortal pond to let Shen Bao mutate and evolve. Is it reliable? The gem cat showed a thoughtful expression. In the past 100 years, there has only been one successful case of the ancient tree of life and death. Why do I feel that you are not very reliable? It said suspiciously. Don't worry, Shiyu smiled and said, "Don't forget that Shen Baobao is a super genius who successfully mutated by swallowing level 8 resources at the awakening level. Its mutant level is naturally superb, and no mutant environment can stump it." Gemcat, stare. After a while, the Gemcat directly opened a door on the seal of the immortal pond. Under the leadership of the Gemcat, Shiyu and others easily came to the edge of the pond. Before coming in, the Gemcat added a layer of protection to all Shiyu and Shen Baobao. This will ensure that Shiyu and his companions will not be eroded by the death power of the immortal pond. At this time, as they approached the immortal pond, Shiyu took a deep breath. He felt that the superb mutant should still be trustworthy. After all, it is a high-level skill, and after all, he has mastered it. Comparing it with the virtual and real phantom of Chong Chong, the virtual and real phantom can even use the power of the 7th level resources for its own use, so it should be no problem for Shen Baobao's mutant to successfully absorb the death power. Shiyu said, "You can reduce the protective power of Shen Baobao a little, okay?" The Gemcat nodded, and at the same time, Shen Baobao nervously approached the lower pond. As the Gemcat reduced its protective power, Shen Baobao suddenly felt a wave of death power invading its body, which scared it and made it take a step back. Meow. Seeing Shen Baobao retreat, the Gemcat quickly applied its protective power to it. "Although your life force is very strong, your growth level is a bit low," the Gemcat said. "Come, I will help you purify the power of death. It is not impossible to replicate the miracle of the ancient tree of life, but the growth level of Shen Baobao seems to be too low, and the life force is not enough to counter the power of death here. This is the difficulty." "No, Yi." Just as the Gemcat finished speaking, Shiyu and Shen Baobao's expressions suddenly became serious. "Teacher Ying, please cancel the protection power." "Yi, cancel." At this time, Shen Baobao was surprised to perceive the situation in his body. After the power of death eroded into its body seemed to activate immune measures and directly stored the power of death in a place that could not affect its body. Skill, mutant, introduction, wood-type skill, can collect the power of mutation through external stimulation. Whether it can perfectly absorb and digest the power of mutation to complete the race mutation depends on the skill level and its own growth level. Skill proficiency, superb. Just a moment ago, Shiyu and Shen Baobao judged that the superb level mutant can perfectly restrain the power of death here. In other words, it is not impossible to be more stable and use the power of death as a mutant power. Yi, a mere power of death? Teacher Ying, you underestimate me. Shen Baobao suddenly became bold. Let the Gemcat continue to withdraw the protective power. Yi, death contains new life, despair reveals dawn again, the power of death, I will conquer it, Shen Baobao shouted. 11. Chong Chong. It's over, it's sick again. Gemcat? What? The Gemcat was dumbfounded and didn't understand what happened. However, seeing Shiyu and Shen Baobao suddenly so determined, it was stunned and withdrew a little more protective power. Shen Baobao continued to take a small step forward without fear, sat on the edge of the pond, and put his little feet deep into the immortal pond with a nervous expression. The next moment, infinite death power poured into Shen Baobao's body. Yi, nothing more than that. Shen Baobao swelled up and looked at the immortal pond as if he was looking at foot-bathing water. It felt that its body could still bear it, and could still bear it. After a while, the ginseng baby had a strange feeling. Although it had not yet felt that it had reached its limit, the death power accumulated in its body had already given it a feeling that it could now use these death powers to stimulate its body to mutate. Although the direction of the mutation was uncertain, it was indeed able to mutate. The ginseng baby had a serious expression and rejected the temptation. It wanted to do it in one step and combine multiple mutation powers to mutate together. The immortal pond alone was not enough to make it stronger. Yi, dang dang dang. Mutation fruit. After a moment, in order to leave enough space for the mutant and to squeeze out as much energy as possible from the immortal pond, the ginseng baby had an idea. Yi, while enduring the power of the immortal pond, the ginseng baby expelled the absorbed mutation power from its body and condensed it in the outside world, forming a mutation fruit containing the death power. Skills that are close to the town nutrients plus superb mutants equals mutation evolution fruit. It plans to wait until the final evolution to eat it. Meow meow meow. Seeing Shen Baobao soaking his feet in the immortal pond, the Gemcat was already surprised enough. After all, Shen Baobao was only at the commander level. Now, As it saw Shen Bao directly condense the power of the immortal pond into death spirit fruit, its eyes widened. How did he do it? This is also possible? It looked at Shi Yu. Shi Yu was also slightly stunned. I said, it has a good talent for mutation, and it is not unscientific to condense the power of mutation into mutation fruit. Shi Yu scratched his cheek. Mutation evolution fruit. I feel that this thing should be quite precious. After all, no matter what creature eats it, it can make the other party like a gambler, and undergo random mutation evolution. Of course, if the other party cannot adapt to the power of mutation, there is a risk of failure and death, but no matter what, it is also a rare evolution resource. Shen Bao's ability to make money has been upgraded with a superb level mutant. Keep it like this and make more mutation fruits. If you can't use it all yourself, it's not bad to sell it, Shi Yu suggested. Shen Bao's expression was serious and understood. Are you guys behaving like this? The gem cat glared. Shi Yu and Shen Bao shuddered. They almost forgot that this was the gem cat's territory. Meow, the gem cat licked its paws. Just remember to give me half. It has eaten a lot of delicious spiritual fruits that contain the power of life, but it has never tasted spiritual fruits that contain the power of death. It still believes in Shen Bao's cooking skills. It doesn't dare to drink the immortal pond, but it wants to try the spiritual fruit. Shen Bao slapped his face. It's not that I don't want to give it. Are you sure you won't die immediately after eating it? No matter how you think about it, the death spiritual fruit is like poison. It is also a mutant that dares to absorb it. It doesn't matter, the gem cat yawned and said, I have poisonous moves and death moves, don't worry, immune to all poisons, meow. As a mutant pet, the gem cat felt that Shi Yu and others underestimated it. Shi Yu and Shen Bao were speechless. You weird cat. No question, Shi Yu was about to say that it was okay, but suddenly, the gem cat's hair exploded all over. Its expression suddenly changed, and it quickly looked around, sensing countless huge auras approaching here. What's wrong? Shi Yu hadn't noticed it yet, and seeing the change in the gem cat, he suddenly asked with a serious expression. Impossible. At this time, the gem cat was slightly silent. It didn't understand. The immortal pond has just been opened. It is impossible to attract the attention of so many undead so quickly. Now, there are a large number of undead. 1, 2, 3, 4. There may be no less than 10 king-level undead. They are approaching here quickly. The gem cat looked at Shi Yu. Damn, more than a dozen undead kings? Shi Yu showed a surprised expression. Doesn't that mean he is proficient in spiritual solution? 11. Chong, Shen Bao, and Shi Tong were all shocked. Still thinking about spiritual solution? Oh my god, run. There are so many people, and the gem cat may not be able to beat them. Thanks to the leader of the big boss of a bowl of wine at 2 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 232, The Undead Kings Gather. Hearing that there were more than a dozen kings, 11, Chong, and Shen Bao immediately thought of running away. Shi Yu, on the other hand, was thinking about mastering the spirit solution. As for the gem cat, he was thinking about what was going on. Could it be the death spirit fruit? The gem cat looked at the death spirit fruit that Shen Bao had condensed the power of the immortal pond into through mutants and nutrients. This death spirit fruit should be considered a pseudo-level 7 resource. It is not a kind of level 7 resource that is good, but a level 7 vicious plant. Through Shen Bao's combination, the immortal pond has become a mutant evolution fruit containing the power of life and death, which is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps, this is the main factor that attracts these undead kings? Is it really that tempting? Because it is not a dead spirit, the gem cat really can't put himself in the shoes of the dead. Seeing the gem cat looking at him, although Shen Bao was very afraid of the undead king, he didn't dare to stop his hands. Make as many mutant fruits as possible, don't waste them. What should I do? Shi Yu looked at the gem cat. It's not a big problem. Gem cat raised his head and said, it's okay if you're not an overlord. I'll kill every king who comes. Gem cat showed a ferocious expression. It's just small money, with so many high-level soul crystals, maybe they can be sold for 100 million, Shi Yu said, you are worthy of it. No way. Gem cat licked his paw and said, the super-level skills of the superb level are too difficult. Training is so tiring and hard. I just want to break through by slacking off, so I have to save money to buy legendary resources. Don't forget your sister when you become rich in the future. Now it doesn't matter if Gemcat takes Shiyu to kill small monsters, but if it wants it to improve itself in life and death, it will refuse 10,000 times. Shiyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Cat, how can you be so lazy? One way to upgrade from the overlord level to the totem level is to reach the super level racial skills of the superb level. In addition, there is another way, which is to use the enhanced level 9 legendary resources that match the racial attributes to strengthen oneself. The former can break through to the totem level 100%, while relying on resources, there is less than a 10th chance of breaking through to the totem level. Gemcat chooses to pay for a breakthrough. However, this road is also a long way to go. You guys continue, I'll repair the space seal first. After saying that, its gem eye lit up. The huge hole on the space seal was sealed again. Ugh, Chong said that I am familiar with this trick. Isn't this just a cocoon and a ginseng caught in a jar? Shen Bao's face fell, and the speed of condensing mutant fruit slowed down. Bing, 11 glared at Chong. If you don't know idioms, you don't have to use them. This is obviously impregnable and unbreakable. Shen Bao's expression improved, and his efficiency returned to normal. 11 is still knowledgeable. Boom. As the Gemcat repaired the seal, after a while, Shiyu could also feel the terrifying breath coming from all directions. Rumble. The entire undead battlefield seemed to be lingering with dark clouds, and the ground also shook. Here it comes, the Gemcat narrowed his eyes. Come on. It wants soul crystals to sell for money. And Shiyu and the others want soul breath evolution. This wave is a reasonable distribution. As soon as the Gemcat finished speaking, the first dead king who arrived near the immortal pond appeared. It was flying in the air, with a huge body like a western dragon, made of bones, and filled with green light inside. It was a bone dragon king of a quasi-dominant race. At the same time, a human-shaped skeleton wrapped in black rags and holding a bone staff slowly stepped on the air and looked inside the space seal. This time it was the Black Spirit Master of the high-level king race. On the ground, there was also a Death Knight riding a skeleton warhorse and holding a bone sword. The ground was also torn apart. The huge dark death centipede king dragged its body that was dozens of meters long like a towering building and stared at Shiyu. The Bone Dragon King, the Black Spirit Master, the Death Knight, the Dark Death Centipede King, the Soul-Eating Spider Queen, the Ice Spirit Princess, the Thousand-Eye Tree, the Phoenix Fire, the Undead Demon Cat, the Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox. All of them are the notorious dead in the battlefield of the dead. Because of the threat of the battlefield of the dead, the association will regularly clean up the dead. However, even after the cleanup, there are still many dead kings. These dead kings are all the best in their class, and they are extremely cunning and difficult to deal with. If they want to hide, some can even hide in different spaces. Even legendary beastmasters find it difficult to find their traces. At this moment, with the appearance of the most terrifying group of dead kings in the dead battlefield, the Gemcat's eyes lit up directly. I had a hard time looking for you before, this time you actually delivered yourself to my door, damn it. It suddenly remembered something. The Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association has been wanted for these dead kings. After killing them, you can get another bounty. At this time, with the appearance of more than a dozen dead kings, there are also a large number of commander-level dead army following closely behind. Seeing this scene, Shen Bao made mutant fruits while his legs were weak. Shiyu's breathing also condensed. All of them are king races and king level. Generally speaking, the king races and king level cultivated by the master level elite students of the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital University are still in the development stage, and their energy values do not exceed 1.5 million. However, these are basically close to 2 million, and there are even a few that exceed this number, reaching the normal energy standard of the dominant race and king level. The skill proficiency is estimated to be very high. After all, they have lived for an unknown period of time, which is not comparable to the kings cultivated by students. Nothing more. Now the sky has turned dark, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Although under the protection of the space seal, Shiyu still can't help but guard behind the Gemcat. Wait, something is wrong. It seems that there are dead kings everywhere. Shiyu's face darkened. At this moment, he suddenly found that the state of the Gemcat was a little wrong. Shiyu, it seems to be wrong. At this time, the Gemcat's pupils were full of solemnity. Just now, it sensed a large number of king dead spirits coming, and it didn't feel anything, but now. After sensing the state of these dead kings at close range, it suddenly found a big problem. What's wrong? Didn't you realize that they didn't attack not because of the space seal, but because they were in a controlled state at this time? Cat's eyes were extremely solemn at this time, and he put away his contempt just now, and had a bad premonition. He couldn't be so unlucky. He could control these undead kings at the same time. His words directly scared Shiyu and the others. Controlled? If it was just that a new undead overlord was born in the battlefield of the undead and unified them, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it was, suddenly, Cat was facing a great enemy, and the deterrence was about to disperse, but the next moment, a scene that shocked Mao and Shiyu happened. Countless undead kings all made gestures of submission and aimed at Shiyu, who was in a state of possession. Cat, Shiyu, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Meow Meow Meow. Shiyu was shocked for 100 years. What's going on? Chapter 233 Phoenix Bloodline Awakening. The dead kings surrendered. At this time, Shiyu and the others were completely speechless. The Cat also froze in place. He stared blankly at the many dead kings who made gestures of surrender, and Shiyu who was equally shocked. What the hell? The Cat had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that after the dead kings arrived collectively, they would make gestures of surrender to Shiyu. You, the Cat waved its claws and stared at Shiyu, thinking about it. Could it be? After Shiyu was silent, he said, I'm showing my cards. The Cat shuddered. I'm showing my cards, and I don't know what's going on. Cat, at this time, being surrendered by a bunch of dead souls, Shiyu felt guilty. A bunch of criminals came over and called you the boss, and anyone would be confused. Meow, the Cat's eyes flickered. The Cat, who originally wanted to take action, didn't know what to do at this time. So what was the situation? Only Shen Bao Bao was unmoved and continued to draw the energy of the immortal pond. It's almost there. At this time, among the many undead kings, a group of 3 color flames shaped like a phoenix suddenly changed. Name, Phoenix Fire. Attributes, Undead, Fire, Racial Level, High King. Introduction, a spirit body transformed by the flames of a phoenix. Under its transformation, it gradually turned into a beautiful woman in a black dress with noble temperament. It frowned and talked to itself, then looked at Shiyu and others. I'm not used to this body, but it can barely be used to speak. After the breath of the phoenix fire changed, a dark breath filled the air, as if some other creature had taken control of the body. After it appeared, the other undead kings crawled deeper and looked more fearful. Sensing the changes in the phoenix fire, the Cat's face suddenly changed. Because this breath was too similar to the breath of the undead phoenix sealed under the battlefield of the undead. Undead Phoenix, the Cat spoke in astonishment, sweating profusely. Although it sensed that the opponent was still at the king level, it was extremely tense at this moment. It was already alert and ready to take Shiyu away from here at any time. Huh? The human-shaped woman transformed by Phoenix Fire unexpectedly looked at the Cat and said, Did you recognize it? Woo. After the undead Phoenix finished speaking, Shiyu, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and others were stunned, tears flashing in their eyes. Damn, Cat, you are a bad mouth. Who said at the beginning that as long as the undead Phoenix did not break the seal, the undead battlefield would be very safe? As a result, the seal was really broken. What should I do? The king can be beaten at will, and the overlord is not afraid, but when the totem comes, what should I do? The Cat's face was also a little bad. It felt that Shiyu, this kid, was a disaster star, which really gave the cat a headache. This guy, obviously came for Shiyu. Being stared at by the human figure transformed by the undead phoenix, Shiyu and others did not dare to act rashly, even if the other party's human figure was very beautiful. Long time no see. The undead phoenix ignored the jewel cat and looked at Shiyu seriously. My daughter, Shiyu? Everyone. Meow, After the undead phoenix finished speaking, it was as if he had thrown a nuclear bomb at the scene. Instantly, the solemn atmosphere was blown up. Every life at the scene was stunned. Jewel Cat, 11, Chong Chong, and even Shen Bao Bao looked at Shiyu in shock. Shishi. What's going on? Daughter? Shiyu was also a little confused, but he quickly reacted. The other party was not talking about him at all. Qitong, Shiyu asked blankly. Chi, the next moment, little Qitong broke away from Shiyu and flew out as a bird spirit. Shiyu also quickly restored his black-haired and black-eyed posture. Sure enough, the undead phoenix and a bunch of undead kings looked at Qitong. The daughter mentioned by the undead phoenix is Qitong. At this time, seeing Qitong, the undead phoenix smiled directly. Although the form is a little wrong, it seems to have been preserved, but now it seems that she seems to have completely forgotten her life experience, playing tricks. At this time, the gem cat narrowed its eyes, and its telekinesis had enveloped all the undead kings. It has also calmed down. Although the plot development is a bit weird, it has not forgotten the identity of these undead kings. They were all participants in the siege of the undead, and they are definitely evil spirits. As the source of the battlefield of the undead in the ancient capital, how could the undead phoenix be the mother of little Qitong? This is ridiculous. All kinds of records show that the undead phoenix is a big boss level evil spirit that has caused the disaster of the undead many times. It can see that the undead phoenix is just temporarily taking over the body of Phoenix Fire. The power is still at the king level, and the main body is probably still sealed and not worth mentioning. It can still crush it. Boom. The gem cat threatened, but the next moment, Shiyu hurriedly said, wait, because he suddenly remembered the prophecy of a certain owl. He asked the owl about the bloodline of Qitong. The other party predicted that Qitong would split the seal of the undead phoenix. Damn. There is no real connection. There is something. Shiyu instantly conveyed what happened in the imperial capital to the gem cat through telepathy, which made the gem cat stunned immediately. Meow meow meow. The gem cat looked at Shiyu with wide eyes. This looks like a liar, but you told me it might be true? Can I believe what the owl said? Shiyu, has the bad reputation of the emotional prediction owl spread to the gem cat? At this time, things are extremely strange. Shiyu didn't know what to do for a while. Do you have any evidence? He could only look at the undead phoenix and ask. Facing the question, the humanoid beauty transformed by the undead phoenix with Phoenix Fire still smiled. Not only you, but even I am surprised. You need evidence, and I just happen to need to verify its bloodline power. The amount of information was too much, and for a moment, the gem cat, Shiyu and others were a little stunned. Before Shiyu and others could react, black flames burned in the eyes of the undead phoenix. The next moment, more than a dozen dead kings present, plus a group of commander-level dead, were all ignited by black flames and suddenly let out painful howls. Bone Dragon King, Black Spirit Master, Death Knight, Dark Death Centipede King, Soul-Devouring Spider Queen, Ice Spirit Princess, Thousand Eyes Tree, Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox. One after another, the dead kings lost their lives almost instantly. Woo! In a blink of an eye. These dead kings who were wreaking havoc in the dead battlefield were all killed by the black flames and turned into dust. Seeing this scene, Shiyu and others changed their faces and showed incredible expressions. What is it going to do? Summon a bunch of dead souls just to kill? Aren't they your men? Shiyu asked immediately. Undead Phoenix, they are just undead spirits born from the plague and curse on my body. They are not my subordinates, but a group of evil spirits. It is their blessing to be able to become nutrients. You are not qualified to call them evil spirits. Shiyu and others wanted to complain. The expressions of the gem cats were also full of incomprehension, but the next moment, they seemed to understand each other's intentions. Boom. After these undead spirits were killed, the soul auras in the sky emerged and filled the entire sky. Then, countless soul auras floated towards the interior of the space. They actually penetrated the space seal directly and entangled around Xiaoqidan. Xiaoqidan was stunned, feeling the tempting breath of the soul aura, and wanted to eat it very much, but was a little at a loss. Shiyu had taught it not to attack or eat without orders. At this time, the undead phoenix said, "Aren't you hunting dead spirits to help it liberate its own power? I'll help you. If you don't absorb it, it will be wasted. After the power is unlocked, its blood will awaken and become a phoenix spirit." This is the best evidence. At this time, Shiyu didn't know what to do, so he looked at the gem cat. The gem cat had a serious expression. There's nothing wrong with his soul breath. Shiyu nodded. Qitong, with the permission of the beast master, the little Qitong's eyes lit up, opened the soul solution, and absorbed the soul breath wrapped around him. Boom. The next moment, the light of the sun bloomed on the little Qitong's body, and the body seemed to turn into a vortex of flames, bursting out with huge gravity, absorbing the soul breath in the sky into the body. The flames annihilated the soul breath and turned it into nutrients for its own growth. In this process, the breath of the little Qitong gradually grew stronger. After a moment, A burst of fire burst out from its body, and its growth level directly broke through to the commander level. The red flame, the gray soul breath, and the white light of advancement intertwined. Soon, the soul breath produced by the death of many undead spirits was completely absorbed by the little red pupil. At this moment, its body has undergone a huge change again. In the center of the flame, an orange-red light slowly burned. Chi, with a loud cry, all the flames began to converge inwards. The flames swept up with a shocking phoenix power. The orange flames that soared into the sky had spread across the sky in the blink of an eye. At this time, not only did the huge flames soar into the sky, but there was also a loud phoenix cry. The dazzling flames cut through the dark clouds, as if turning into the sun, almost illuminating the entire immortal pond. After a while, as the evolutionary flames gradually faded, a huge figure appeared. A fiery red giant bird soared in the flames in the air, with its dazzling orange-red tail feathers dragging along. It had a perfect body shape, a crown-like crest on its head, dazzling feathers, glittering wings, colorful appearance, and pleasant voice. All of which showed its majesty as the king of birds. It was the new form released by Chi-Tong's spiritual solution after reaching the mastery level, which was the phoenix spirit in the mouth of the undead dark phoenix. Seeing this scene, the undead dark phoenix showed an expression of as expected. At this time, with the appearance of the phoenix spirit, the data in the illustrations in front of Shiyu began to change wildly. Energy value 140,089. Once the new form was released, plus the breakthrough to the commander level, the energy attribute of Xiao Qitong was comparable to that of the fantasy butterfly. The huge deterrence made the pets such as 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao stunned. Oh my god. They looked at the phoenix spirit in the sky and were extremely shocked. Is this Xiao Qitong? How could the energy fluctuations become so terrifying all of a sudden? Chong Chong cried all of a sudden. It felt that it seemed not far from the Shiyu conference. Is this an epic enhancement of Qitong? Wrong. It is an epic enhancement of Shiyu. At this time, what Shiyu cares about most is not the new form that Qitong's spirit solution has released after reaching the mastery level, but some new abilities it has brought in the process of breakthrough and liberation. Name, heroic spirit, Qitong, attributes, undead, fire, racial level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, commander level, skills, high level, light flame sword, proficient, possession, proficient, Zenpakutsu, proficient, deterrence, entry-level phoenix majesty, has a strong command and deterrence effect on birds and undead, super level, Yangayan, entry level, spirit solution, proficient, interlaced sword, entry level, after the breakthrough, Xiao Qitong awakened deterrence. And it is a deterrence exclusive to the phoenix clan that is not inferior to Long Wei, and can command hundreds of birds. In addition, the phoenix spirit has its own regeneration flame. As long as it does not die, all injuries suffered by itself and the object of possession can be healed through the regeneration flame. The healing effect depends on the level of spirit solution. If the bird's spirit form gave Akaji the racial ability to recover physical strength with the help of the power of the sun, then the phoenix spirit form gave it the special ability to recover from injuries with the help of the power of the sun. Chapter 234, Undead Phoenix Rampage. As expected of my bloodline, looking at the little Qitong quietly, the undead phoenix showed a gentle smile. At this time, seeing that Qitong really turned into a phoenix, the gem cat's mouth twitched wildly beside him. 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and other pets were also extremely shocked. So, is it really Qitong's mother? What kind of evidence is this? Shiyu's eyelids twitched. This only proved that Qitong had the bloodline of the phoenix. He knew it from the beginning. However, it was really good to successfully advance to the next level by getting the soul breath for free. After those undead kings surrendered, Shiyu almost thought that he couldn't chop them down. Now that he successfully absorbed it, he felt very comfortable. Then again, if the undead phoenix is really related to Qitong, then wouldn't it be impossible to chop the undead phoenix to advance in the future? Just when everyone's face was extremely silent, only the little Qitong was unmoved. From the gorgeous phoenix spirit form to the small bird spirit form, after eating too much, it quietly fell on Shiyu's shoulder. From the beginning, it didn't take it seriously. It didn't care so much, it only recognized Shiyu. It has only one relative, Shiyu. This is the special nature of the heroic spirit. Once it recognizes its master, it will never betray. At this time, Although he had believed the words of the undead phoenix a little bit because of the owl's prophecy, Shiyu suddenly calmed down as the red pupil fell on his shoulder. Because even if everything is true, so what? Even General Mu Huan seems to have never recognized his bloodline. On the contrary, he hates his bloodline very much. Shiyu slowly raised his head, and after getting the soul breath for free, he said hard, "This doesn't prove anything at all. Your power is completely different, its power is pure solar flame. Even if it is now in the form of a dead spirit, its power has not changed, and you have plague and curse, which is pure dark power. What is your purpose?" After Shiyu finished speaking, the little red pupil moved closer to Shiyu, causing the undead phoenix to frown and show a dissatisfied expression. But soon, it was relieved. "Since you still don't believe it, then I will reveal more information." A faint light flashed in the eyes of the undead phoenix. In ancient times, humans were divided into pure-blooded humans and mixed-blooded humans. Mixed-blood humans were a group of humans who had acquired the blood of other races. They had a common characteristic, that is, they had outstanding talents and potential, and they wanted to surpass pure-blooded humans, and their talents were a combination of the strengths of both races. Among them, the human-dragon hybrid is the typical representative. More than 2,000 years ago, the development of the Phoenix clan fell into a certain bottleneck. A voice emerged within the Phoenix clan, calling for the power of blood to be bestowed on some humans with suitable physiques, and for humans with Phoenix blood to break this bottleneck. However, because the growth of mixed-blood humans requires too many resources, and many members of the Phoenix clan pursue the purity of their blood, the clan split into two factions. One side supports the mixed-blood human plan, and the other side firmly opposes humans sharing the resources of the Phoenix clan. Among them, it was born at that time. I gave it the blood of the Phoenix and it is my real daughter. The immortal Dark Phoenix looked at Xiao Chideng and smiled slightly. When it looked at her, the power of Xiao Chideng's blood surged, and she actually produced some resonance. But unfortunately, before the hybrid plan started for long, the two factions had a conflict over resources, and the Phoenix tribe had an internal conflict. Many hybrids were eliminated by the pure blood faction. At that time, in order to ensure its safety, I hid it in the human world. When the Phoenix tribe's internal conflict ended, I went to look for it, but it had lost its trace and was suspected to be dead. Now it can be resurrected in the form of a dead spirit, which is really beyond my expectation and surprises me. Shiyu was silent on the spot. It seems, right? The original hybrid was General Mu Huan. As for why the bloodline disappeared, it was because a part of the bloodline power was separated by the grown-up Mu Huan and turned into the current little red pupil. Don't believe it easily. Seeing Shiyu's face change slightly, the gem cat next to him reminded Shiyu. This guy is not right, and you have to trust its intuition as a female cat. I know. Shiyu still has many questions. The undead phoenix is the top totem of the dead spirit and dark system, while Mu Huan and Little Red Tong are all owners of the phoenix bloodline with the power of the sun. The power system is not related at all. The undead phoenix said, as for the power system, because I fell once, our predecessor was the closest race to the god level in the Phoenix clan, the sun god Phoenix. After an accidental death, I was resurrected in the world as the undead phoenix. This is my second body. Just like it became a dead spirit, I also became a dead spirit. Accidental death? As far as I know, the undead phoenix is a personal experience of the civil strife of the Phoenix clan during the Empress dynasty. Because the power is too evil, it was sealed here by the Empress. Shiyu stared at the undead phoenix. Becoming a dead spirit still couldn't explain the problem of power attributes. The undead phoenix smiled. The Empress you are talking about, you mean my other daughter, its sister, Shiyu, the gem cat, and the pets? Akaji? The undead dark phoenix said. After the first civil strife of the Phoenix clan, the power of the mixed blood faction gained the upper hand. The mixed blood plan was launched again and achieved unprecedented success. Its sister grew up to become the Empress of the human race at that time. However, at this time, the few pure blood factions colluded with the alien race to start a civil strife again. I was poisoned and cursed to become what I am now. Under the curse, I couldn't control my own power. Because I would unconsciously release plague and curses and give birth to the undead, I took the initiative to ask the Empress you mentioned to seal me up, and prepare to be purified after she resolved the civil strife and totem. But unfortunately, I didn't wait until she successfully resolved the civil strife. The Phoenix clan was on the verge of extinction due to the civil strife and foreign enemies. The world was in chaos and she disappeared. After that, I fell asleep here in order to suppress the curse. This time, I woke up briefly because I sensed a similar blood power. I was able to communicate with you by possessing the undead through my consciousness. The gem cat opened its mouth wide. Although it reminded Shiyu not to believe easily, and the other party's words were outrageous, it didn't expect that the story could develop in an even more outrageous direction. The human queen has become the sister of this little sword spirit? Go to hell, the immortal phoenix who talks nonsense. Shiyu's expression was also very confused. Shiyu said, "So, what is your purpose? Just to see my own bloodline, plus, let you release me from the seal." Her seal can only be unsealed by the sun god fire, which is what you call the superb level Yangayan. At present, it is the only one with this bloodline qualification. The immortal phoenix looked at Qitong. When he heard about unsealing, Shiyu wanted to refuse on the spot. Even if what the immortal phoenix said was true, it is impossible to unseal it casually. The immortal phoenix himself said that he was plagued and cursed, and was the source of all the undead in the battlefield of the undead. His power would run wild at any time. In this case, who would dare to unseal it? However, when they heard the undead phoenix say that only a super-level skill at the divine level could unlock the seal, Shiyu and the others were stunned again. What did the other party mean? Did they want them to unlock the seal later? The little red pupil now didn't have such strength. The undead phoenix looked at Shiyu and Qitong. No matter what, it was born because of me. You are currently in a contractual relationship with it. I do not reject this kind of relationship. If you are willing to help it grow, that would be the best. When its Yangayan reaches a certain level, it can not only remove my seal, but also purify the curse and plague on me. I hope that you will return here after you grow up. Of course, it seems that it does not recognize me as a mother at present, but it does not matter. Whether you accept it or not, I will help you grow quickly. No matter what, she is also my daughter, my blood. I once opened up a secret realm, where a large amount of resources I collected are stored. In addition to legendary resources, there is also a god-level resource that can be used for your growth and easily help you break through to the totem level. Only those who possess the power of my blood can successfully open that secret realm. From now on, all the treasures there are yours. I will tell you the location of that secret realm. At this time, hearing the words of the undead phoenix, the eyes of the gem cat lit up immediately. God-level resources. Shiyu's eyes lit up. Mom, undead phoenix? Jewel cat? 11. Chong Chong, Shirbeo Bao? Red eyes? Shiyu said, Just kidding, keep going. Undead phoenix nodded, released flames, and wove a huge map in the sky. The style of this map looked like the style of the Emperor Shi period, but Shiyu was knowledgeable and recognized it. At this time, seeing the coordinates, Shiyu thought about it carefully and was stunned. This is no longer in Donghuang, and it doesn't seem to be a totem area. From the current geographical location, the secret realm opened up by the undead phoenix is located in the next door 7 islands, one of the 7 islands. Donghuang, Rongguang, Qidao, Shenfeng, Minghua, Tixiang, Zuiyin. Among the 7 countries, Qidao is the closest country to Donghuang. When you get close to there, because of the connection of blood power, you will naturally sense the entrance to the secret realm. The beautiful woman transformed by the undead dark phoenix smiled and said, "Not only that, I also know many secret realms of the Phoenix clan and the secret realms of the Empress dynasty. These are the resources we prepared for the path to God, but the method of opening them is not that simple. After you rescue me, I will take you to find them." From the current situation, there are not many members of the Phoenix clan left. The hope of reviving the Phoenix clan can only rely on us. Shiyu and the gem cat nodded frantically. Okay, Mom. The undead dark phoenix was tired. It seemed useless to play the family card. It was still the interests that worked. I didn't know if I could fool the guys in front of me. But no matter whether I could fool them or not, it was a good thing that my consciousness had awakened this time. After everything was explained, the face of the human-shaped phantom transformed by the phoenix fire began to change slightly. That's all I have to say. Because of this awakening, my power may run wild for a while. A large amount of plague and curse power will leak out and affect the outside world. Many new undead will be born in the battlefield of the undead, and many undead will advance. You'd better leave here now, and be prepared to welcome the undead riot in advance. After saying that, it was surrounded by black mist, and a large amount of energy in its body expanded, as if it was about to explode. Seeing this scene, Shiyu and the gem cat were dumbfounded on the spot. Fuck, is it so sudden? Run! At this time, The gem cat also sensed the huge energy surging in the earth veins, and couldn't help but change his face. Regardless of whether the baby Shin had absorbed the energy of the immortal pond, he directly used his telekinesis to cover all of Shiyu and his team, and used teleportation to quickly leave here. Boom. Shiyu and his team had just teleported away, and the phoenix fire exploded directly, and a large amount of plague, virus, and curse emerged from its body. The ground here also cracked directly, emitting a thick black light, and continued to spread outward. Feeling the plague and curse power coming from behind, the gem cat kept speeding up, with a confused look on his face. Damn, what's going on today? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the battlefield of the dead with Shiyu. Slow down, because the gem cat ran away too fast. Shiyu couldn't bear it all of a sudden and felt a little carsick. Can you not run faster? It's a totem level curse power. Also, do you believe what it said? Believe a ghost, Shiyu said directly. The undead phoenix is the mother of Qitong and the empress? No matter how I think about it, it's wrong. This phoenix doesn't look like a good person, and it doesn't look as kind as the ice dragon sister. Anyway, it's all because of the prophecy of the foreknowledge owl that disrupted his judgment. Then do you want to go to the secret realm it mentioned? The gem cat asked the most critical question. Shiyu, gem cat, damn, what's going on? At the same time, Master Sukai of the Beast Taming Corps guarding the edge of the ancient capital was talking to Principal Feng. Principal Feng, how could this kid be so disobedient? And the same with Gemcat, actually taking him to such a dangerous place. Sukai laughed and said, you really don't know, but the problem shouldn't be big. The undead battlefield is just like a back garden to Master Gemcat, and they shouldn't have any problems. Principal Feng, I know that. The two chatted, and suddenly, several figures appeared in Master Sukai's office. Master Sukai, holding the phone, stared blankly at the group of dusty guys. Shiyu? Why are you back? Shiyu said. Instructor Su, stop talking for now. There is a big problem. The undead phoenix has awakened, and its power has leaked. A new round of undead sieges will appear in the undead battlefield, so get ready. Sukai, Principal Feng? The two were furious. UTM, Shiyu. Chapter 235 What is Sin? At the edge of the battlefield of the dead. Inside the beast taming collar. Master Sukai was a little slow to react to the sudden appearance of Shiyu and the others. Ha, ha, ha. His eyes swept over Shiyu, the gemcat, and 11. Shiyu, what are you talking about? Uncle Su can't help but scare people. We and Dongherong don't celebrate April Fool's Day. The gemcat was impatient and said, who scared you? It's true. Damn. No, the undead phoenix has awakened, although the seal has not been broken. The power runaway should be true. There may be a large number of dead riots and even sieges. I don't know if a new dead overlord will be born. Anyway, you should get ready quickly. In addition, call the legends over. I will also guard here. Sukai's expression gradually solidified. Hearing what the gemcat said, he immediately understood that Shiyu was not lying. WTF, WTF, WTF. So what is this meowing about? What on earth did you go to the battlefield of the dead? What a sin. Who let you in? Stand at attention for 10 days and 10 nights. Shiyu, answer the phone. At this time, a shout came from the landline that Master Sukai put on the table. When Shiyu heard it, it was Principal Feng. How come his temper has become worse after not seeing him for a few days? Come back to school. Shiyu walked over and picked up the phone, and Principal Feng's roar came from the other side. Principal Feng's tone was urgent, and Shiyu closed his eyes when he yelled, and the gemcat next to him felt a little guilty. Principal Feng is right, you should go back to school quickly now, just leave this to us, and report the details to Principal Feng. At this time, Master Sukai didn't care about anything and ran directly to sound the highest alarm. Kudo University. Shiyu was caught by Principal Feng on the way. After catching Shiyu and taking him to Shiyu's own dormitory, Principal Feng was beaming with joy. Tell me, what's going on? Shiyu sat obediently on the sofa. 11 and Shen Bao sat next to him, and the little red pupil in the form of insects and bird spirits fell on the back of the sofa. Shiyu made a bitter face. It's really not my fault. Teacher Ying and I just went to the battlefield of the dead to help Qitong brush up the spiritual level, and then went to the immortal pond to check in. Principal Feng looked at Qitong and nodded after finding that Qitong was already in the form of a bird spirit and had broken through to the commander level. Apart from that, Shiyu really had no other reason to go to the battlefield of the dead. So what's going on with the immortal phoenix? Did it wake up suddenly, or was it because of you? Principal Feng asked the most critical question with a serious expression. If it was an accident, then Shi Yu and his team who discovered this matter would be considered meritorious. If Shi Yu and his team did something weird and awakened the immortal phoenix, then they should write a self-criticism. The seal location of the immortal phoenix is one of the 8 forbidden areas of Donghuang. Even members of the 11th Bureau cannot approach it casually. It was all an accident. Shi Yu's expression became excited and said, "It's just a big discovery, a big archaeological discovery. We successfully communicated with the immortal phoenix." Boom. Principal Feng was so scared that he stood up directly, staring with big eyes. Huh? Its consciousness possessed a phoenix fire. And it didn't break the seal itself. It said that it awakened because it felt the phoenix bloodline awakened after Qi Tong's spirit was released. Principal Feng. So, it's really your fault? No, it said it was the mother of Qi Tong and the Empress, and the bloodlines of General Mu Huayan and the Empress all came from it. In addition, it said that it was voluntarily sealed in the undead battlefield because of some accidents, and it is a good phoenix. Let us gather enough strength to rescue and purify it, break the seal and save its mother. It also told us a secret place that collects legendary and god-level resources. After that, it went berserk. Can you understand, Principal Feng? Go to Temiao. Wait, he's a little confused. If this is true, it will be a landmark archaeological discovery. If it's fake. Anyway, we are also victims this time. Shi Yu analyzed. We can't take the blame for this. 11 nodded. Qi Tong was also innocent. She had a new mother for no reason, but she didn't feel anything. What's the connection? Principal Feng, what's the connection? You start from the beginning, from the moment you enter the battlefield of the dead. Tell me every detail carefully, without missing a word. The old principal's wrinkles trembled, and his heart was not calm. Okay, then, Shi Yu told the details again. Principal Feng knew about Mu Huayan's heroic spirit and her identity before, so Shi Yu didn't need to explain it. So Shi Yu only told his experience with the gem cat in detail again, and Principal Feng quickly understood it. Although he understood what Shi Yu said, Shi Yu and his friend's experience still made him feel a little stomach ache and headache. Damn it! The Empress is Mu Huayan's sister, and their mother is the immortal underworld phoenix? This was something Principal Feng dared not think about when he was young and exploring the mystery of the Phoenix clan. You are a very knowledgeable and experienced person. Look. Is this true or false? Principal Feng's expression was dull. Who can tell? The internal strife of the Phoenix clan during the reign of the Empress is another historical fault line, and one of the 10 unsolved mysteries of Donghuang. Now that it is said by the undead Phoenix, it is completely one-sided. Whether it is true or false, there is no evidence to confirm it. True or false, it should be true mixed with false, and false mixed with truth. Even if it is all true, we cannot determine whether it is true or false. We can only listen to it as a lie and maintain a certain level of vigilance. Shi Yu, after listening to your words, I suddenly understand. Stop talking nonsense. Principal Feng had a headache, but his heart was moved. Whether it is true or false, the undead phoenix has awakened, and this unsolved mystery has a certain breakthrough. Principal Feng is also a member of the 11th Bureau. Hearing such explosive news at this time, involving the Empress's mother, he was also very uneasy. Leave the undead battlefield to Ying, the ancient capital legends, and the 11th Bureau. Next, you stay in school and prepare for the exam. Don't go anywhere. Do you hear me? As for the undead phoenix, it has little to do with you now. Whether it's the secret realm it mentioned or breaking the seal to save your mother, don't have unrealistic ideas. Principal Feng is still very optimistic about Shi Yu. Shi Yu is an orphan. So he directly treats Shi Yu as his junior and still doesn't want Shi Yu to mess around. Understand, I will never mess around before I have enough strength, Principal Feng? So you are still thinking about it. After getting the information from Shi Yu, Principal Feng also quickly rushed to the undead battlefield. The big guys of the beast taming corps over there also got some information from the gem cat. As Principal Feng left, only Shi Yu, 11, Chong, Shen Bao, Qi Tong and others were left in the room. At this time, the guys stared at each other in confusion. What is this? There shouldn't be any problem over there. Shi Yu looked towards the direction of the undead battlefield. The undead battlefield doesn't even have an overlord. Even if a new undead overlord is born because of this change, it won't cause any trouble. As long as there is a legend, everything can be calmed down. Ancient city is at least a first-level city. There are several legends sitting inside, and there are countless forbidden weapons that can attack totems. Unless the undead phoenix comes out, there will be no threat to the city. The real threat to Donghuang is the creatures from abroad. The reason why Donghuang has not completely eliminated these fierce beasts and evil spirits in the country is purely to protect the ecology. Their existence has always been within a controllable range. Thinking of this, Shiyu no longer cares about the undead battlefield. As a high-level beast master, it is useless to care. After all, he may not be able to beat a king-level undead. By the way, how much power have you absorbed from the undead pond? Shiyu asked Xiang Shenbao, caring about his own problems. I ran in a hurry just now and didn't pay attention at all. Now, I guess the undead pond is gone. Yi, Shenbao stretched out his finger, a green light flashed, and the wooden stick condensed into 9. Fortunately, when the immortal phoenix was telling a story, it did not stop condensing mutant fruits in its hands. It speculated that 90% of the power of the immortal pond had been absorbed by it, which was not a loss. At this time, Chong also opened up space and threw out a death spirit fruit condensed by Shenbao. One by one, the black fruits were spread flat on the table, about 13 in total. 13? So many. Shiyu was slightly startled when he saw so many mutant fruits, and his expression was happy. This wave of Shenbao is not far from evolution. Soil of Time plus Death Spirit Fruit plus Secret Realm of Time plus Moon Gem. Oh, invincible. Hey, wait. Since the full-level mutant can condense the mutant power out of the body, then when we go to the Secret Realm of Time at the Imperial Capital University, is it possible to condense the Time Fruit? This is much more valuable than the Death Fruit. Shiyu had a bold idea. Yi, at this time, Shenbao's expression was also particularly proud. After this evolution, it will be the real Emperor of Heaven. Although the process is a bit tortuous, it has learned the power of death. Even if it is. Soon, Shenbao saw the little red pupil, and his face turned bitter. Evolution is evolution, after all, he is a wood element. There is a sword spirit with the bloodline of the Sun Phoenix here, and it is also a high-level overlord race. In the case that none of the skill proficiency exceeds the mastery level, the energy value is almost close to a bunch of bugs with full-level skills. When Shiyu starts to cultivate the red pupil, Shenbao feels that even if he evolves, he will not be able to get the Emperor position in the team. The bug's skills are so abnormal, and it is unknown whether he can beat them at that time. Shenbao looked at 11, looking at him eagerly. It seems that after evolution, the only one who may surpass is the leader? At least the leader's skills are all traceable. 11? 11 pointed at himself. Shenbao shook his head repeatedly. 11 was angry. Damn it, it's not like it can't evolve. Beside him, Chong narrowed his eyes in exhaustion. It was too much, and almost rolled the leader to the bottom. Meow, little Chitong flew away peacefully, took out a glass of ice water, and drank it with a straw. Shiyu was still sitting on the sofa, sighing, and hadn't recovered from the battlefield of the undead. Immortal Phoenix, forget it, I'd better listen to Principal Feng and stop thinking about it. He will never go to this battlefield of the undead again. In the future, Xiao Qitong's spiritual solution will be improved by adding some points. As for the secret realm where the other party said to preserve resources, Shiyu was also powerless. That secret realm was in the 7th island. Before he had legendary strength, even if he was led by the Gem Cat boss, it would be difficult for him to cross the border. Even if he had the opportunity to enter, this secret realm might not be a good place. If the immortal Phoenix lied, this place might be a trap. Let's just pretend that this mother didn't exist for now, and wait for the bosses of the 11th Bureau to investigate carefully before we talk about it, Shiyu said to Xiao Qitong. This time, the undead Phoenix revealed so much information. Regardless of whether it was true or false, other archaeological masters in the 11th Bureau would probably gain something. I should just wait for the result. Meow, Qitong, who had melted a piece of ice, was very speechless. It hadn't called Mom yet, but Shiyu called Mom. Mom, can you be a little firmer? Then, Shiyu quietly reviewed and prepared for the final exam. About the fact that I recognized a top totem as my mother, caused the undead to attack the city, but I still have to prepare for the final exam was no longer worth Shiyu's deep study. What a sin, Shiyu sighed while paying attention to the news of the undead battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a week later. Fortunately, There were indeed no major problems. All signs of the undead attack seemed to be directly strangled by the masters of the ancient capital. No new undead overlords were born this time, only a dozen irrational undead kings were born, but they were all killed by Yin Chuanqi. However, a large number of plagues and curses continue to cover the core area of the undead battlefield. It is not ruled out that new high-level undead will appear in the short term, so the undead battlefield needs to continue to pay attention. Not long after, Principal Feng brought back the news, but the question he was most concerned about was, how did you do in the exam? He was concerned about Shi Yu's study. Shi Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, the useful subjects must have full marks. Principal Feng? What do you mean by useless? That's it. Some history of architecture, clothing, food, etc., as well as ideological courses, various laws related to archaeology. Shi Yu also has limited energy and it is impossible to learn every subject. In the final analysis, strength is the most important thing. These can be discussed when there is time. Principal Feng's face darkened, and he said, I called Qingyi back. You are not allowed to run around during this holiday. You should study with Qingyi obediently. The 11th Bureau will help you deal with the matter of the undead phoenix. Don't do anything weird next time. Now I don't want you to go to Longgong City. If you cause trouble there, it will be more troublesome than releasing the undead phoenix. Then, Shi Yu was about to say something about a martial arts competition, but seeing Principal Feng's expression, he stopped talking immediately. Well, let the beast-ear girl worry about it. However, the results of this exam are probably going to be a headache for Principal Feng. Although it is better to say that he is preparing for the exam than preparing for the martial arts competition, Shi Yu put more energy on Xiao Chiden. He started to add points to it. He ignored other skills and maxed out the possession, skill, possession. Skills are advancing to the Tao. After the skill is maxed out, Xiao Chiden does not change much, but after it possesses Shi Yu, the power that Shi Yu can exert is stronger. Until it reaches the perfect level, the strength of the possession state continues to increase. After reaching the superb level, the possession effect changes slightly, from strength to skill. At this time, after Shi Yu enters the possession state, the burden on his body is a little smaller. In addition, in the possession state, Shi Yu can even transform into a sword spirit, a bird spirit, and a phoenix spirit body, which is very magical. It doesn't seem like possession. It is more appropriate to describe it as reverse possession and fusion. In this state, the combat effectiveness of both parties is the same as that of ordinary possession, but at this time, Shi Yu's human breath will completely disappear. Shi Yu thought for a long time and only thought of this trick. It can be used to disguise himself as a dead spirit and mix into non-human areas. Other uses are yet to be explored. As for the possession of the skill level, the effect is still relatively powerful. Shi Yu feels that in this state, the little red pupil possessed by him can use its power to subtly enhance his physique. At the same time, in the possession state, Shi Yu will also temporarily obtain the blood of the phoenix. At present, after Shi Yu broke through, as he added points to Chong Chong, Shinbao Bao, and Shiden, his physique has reached the upper limit. If he wants to get a new upper limit, according to the previous situation, he probably has to break through to the master level. However, the full level possession has made Shi Yu, whose physique has reached the upper limit, slowly improve his physique again. This change surprised and delighted Shi Yu. He was happy that his physique was getting stronger and stronger, which was naturally a good thing. He was surprised that Shi Yu was really afraid that one day he would also obtain the blood of the phoenix and become a mixed blood human. If so, he might really call the undead Dark Phoenix Mom. Maybe he would even have to invite him to the 12th Bureau, specially set up for the mixed blood human race. Anyway, don't be too noisy next time. Principal Feng looked at Shi Yu tiredly. He thought that Lu Chengyi was quite noisy, but he didn't expect that Shi Yu would be even more noisy. Don't worry, Shi Yu said seriously, I swear, nothing unexpected will happen next. The martial arts competition and the remains of Emperor Wu don't look like places where something could go wrong. Even if something does, it must be a good thing. Chapter 236 Wuling City. In June, the ancient capital was already covered with heavy snow. Some students of the ancient capital university went home, some went out for training, and some chose to stay in school to study. In the morning, Shi Yu played Tai Chi Fan on the snow outside the dormitory, and then returned to the house to drink porridge. After traveling for so long, he has become accustomed to the weather in this world. It is completely unpredictable. The ancient capital is still good. In some places, There's even permanent scorching sun and permanent cold. It tastes good, holding the white rice porridge, Shiyu said with satisfaction. Yi, wearing a napkin and eating oil with a spoon, Shen Baobao is full of confidence. Let's not talk about how good Chong Chong's cooking skills are. The quality of the raw materials it provides must be first class and must be delicious. Now, whether it is Shiyu or Shai, Chong Chong, and Shi Tong in Shiyu's team, the food ingredients are all provided by Shen Baobao. Shiyu buys the corresponding food seeds, and Shen Baobao uses full nutrients, lushness, sweetness, and ripening to produce plants with a nutritional value and taste many times that of external food. Chong Chong felt that his cooking skills were more important. In order to allow Shiyu to eat hot meals when he went out for archaeological excavations, he spent a lot of effort to realize the entire fully automatic kitchen. Although it is an ancient non-mechanical operation, it is delicious because of this. Laboring Chong Chong is the most glorious. Little Chi Tong landed on the table and quietly ate the ice and fire fried rice made of ice rice and fire rice. There were also a few soul crystals as embellishments, which looked like meat and fried rice. This was specially tailored for its taste by Shiyu and Shen Baobao. Ying, I'm full. On the other side, 11 put down the rice bowl, shouted thank you for the hospitality, and was ready to run to charge. Eating was just for fun. If he really wanted to feel full, he had to go to the ancient capital university for free. In the past few months, the frequency and amount of charging of 11 even exceeded that of some teachers' king-level thunderpats. However, when 11 was about to go to the charging room, it ran into two uninvited guests at the door. Two voices were communicating outside the door, and from time to time, the sweet laughter of young women came out. 11 looked up and found that they were two rich women. Lu Qingyi, who was wearing a black t-shirt and brown shorts, a white research coat on the outside, and black stockings on her slender legs. And Bai Zai, who was wearing a white belly-exposing fighting jacket and black fighting shorts. The two had already walked to the door of Shiyu's dormitory while talking. Hey, it's 11. At this time, Bai Zai noticed the little iron beast about 0.3 meters away from the dormitory door, looking up at them. Long time no see. Lu Qingyi also smiled and greeted 11. 11 waved his arms up and down to welcome. Where's your Shiyu? Bai Zai asked. 11 pointed to the house and was taking care of his health. Follow me. After saying that, it shot out lightning from its fingertips, and an arc of electricity led to the door, which opened the door for the two of them, and prepared to lead the way. Inside the house, Shiyu was full of sleep. He really hadn't slept well these past few days. Little Red Eye was almost draining him dry. After all, the physical fitness was off the charts. Shiyu, who had never given Little Red Eye any points, this time completely put his focus on it. In addition to maxing out the possession, the other three high-level skills, Light Flame Sword, Zenpakutsu, and Intimidation, were also first upgraded to the standards of full proficiency and full perfection, in preparation for the upcoming martial arts competition. As for the second one to be taken care of, it was the baby ginseng. Its racial skills were okay, except for the super-level skill Source of Life, which had all been maxed out, but the professor skills of Hardening, Energy Fruit, Multiplication, and Absolute Sleep were at the perfect level and had not been maxed out. Shiyu planned to wait until all of them were maxed out before going to the secret realm of time in the Imperial Capital University to give the baby ginseng the final mutation and evolution. Of course, in addition to these skills, San Baobao also doesn't know the two common skills of deterrence and supervision in Shiyu's team. Among them, Shiyu thinks that the supervision skill should be given the highest priority and should be given priority to San Baobao. Because the supervision of the super level has a chance to allow the user to see the situation related to himself in the next 0.5 seconds. From the effect alone, it is very useless, so useless that it can't be more useless. If you can see the picture 1 second later, it won't be so useless. 0.5 seconds is just a way to get rid of people. I just saw it, and before I could react, time has passed, and there is still a chance. The degree of cheating is far beyond the owl's prediction of the future. Having said that, it is undeniable that the supervision of the super level has already involved the fur of the time field. Since San Baobao plans to go to the secret realm of time, it is also good to max out this move to lay a foundation. Regardless of what role it can play, it is not a big deal to add some intermediate skills anyway, and it will be done after it is maxed out. At this time, Shi Yu had finished breakfast and was about to lie on the sofa to meditate and practice, when suddenly 11 came in with Lu Qingyi and Baizai, causing Shi Yu to stand up suddenly. Su, senior sister, Shi Yu looked at the two people in surprise and said, "Why are you here? What do you think?" Lu Qingyi looked helpless. In her impression, it seemed like it was just yesterday that she took Shi Yu and little Chi Tong to the battlefield of the undead. Not long after, how come Shi Yu caused such a big commotion here in the blink of an eye? She was directly called over by the old man to strictly watch over Shi Yu and tutor him. However, Lu Qingyi was still willing, mainly because Chi Tong was the daughter of the undead phoenix. The news that the empress sister was too explosive, regardless of whether it was true or not, directly made Lu Qingyi unable to sit still, and she wanted to come and discuss with Shi Yu for 3 days and 3 nights. She even felt a little regretful in her heart. If she had followed the gem cat and Shi Yu to the battlefield of the undead, she would have successfully talked to the undead phoenix. She envied the gem cat so much. Baizai was shorter than Lu Qingyi. She stuck to Lu Qingyi, breathing in the fragrance of her senior sister, and secretly gave Shi Yu a thumbs up. "You are worthy of it." Baizai's family background is not simple either. Obviously, he also knows about the changes in the battlefield of the undead. Unexpected, Shi Yu smiled awkwardly and said, 11, make tea." Oh, 11 ran to make tea. "Where is Chi Tong?" Lu Qingyi asked. "Chi Tong," Shi Yu took a look and said, "just ran to the space to sleep. Shen Bao was taking care of the vegetable garden in the space on a daily basis." Chong, who had just finished washing the dishes, was helping Shen Bao to create the right time and place, and through the power of imagination, all kinds of good weather and fertile soil. As for Chi Tong, he still looks like a child. He sleeps after eating. It will probably take a while for him to wake up. Then go to sleep first, Lu Qingyi said. "Senior sister, how is the situation over there?" Shi Yu asked Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi is also a busy person. She has been running around the country to improve her and her pet strength, striving to enter the legend as soon as possible. When they separated last time, Shi Yu remembered that Lu Qingyi said that she was training with the evil suppressing lion. The harvest is not bad. The blood level of the wind demon lion is comparable to that of the overlord race. After a period of evolution, the potential should be fully stimulated. Lu Qingyi smiled slightly. The evil suppressing lion is one of the patron saints of the Donghuang land. It is a quasi-mythical race. It hates evil and lives in the area where the ancient demon cholera was rampant. Although Lu Qingyi's wind demon lion is the leader in race level, because it has inherited the evil suppressing power of the evil suppressing lion, its potential is not much worse than that of the overlord race. After listening to this, Shi Yu immediately sighed. He didn't know whether Principal Feng, as the totem patron saint of the first game member PY, was the evil suppressing lion. Regardless of whether it was or not, he would not join in the fun. He was afraid that the evil suppressing lion would suppress him. Shi Yu felt that he was not a good person. "Let's talk about business first," Lu Qingyi said. "This time it was Baizai who pulled me here." Baizai touched her head and acted like a little girl in front of Lu Qingyi. "This time I begged senior sister for a long time." Shi Yu reacted quickly. He was taught by Principal Feng not to run around, and to follow Lu Qingyi to study more during the holidays. And Baizai wanted to drag Shi Yu to participate in the martial arts competition, so he had to leave school to run around. Shi Yu thought about it and kicked the problem to the beast-eared senior sister. Now it seems that Baizai is going to start with Lu Qingyi. Senior sister Lu has agreed that we go to the martial arts competition, and she is watching us go together. Baizai clenched his fist in victory. Lu Qingyi was silent and said, "That's what I said." Shi Yu's expression was serious and said, "Don't worry, it's impossible to cause trouble this time." At this time, 11 put the brew tea on the table obediently, and looked at Shi Yu with big eyes. "Really? I don't believe it. The ruins of the Emperor Wu. It's not a dangerous place," Shi Yu said. "Yes, indeed, I've been there too," Lu Qingyi said. "There's a strong archaeological atmosphere there, and there really aren't any big problems. It's not as dangerous as the undead battlefield. Besides, Baizai also grew up in the Wu Emperor ruins since he was a child." Yes, Baizai nodded. "The location of the martial arts competition is just like my backyard. There won't be any danger." Baizai was very sure. "Shi Yu, the Wu Emperor ruins is your backyard? By the way, My parents learned that you were going to participate in the martial arts competition, and they also wanted to invite you to my house to play. When we get to Wuling City, we can stay at my house, Baizai suggested. Where's your family? Shiyu asked. My parents are businessmen, and they've heard of you, Baizai said. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Baizai's entire family has a talent for a fusion, and is also one of the organizers of the martial arts competition, guarding the Wu Emperor ruins. Next to him, Lu Qingyu added, have you heard of the Wuling Bai family? Shiyu was silent. He really hadn't understood it. The Bai family of Wuling is a family of martial arts with a long history. The entire family is mainly based on the fighting of beastmasters. The family is involved in many industries such as archaeology, commerce, medical care, education, and nutritional products. It is a very large beast family, Lu Qingyi introduced with a smile. Uncle and aunt run a company that specializes in selling beastmaster bodybuilding equipment and nutritional products. The bodybuilding facilities of Guda University are all provided by Uncle and Aunt's company. In addition, Baizai's second grandfather is a retired legendary beastmaster predecessor, so Baizai is considered the little princess of the Bai family. Compared with senior sister, it's far worse. Baizai pounced on Lu Qingyu like a hungry tiger, wanting to hug, but was pushed away directly by one hand. Shiyu. You really don't treat me as an outsider. However, this is the first time Shiyu has learned about Baizai's family situation. Sure enough, she is another rich woman. This kind of family involved in many fields is very rich at first glance. So when are we going to set off? Shiyu asked. Lu Qingyi, Baizai, and Shiyu looked at each other. There is no time to lose, Baizai suggested. Let's set off today. Principal Feng doesn't seem to be here today. Wuling City. A second-tier city. This is a very developed second-tier city, a top second-tier city, and its development is much better than that of Bingin City. Wuling City is full of martial arts. Compared with beastmasters in other places, local beastmasters pay more attention to training their own physique. Even if they don't have the talent of fighting beasts, they still have to train their physique. The reason is also very simple, and it is related to history. According to historical records, Emperor Wu was from Wuling City and rose from here. Therefore, in the subsequent dynasties, this area has always advocated the spirit of martial arts. Wuling Airport. Two girls wearing sunglasses, with extraordinary temperament and youthful beauty, and a handsome young man wearing sunglasses beside them attracted everyone's attention. Even though handsome men and beautiful women are very common on this blue planet where most people are extraordinary lives, these three people are also very conspicuous, especially Baizai, who attracted far more attention than Lu Qingyi and Shiyu. Many people drooled when they saw Baizai's figure. It's not that she is plump, but that she is very coordinated. She looks very powerful and a fighting expert, but her figure is unexpectedly perfect, just balanced at the best point. This is the figure that most people in Wuling City envy the most. In comparison, Lu Qingyi, who looks like a queen, is not a beastmaster who fights by herself. Shiyu, who looks like he has wrapped himself tightly in his red, is handsome, but he doesn't look very strong. He looks weak and like a gigolo. Fortunately, Shiyu doesn't know what the other party is thinking, otherwise he will definitely protest seriously. He is the one with the strongest physique among the few people. It's no problem for him to punch a super-ordinary level. As for his figure, although he has no muscles and may be very ordinary, he is definitely strong in his ordinariness. Training a body of muscles can only attract men. Let's go directly to my house, Baizai suggested directly after coming out of the airport. It's still early now, why don't we go shopping? Lu Qingyu said. Baizai agreed immediately. Okay, I know a newly opened perfume shop. The owner is a master plant controller who specializes in flower pets. All the products are made by her. Do you want to go and have a look? Okay, Shiyu, perfume? Ask me for that thing. I have as much as you want. They're all top quality. Do you still need to buy it? Shiyu suddenly remembered that after the sweet scent of Shenbao was full, he had not given it to senior sister Lu and others. Girls should like this thing very much. It's a sin to let Shenbao serve the gem cat alone. I will let Shenbao make exclusive perfume later and give a bunch of them to senior sister Lu and senior sister Panda. Shiyu, what about you? Lu Qingyi looked at Shiyu. Shiyu glanced at Baizai's expectant eyes and stopped being a light bulb. He said, you guys go shopping. I just checked on my phone and there seems to be an antique street nearby. I'll go over there and take a look. Oh, buys, I said. Okay, then go ahead. But don't buy anything randomly. There are a lot of scammers over there who specialize in defrauding ignorant tourists from other places. How can there be so many treasures? Lu Chengyu said. Don't worry, he is an expert, Shiyu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Listening to History Again. Wuling City is full of martial arts, so naturally there are a lot of antique swords, armor and protective gear. In ancient times, music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and antique swords could give birth to spirits and become pets. As for now, perhaps only in the relics preserved from ancient times, such as the relics of heroic spirits, can similar spirits be found. Wuling City may not sell antique swords and pets, but there are many broken swords and broken swords that have not given birth to spirits but have a long history, broken armor and the like, or antiques that once had spirits. In addition to these, there are also some modern equipment that imitates ancient weapons and equipment, such as Shiyu's Ice Dragon Blade. These equipment are unexpectedly popular here. After all, in Wuling City, beastmasters are embarrassed to go out and fight with others without a few pieces of equipment. In order not to disturb Senior Sister Lu and Senior Sister Beast Ear's happy shopping time, Shiyu chose to go shopping alone. He directly followed a navigation and came to the popular antique street in Wuling City. Brother, Shiyu just entered the street and was stopped by an uncle who was setting up a street stall. Look at my jars, none of them are empty, Shiyu? It seemed like an owl said this last time. Shiyu looked over and saw the uncle in a brown coat pointing at dozens of jars of different sizes on the street stall. The big ones were as big as water tanks, and the small ones were as big as cans. If you draw 10,000 yuan, you will definitely get an antique. If you draw 980,000 yuan consecutively, you will get an extra jar. 90,000 yuan, 80 consecutive draws, Shiyu asked. 98,000, 10 consecutive draws, Shiyu said. Do you think I'm stupid? The uncle said. Hey, judging from what you said, you are not a local, right? You can ask other stalls about our jars. There was once a customer who opened an antique chessboard from our jar. He originally wanted to keep it as a collection, but guess what? There is a chess spirit sleeping in this chessboard. You know, these antiques can no longer give birth to spirits in modern times, so those are ancient spirits, and the buyers are making a lot of money. If these ancient spirits are in the dormant stage, these antiques are just like ordinary objects, so who can guarantee that what you buy back for 10,000 yuan is not an ancient spirit of the dominant race? The uncle slapped his thigh, very excited. Chess spirit, Shiyu said. Really, the uncle said. Under the guidance of the chess spirit, that person has now become the top 5 chess master in Wuling City. Everyone knows that he is the chess spirit that opened the jar. Shiyu, excuse me. Shiyu turned around and left. Although 10,000 yuan is nothing, he would not be so idle as to buy antique jars. The most important thing is that he can't judge the age of the antique by special meditation through the jar. This liar is very insidious. The beast-eared senior sister is not lying to me. There are really no good people in this antique street. Next, Shiyu slowly strolled around the antique street. There are no particularly large stores here. They are all stalls or small stores. They look very unreliable. But it's too absolute to say so. While the data in front of Shiyu jumped, he also found a big black dog lying in a store that was a commander-level pet. The owner looked like a kind of old man. A beastmaster who could afford a commander-level pet should not be a liar. Shiyu entered the store. After a while, Shiyu left the store. Liar, Shiyu walked around the store and came out directly. Well, he understood why the other party could afford a commander-level pet. It was dark, and his heart was really dark. He stood there with his eyes closed and meditated for a while, but he didn't find anything with a history of more than 100 years, but he knew the years below. It turns out that drugs are used to drive away people who know the business. Boring. After only walking for more than 10 minutes, and before he walked 1/10 of the length of the street, Shiyu suddenly realized he really didn't have the legendary protagonist halo, and he couldn't find treasures every time he went to a street stall. If I had known earlier, I would have followed senior sister Lou and the others to the perfume store. Even if I didn't buy perfume myself, I could sell a few bottles to the store. Shiyu continued to stroll around boringly. Tang Hilu from 1982, ring it, 10 yuan a ring, antiques to take home, guess the year, and you'll get it for free if you guess it right. Brother, do you want to see my sword? It's the sword of the Empress dynasty, come and see my pendant. It is said to be a teleportation jade pendant made by the Sky Emperor. It can instantly teleport to the ancient country of Minghua, but the activation method is unknown. The more Shiyu listened, the more outrageous it became. He even saw a scam that is also common on Earth. He stood outside a crowd of people and looked at the boy sitting on a stool, setting up a shabby stall, and wearing old clothes. The boy was about 15 or 16 years old, with a resolute expression, and looked like a good kid, but with the words written on the wooden board next to him, passers-by could only shake their heads. Mother is seriously ill, selling heirlooms, originated from the totem era, unknown function, price 5 million, Shiyu, I don't believe you. Born in an era when even the elderly dared not to help, and being an orphan himself, and not having a smooth growth experience, it was naturally difficult for Shiyu to have love, and he felt that this person looked like a liar at first sight. However, his eyes still subconsciously looked at the things the other party had put out. It was a stone mirror. Shiyu subconsciously entered a state of meditation. Perhaps because of his talent for listening, Shiyu was extremely proficient in using the meditation method taught in school to judge the age of antiques. At this time, Shiyu, who had entered a state of meditation, consciously observed the stone mirror. This observation made Shiyu stunned. Because there are really dense traces of time on this stone mirror, Shiyu has no time to judge carefully, but just a rough look. This stone mirror is definitely 6,000 or 7,000 years old, and it is indeed an antique from the totem era. This is real. Shiyu opened his eyes and said. Next to Shiyu, a middle-aged man in a black coat was smoking a cigarette. He glanced at Shiyu and said, it's real, so what? Which prodigal son would spend millions to buy an antique with unknown function? Shiyu, yes. The key is not whether the antique is real, but its price. If the price is a few dozen yuan, it would probably have been bought long ago, but 5 million can buy a good leader of the race. Shiyu shook his head and was about to leave, but at this moment, something strange happened. His brain suddenly roared, change for me, Shiyu? Shiyu seemed to hear the childish voice of a child, not heard by the ears, but heard by the heart. This sudden voice gave Shiyu a thrill. He suddenly looked at the stone mirror. Listening to the voice of history worked again? This stone mirror not only has a long history, but also gave birth to the spirit of history. Is it a treasure? No way, it can't really have the aura of a protagonist. Shiyu turned around and looked at the stone mirror. At this time, Shiyu's perspective kept zooming in, and his eyes seemed to fall into the world of the stone mirror. The picture of history appeared blurry. In Shiyu's perspective, he saw a child with pigtails who was probably no more than 10 years old. She took the stone mirror and pointed it at the stones and trees on the roadside and took random photos. Under the illumination of the stone mirror, an amazing scene happened. Everything that the mirror illuminated changed. The stone evolved into an elemental life form and turned into a fist stone with a fist floating in the air. The tree opened its eyes, gained 2 feet, and became a tree spirit. The picture was extremely incredible. Seeing this scene, Shiyu said fuck in his heart, and then the picture stopped abruptly, and Shiyu's perspective was pulled back to reality. At this time, Shiyu was slightly startled and looked at the stone mirror seriously. Wait. This stone mirror. This stone mirror can make ordinary objects in ordinary life evolve and awaken into extraordinary life? An ability similar to awakening talent? Awakening talent, a very perverted beast control talent, can make ordinary stones, lakes, mountains and rivers on the roadside evolve into extraordinary life forms and evolve into life. Although this talent does not have strong combat power, it can mass-produce pets. From the Shidi dynasty to the modern times, the rulers of each era will confer titles and titles on the beast masters with this talent. The reason is that as they develop the beast control talent, they can stably produce high-quality pets. Although it may be difficult for the overlord race, the monarch race can still do it at a certain price. Undeveloped awakening talents may only awaken a stone into a fist stone of a low-level extraordinary race, but developed awakening talents can even awaken a mountain into a rock giant of a king race. They are the creators of pets. As long as the awakened object meets the qualifications, they can accelerate the process of the other party's evolution into extraordinary life and enhance their potential. This talent began to rise in the modern era. A beastmaster in the Divine Wind country used the awakening talent to open up the era of mechanical life, and a beastmaster in the ancient Rongaron kingdom followed closely. The concept of mechanical system quickly spread throughout the world. In the last Totem War, the mechanical system played a vital role in the war. As far as Shiyu knows, Gozhuan of the Imperial Capital University seems to have awakened talent. His mechanical pet was created by himself according to his own ideas with the help of the awakening talent and the help of the big guys in the fourth game. And now, Shiyu rubbed his eyes. What did he see? Is this an item with the effect of awakening talent? At this time, another group of people have surrounded this stall, but these people looked at the price and shook their heads and left. Behind the stall, the boy sitting on a wooden bench pinched his pants. His legs were numb from sitting, but he still stared at the stone mirror. He didn't believe that the treasure passed down from generation to generation in his family was just an ordinary item. He just had to wait. Someone who knew the value of the item would appear. Just when the boy was in a mess, a dark shadow appeared in his sight. He looked up and saw a tall young man wearing a dark red windbreaker and cape, who was only a few years older than him. "What's your name?" Shiyu asked. "And Chang," he answered Shiyu's question directly. "Is what's written on the wooden board true?" And Chang nodded heavily. "I'll buy this stone mirror." Shiyu spoke directly and said the key point. At the moment, Shiyu was also very nervous. Although he knew that this stone mirror was a treasure in the past, he couldn't say what the situation was now. If it had lost its function instead of not finding the right way to use it, then Shiyu would have lost a lot of money. On the contrary, if he found a way to use it, then he would have made a lot of money. Chapter 238 It's time to rub the Gundam. "You said, you want to buy it?" As Shiyu appeared, the young man in Chang was stunned, and then he was instantly surprised. Really, he suddenly got a little excited. This amount of money is not a small amount. Not only was Chang stunned, but other passers-by present were also extremely confused. Is there really anyone who would buy this thing? With this money, why not buy a house or a luxury car? What family? Yet, can I transfer the money? Shiyu had already taken out his mobile phone, and the boy opposite him waved his hand and said, "Well, can I go to the bank to trade? I don't have a mobile phone." Shiyu, trouble. Then let's go. Shiyu was silent for a while, and then said, "Forget it, I can't let Chong materialize a box of cash for him. That would be too much?" "Okay," and Chang saw that Shiyu really wanted to buy it, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately got up and wanted to clean up the stall, but he seemed to forget that his legs were almost numb from sitting, and he fell directly when he got up, and his body fell forward to the ground. And Chang, Greek letter sigma, degree, Shiyu. It's not a big problem. He quickly supported himself with his hands and patted his clothes. After a while, under the confused eyes of passers-by, the boy who set up the stall followed Shiyu and left here. For a moment, passers-by could not tell whether the boy who set up the stall was a liar or Shiyu was a liar. Shiyu and Chang left the antique street. As the two walked to Wuling Bank, Chang carefully observed Shiyu from behind. After the joy, he suddenly felt a little uneasy, afraid that Shiyu was a liar. The main reason was that Shiyu was too young. Could he take out 5 million so casually? "Do you know the origin of that stone mirror?" Shiyu walked in front and asked without looking back. "I don't know. But according to my family, it is a very precious treasure, but the usage. It was lost in the war." He asked Shiyu, "Do you know what it is?" "I know, and I don't know," Shiyu said. "And Chang? It is indeed a treasure, but whether it can be used and how to use it are still uncertain." "Then will you still buy it?" he asked nervously. He just wanted to know whether the stone mirror could be sold. "Buy it," Shiyu said. 5 million is not a lot. Bugs and ginseng can easily earn it. What really made Shiyu feel that he might lose money was that he knew the purpose of this stone mirror in advance. If he bought it and it couldn't be used, would he lose 5 million? No. He lost a magic weapon. Rounding it off, he lost several billion. He is an old capitalist. If he can't make money, he will lose money. "Thank you," Chang said hurriedly. "Excuse me, what disease does your mother have?" After Shiyu chatted with the other party for a few words, he sensed the other party's mental fluctuations. In addition to the value of this stone mirror, He believed that what was written on the other party's wooden board was true. Life force loss, Cheng said after a silence. Is your mother a beastmaster? Shiyu stopped and looked at him. That's right. With such a family heirloom, it would be strange if there was no beastmaster in the family. Vitality loss is a very common disease among beastmasters. It is not accurate to say that it is a disease, but rather an injury. This phenomenon usually occurs after a beastmaster has multiple pets that have died. If the beastmaster himself is in good condition when the pet dies, then there is basically no problem. But if the beastmaster is in a very bad condition at that time and the pet dies, the contract will backfire on the beastmaster himself, causing the beastmaster himself to lose vitality. Similarly, this phenomenon also applies in reverse. If the beastmaster dies, the pet will also be affected to a certain extent. Generally speaking, many beastmasters would rather die directly than enter a state of life loss. This injury is a bottomless pit and cannot be treated by ordinary healing skills. If you want to treat it, you can only spend a lot of vitality replenishing drugs in order to improve and repair the physique of the beastmaster. In short, the chance of treatment is very small and it costs a lot of money. Well, Cheng didn't say much, but simply nodded. Seeing this, Shiyu didn't ask any more questions because they had already arrived at the bank. This Cheng was very careful and attentive. He knew that 5 million was not a small amount, and he had even prepared a contract in advance. Shiyu took a casual look and then completed the transaction with him in the bank. Thank you. After the transaction was completed, Cheng was very excited and bowed to Shiyu. This money was a timely help for his family. It's just a normal transaction. Shiyu was holding a stone mirror at this time and said casually. By the way, this is for you. Shiyu took out a white fruit the size of a grape from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Cheng looked at this unfamiliar fruit blankly. Maybe it can treat life loss. I don't know if it works. You can take it to the doctor. If it doesn't work, give it to the pet, Shiyu said. That was a snack for 11 and Chong. It was a full-level nutritious fruit that Shiyu had just found from the relic space. It contained life force and could improve the life level and evolution potential of pets. In theory, it could also be used on humans. It was a super high-quality life medicine, and the effect could not be simply judged by energy level. This, Cheng was stunned. Go quickly, okay, Cheng bowed to Shiyu again, eager to leave here. After Shiyu nodded, the other party left directly. Shiyu's name and phone number were on the contract. He planned to thank Shiyu in the future. The hospital was urging him to pay the money too much. Now that he finally got the money, he must pay it as soon as possible so that he can have follow-up drugs. And Cheng had just left the bank, and Shiyu took the stone mirror and left the bank, intending to try it. After a while, he came to a park next to him and sat next to a flower bed. Shiyu fiddled with the stone mirror and fell into deep thought. So, how to use it? Shiyu meditated for a while, and then took out a piece of energy crystal to feed it to the stone mirror, but there was no response. He even tried to activate the legendary power contained in the relic space to use the stone mirror. However, it was still useless. Can you hear me? How do you use it? Shiyu communicated with the stone mirror using telepathy. It stands to reason that if they can communicate once, as long as the stone mirror is not cracked, then there is hope for a second communication. However, after Shiyu shouted for a while, the stone mirror still did not respond. This made Shiyu's face darken. Is it necessary to chat for days and nights like when touching the remains of the heroic spirits before the stone mirror can be touched? If so, that's fine, but if there is still no response after chatting for several months, the loss will not only be tens of billions, but also the time cost. Shiyu calculated it clearly. Think about it carefully. Sitting on the stone platform, Shiyu looked at the stone mirror in his hand, the flowers and green caterpillars in the flower bed, and thought about it. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned, and he pointed the stone mirror at a crawling green caterpillar. According to the voice and tone heard when listening to the voice of history, he said, change for me, swish. The next moment, the old stone mirror burst into faint light and shone directly on the caterpillar. Shiyu and the caterpillar were stunned at the same time. Shiyu found that his physical energy was being drained by the stone mirror, and it was probably drained of the amount of a low-level skill in the skill illustration. On the other side, the caterpillar stopped crawling after being illuminated. Under the light, it directly evolved from an ordinary caterpillar to an extraordinary creature, the green wool worm. Seeing this scene, Shiyu opened his mouth slightly. What the hell? So simple? Just like awakening talent, the energy source is the physical strength of the Beastmaster? But, it needs to be activated by voice control? Which weapon refiner made this mirror? Looking at the caterpillar in front of him completing the awakening and becoming an extraordinary life of awakening level 1, Shiyu instantly stared at it. Gee, the green wool worm was startled. Change for me. Shiyu raised the stone mirror again and aimed it at the green wool worm. The light shone, and the green wool worm was startled. But this time, the green wool worm did not change at all, and the stone mirror did not drain Shiyu's physical energy again. Sure enough, the stone mirror is the same as the awakening talent. It can only awaken and evolve things that are not extraordinary life into extraordinary life, but it cannot make them transform again. Gee, after being toyed with by Shiyu one after another, the green cotton worm was frightened and quickly drilled into the flowers and ran away without a trace, leaving Shiyu silent on the spot. This thing. Shiyu stared at the stone mirror. He felt that this thing should be made by a big man with awakening talent in a certain totem period. Like General Mu Huayan, who extracted his own beast-controlling power, the maker of the stone mirror is also a legend. This wave, no loss. Soon, Shiyu was sure that he made a lot of money. Although this thing cannot directly improve strength, its value is ridiculously high. If that and Cheng knew the purpose and sold it to the association or the consortium, the other party would spend tens of billions to buy it. Not to mention treating the loss of life, the hospital would send him. Wait and see the other party, a prop for stably manufacturing the cubs of the king race's pets. With this, you can wholesale high-race pets like a Beastmaster with awakening talent. Of course, it is not zero cost. When activated, it will consume the Beastmaster's physical strength. It is estimated that it will be the same as the awakening talent. The greater the potential of the awakened object, the greater the consumption. Just now, helping a caterpillar evolve into a green cotton worm consumed some of Shiyu's physical strength. If it is to awaken a mountain, Shiyu estimates that the physical energy consumed will not be small. In addition, not everything can evolve through awakening talent. Awakening evolution also requires certain qualifications. According to historical records, there have been Beastmasters with awakening talents who wanted to evolve boogers into extraordinary life and feces into fecal beasts to fight against enemies and disgust them, but they ended in failure. This is very vulgar. There are also records that Beastmasters with awakening talents want to evolve meteorites falling from the sky into life forms, want to evolve high-level resources into life forms, and want to evolve the fossils of ancient beasts into extraordinary life to revive ancient creatures, but they all ended in failure. Perhaps it is not that these things do not have the qualifications to evolve, but that the ability of awakening talent is limited, and can only evolve a specific group of beasts, plants, and elements. It is precisely because of the limitations of awakening talent that awakening talent has not completely become a powerful talent in the top 10 until modern times when someone discovered a mechanical system that can be awakened stably. I wonder if this awakening mirror can be effective for ancient fossils. What about the virtual and real phantoms with ancient fossils as the core? Can it reverse the virtual and real and awaken to life? If it can be considered cloning. Wait, don't be too happy too soon. After all, the stone mirror is a dead object. It can't grow with the growth of the Beastmaster like the awakening talent. What if there is an upper limit and it is just a toy that can only awaken extraordinary races? Shiyu calmed down. By then, let alone fossil life, the ruling race will be gone. However, even if it can only awaken extraordinary races, it is not useless. At this time, learning from history, Shiyu held the stone mirror and suddenly felt that the best use of this thing might be in the field of machinery. The biggest feature of the mechanical department is that it can be combined and armed to evolve. It can make the mechanical pet beast stronger by upgrading the parts of the mechanical beast, without having to do it all at once, so it will not consume too much physical energy of the Beastmaster at one time. With 10,000 parts of extraordinary races, as long as the knowledge and theoretical system is correct, it is not impossible to upgrade and assemble a monarch race machine. So far, there is no record of a Beastmaster with awakening talent directly awakening a dominant race pet beast, but the mechanical department can awaken different parts through awakening talent, upgrade and assemble a dominant race machine, which is the best part of the mechanical department. Shiyu couldn't sit still all of a sudden, and he made up his mind. Using ancient fossils and virtual and real phantoms as the core energy, and arming it with a mechanical life shell, a mechanical tire and a Saurus Rex beast? Mechanical department, ancient species? Does this count as opening up a new mechanical beast faction? Now, do we even have the capital to join the 4th Bureau? Shiyu slapped his thigh. Whoever said that the archaeology department had no future would be angry with him. Who else could join the mechanical bureau by relying on archaeology? No matter what the upper limit of this stone mirror is, there is definitely no problem in awakening an extraordinary race. For the Department of Mechanics, this is enough. At that time, with the addition of points, it may not be impossible to create a powerful mechanical life. It has been decided. Next, I will collect various mechanical materials by myself, just like making the Ice Dragon blade, and make a Gundam with my hands. He wants to transfer to the Department of Mechanics to study. Change for me, Mom, look, there's a fool. Chapter 239, The Wuling Man's fishing business ended tragically. In an office at Wuling City Hospital, Director Yao, who was in charge of the recovery of the Beastmasters with serious injuries, was processing the documents at hand. On his desk, a white dandelion was lying in a flower pot, yawning. This was a wood-type pet that was good at healing. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Director Yao looked up and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a boy about 15 or 16 years old said at the door, "Director Yao, it's Chang, come in." Director Yao smiled and said, "Don't you have classes today? It's better for you to go to school now, and don't run here all the time. The hospital plans to organize another donation. Don't worry about your mother's next course of treatment." "Well, Director Yao, I got the money." After Chang came in, he said excitedly, "It's exactly 5 million. I remember you said before that there is a drug with a treatment probability of more than 90%, right?" Director Yao was slightly stunned and said, "Where did you get the money?" They knew Chang's family conditions very well. Although they were still okay before, Chang's parents, who became a vegetable due to accidental injuries, could no longer afford much treatment expenses. "You didn't sell the pet that your father left for you?" Director Yao was shocked and said. "No, I found an antique at home and sold it successfully," Chang said. "Director Yao, with a medicine, my mother will be able to recover, right?" Director Yao nodded in astonishment, still a little confused. What antique could be sold for 5 million? Why hadn't Chang mentioned it before? When can the treatment start?" "I can pay any time," Chang said anxiously. Meow. At this time, Bai Puang, who was napping at Director Yao's desk, suddenly froze, floated up from the flower pot, and looked at Chang with a look of surprise, or to be more precise, at his pocket. Meow. Bai Puang suddenly shouted and flew in front of Chang, scaring him. What's wrong?" At this time, Director Yao was also a little confused about Bai Puang's actions, but soon, Bai Puang conveyed his perception to Director Yao. Meow. Bai Puang was very serious. In his pocket, there was a resource with a very high life level. Very high. "What's in your pocket?" Director Yao asked. After the words fell, Chang was stunned and quickly took out a white fruit. At this moment, seeing this white fruit, Bai Puang's hair exploded, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. He even had an illusion in front of his eyes, and saw a cute ginseng baby waving at him. "Love it." Meow. He quickly turned around and told his Beastmaster that he felt that this thing could improve his life level and allow him to complete his evolution. What? Director Yao was stunned and shocked. This Bai Puang was his newly cultivated medical pet. He also knew the evolutionary conditions. It was definitely not a fruit that could evolve casually. However, Bai Puang now told him that it felt that this fruit could allow it to complete its evolution. What kind of quality of resources could make Bai Puang react like this? "Yes, by the way, Dr. Yao, this fruit," Chang said, "it was given to me by the person who bought my antiques. He said it could treat life loss. Let me show it to you." He handed the nutrient fruit to Director Yao. At this time, Director Yao took the nutrient fruit, and Bai Puang fell on his shoulder. Both of them felt it and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Although this fruit is a level 4 resource, its life energy purity is very high and very rare. It may be more suitable for treating life loss than the 5 million life potion. It is very valuable. He has been a doctor for so many years and has never seen this kind of fruit. The most rare thing is that this fruit can actually help pets evolve? Really? Chang was stunned. Worth more than 5 million? But after all, there is no precedent for its use. The hospital will definitely not use this kind of fruit with unknown information as medicine. This fruit? No, Who is the person who gave you the fruit? Do you know his identity? Director Yao said. The value of this fruit is even higher than the 5 million. Who did you meet? I don't know. But he is only a few years older than me. Cheng was at a loss. He didn't expect Shi Yu to give him such a precious thing. Director Yao looked serious. Is he a second-generation rich man? Such people like to collect strange things, and they are generous. Keep this fruit. My suggestion is to still use life potion for treatment. You can take this fruit to a professional breeding institution for identification and feed it to your pet, or sell it to a hospital. Director Yao handed the fruit to Chang. Beside him, Bai Puang was in tears. Can I eat it? Can I eat it? If possible, I will call the dean later. Please show us this fruit again then. Also, can you still contact the person who sent you the fruit? Director Yao looked at Chang, who was at a loss, and said. He wanted to ask if there were any more of this fruit. If there were, Wuling Hospital would definitely be willing to purchase a large number of this fruit. I have his phone number, Chang said. By the way, what is his name? Shi Yu. Chang remembered Shi Yu's name and phone number very clearly along the way. Wuling City. Shi Yu had already come out of the park. He had just experimented with a Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. Unfortunately, this stone mirror was really not powerful and could not give life at all. Forget the Tyrannosaurus fossil. He couldn't even use a high-level energy crystal to awaken an elemental life. Is it really only possible to awaken a supernatural race? Damn, no wonder a child was playing with it in the historical scene. Maybe it was a toy prepared by some big boss for a child. In this case, if you want to make good use of this stone mirror, you have to choose the mechanical department. After all, only the mechanical department can create high-level mechanical life by assembly and upgrading. When Shi Yu was muttering, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Shi Yu saw that it was an unfamiliar number, he was entangled in the two options of answering and ignoring. After a moment. Who is this? Is this Mr. Shi Yu? I'm Yao Ji, the chief doctor of Wuling City Hospital. Do you know a child named Chang? Shi Yu's heart skipped a beat and he asked, what's wrong? Did you give him a special fruit? Our hospital wants to purchase a large amount of this fruit. I wonder if you are willing to talk about it. If it can be used in medical treatment, this fruit is definitely a top-grade miracle drug. Shi Yu patted his chest, which scared him. He thought the patient had an accident after eating the nutritional fruit. He could eat it as candy, but others might not. For this reason, he asked Chang to take the nutritional fruit to the doctor for a check. Now it seems that the hospital found the value of the nutritional fruit and found him. The full-level nutritional fruit is indeed extraordinary. First of all, the nutritional fruit is made by the ginseng baby condensing its own nutrition. It has been transformed by the 8th level life fruit, super level skill life source, skills close to Dao sweetness, slow healing and other skills. In addition to the nutritional bonus multiplier of the nutritional fruit of skills close to Dao, the condensed fruit can bring the dead back to life. It is a bit exaggerated, but it can indeed be called a medical miracle drug. At least, no matter how serious the injuries of Chong Chong and Shidai were in training, one fruit can instantly heal them. Even if there is a hole in the body, it can slowly recover. It can also subtly change the physique, which is dozens of times better than their own high-speed healing. Not interested, Shi Yu refused directly. Although Shen Bao Bao's nutritional fruit can indeed save many people, Shen Bao Bao doesn't have the energy to manufacture it in large quantities. Moreover, after entering the market, it will definitely be exclusive to high-level people. The injuries of the rich can be cured anyway, and the poor can't be cured simply because they have no money. It has nothing to do with drugs. There is not much significance in cooperating with the Wuling Hospital. When Shen Bao Bao develops a cost-effective and popular magic medicine, it would be great to cooperate directly with the Medical Bureau of Donghuang 13th Bureau. Then he can join another bureau, Shen Bao Bao. Hearing Shi Yu's straightforward refusal, Director Yao on the opposite side was stunned. Opposite him, an old man in a white coat stared. At this moment, Shi Yu's voice rang again. By the way, can Chang's mother's disease be cured? Is his money enough? Shi Yu remembered the most important thing. He got a magic weapon from the other party. He felt a little bad to give only 5 million. Let alone other things, but at least the money for treatment should not be enough. It should be fine, should? Shi Yu asked. Do you mean, not 100%? Is there a 100% cure treatment plan? The other side, forget it. Wuling City Hospital, right? I'll go over and take a look now. Shi Yu glanced at the time. It was still early, and the two senior sisters probably hadn't finished shopping yet. At the same time, after Shiyu hung up the phone, in an office of Wuling City Hospital, Director Yao, the director of Wuling City Hospital, and several other doctors looked at the nutritious fruit in the container on the table and fell into deep thought. Is the other party really called Shiyu? Dean Bai repeatedly confirmed with Director Yao. Yes, Dean, what's wrong? Director Yao asked. This name sounds familiar, a female chief physician said. Shiyu, a student of Gudo University, the top scorer in Gudo University's professional assessment this year. Of course, these are nothing. Dean Bai shook his head and said, the most important thing is that Shiyu is the first place in this year's Imperial Capital Breeding Conference. With a Gudo University breeding team, including members including Huaziogen Legend and Dr. Zuo Jiangayan, he has developed a plan for the evolution of caterpillar cocoons that affects the field of beast control. He himself is the beast master of the dominant race pet beast, Fantasy Butterfly. He was named one of the outstanding young people of the year by the media. Could it be him? After Dean Bai finished speaking, several doctors in the room widened their eyes. Of course, it is not certain whether it is the real person, or it is possible that it is just a coincidence. A moment later, Wuling City Hospital. Shiyu arrived at the agreed address in an instant. Inside the room, Dean Bai, Director Yao, and some other doctors were all communicating about the nutritious fruit on the table. At this time, Shiyu came here under the guidance of a young nurse. After they knocked on the door and entered, the young nurse said, Dean Bai, Mr. Shiyu is here. Inside the room, 6 doctors in white coats looked over. 5 of them looked at Shiyu with a little surprise. Among the few people, Dean Bai, who is the older one, compared his memories again and again after seeing Shiyu, and his expression changed in astonishment. Student Shiyu, it turns out to be you. Hello. He quickly stepped forward, his expression became unexpected and pleasantly surprised, and he ran over enthusiastically to shake hands with Shiyu. Hello, I am the Dean of Wuling City Hospital, Bai. Hello. Shiyu was slightly startled. So enthusiastic? After seeing Shiyu, Dean Bai, who had always felt that the name Shiyu was not right, was completely sure. He introduced it to Director Yao and others. Let me introduce it to you. This is classmate Shiyu, a top student of Gudo University, and the first place in this year's Imperial Capital Animal Husbandry Conference. Dean Bai had a smile on his face. Under the shocked expressions of the chief physicians, he said, I didn't expect that the owner of this fruit was classmate Shiyu. I didn't expect, it turned out to be Shiyu himself. Although Shiyu is still just a student, he can have a legendary beast master and a well-known animal husbandry doctor as his assistant. He is evaluated as having legendary qualifications. Can he be an ordinary person? Many doctors and even Dean Bai showed polite and respectful expressions. At this time, Shiyu found the nutritional fruit on the table. Seeing this, Director Yao immediately said, Xiao Chang entrusted us to identify it. Classmate Shiyu, you just said that you came for Chang. At this time, after confirming Shiyu's identity, everyone stopped talking about the nutritional fruit. No matter where Shiyu got it, with Shiyu's identity, if he wanted to have commercial cooperation, he would not go with a municipal hospital in a second-tier city, so they would not ask for trouble. Yes, can you tell me about his situation? The doctors looked at each other, and Director Yao said, let me tell you, Chang, this child, his parents are both fishermen and animal tamers. Their family conditions were pretty good at the beginning, but during a fishing trip, his parents encountered a mutated and evolved sea beast. The sea beast was very strong and very ferocious. And Chang's parents were no match for it. Although they barely escaped in the end, in order to cover them, their pets were basically killed. In addition, they both had the talent of fusion, and they also fought themselves. After escaping, their condition was not very good. After a while of drowning and drifting, they finally became like this. That was a year ago. And Chang's father failed in treatment and has passed away. His mother's condition is relatively good, but she also needs continuous treatment. In a year, the treatment fees for the two of them almost used up all the savings of Chang's family. This child is also miserable. He lost his parents when he was only a teenager, and there are no other relatives at home. Dean Bai sighed. Shiyu, it's really miserable. Both parents have the talent of fusion? The same talent as the beast-eared senior sister. However, although the beast-eared senior sister is powerful, it does not mean that this talent is strong. In the eyes of some people, This talent is not as good as the ordinary strengthening talent. The combined talent, unless the family has a mind to ensure that the Beastmaster has a strong physique, otherwise, it is still very pitiful. The Beastmaster with a combined talent wants to perfectly display his talent and cannot avoid fighting himself. Once it involves fighting himself, the probability of physical problems is too high. The pet can barely rely on the outstanding racial advantages to bear some serious injuries, but the human Beastmaster. That is to say, the beast-eared senior sister's family is rich and is a traditional martial arts family. She has been training her physique since she was a child, far exceeding her peers, so that she can dare to tear the king-level pet with her bare hands. If it is replaced by other Beastmasters with combined talents with scum physique, then fighting by themselves is purely unthinkable. Even with a bonus of pet fusion, the probability of physical problems is still very high. In addition, fishermen are a dangerous industry. In this case, Chang's parents should have been mentally prepared. In the final analysis, it is still the fusion talent that is deceptive, which is why many Beastmasters with fusion talents go to do informal work. At least the risk is less and the return is more money. It is too difficult to be a regular Beastmaster now. Like I said on the phone, according to the 100% cure plan, how much does it cost? I'll pay it, Shiyu said. He planned to help the other party pay all the medical expenses. Dean Bai, money? No need. And Chang is an honest and filial child. After his parents were hospitalized, it was not easy for him to work and study. Now that it has come to this, our hospital has planned to pay for his mother's treatment, 100% cure, Dean Bai said confidently. Shiyu? Why doesn't Shiyu believe that the hospital is so kind? The doctors smiled awkwardly. They were not so kind. At most, they could donate money to help. After all, the medicine was not cheap. If they treated every injured patient like this, the hospital would not be able to operate. The problem would be even bigger. But now, Shiyu was here. They had to do good things. They couldn't really let Shiyu pay. Special people always need special treatment. No, I have to pay, Shiyu said. Otherwise, the stone mirror would be too hot for him to hold. If it was a rich woman's thing, he would just take it and treat it as a free meal. Anyway, he had been a free meal of the country since he was a child in his previous life, and he was used to it. Unfortunately, it was not a rich woman this time, but a poor boy. He felt uneasy and uncomfortable eating it. Chapter 240 Evolution Planner Shiyu. After a while, after Shiyu bargained with the hospital, everyone went to find Chang. Chang, come out for a moment. In a ward, Chang was lying on the bed with his unconscious mother. He had been running around all day and was exhausted and very sleepy. At this time, he heard someone calling him, and Chang woke up in a daze and walked out of the ward. As soon as he came out, he saw Dean Bai, Director Yao and Shiyu next to them. Seeing Shiyu again, Chang was extremely excited and didn't know what to say. The help people get when they are in the most desperate time is the most touching to the heart. Shiyu's 5 million plus the nutritional fruit worth more than 5 million can directly allow his mother to undergo a treatment plan with a 100% cure rate. Chang didn't know how to thank him, and he wanted to kneel down to thank Shiyu. What are you doing? Are your legs numb again? Shiyu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed him with one hand, like a chicken. Chang. Chang, your mother's healing surgery will begin soon, and Mr. Shiyu is willing to bear all the expenses, Dean Bai said with a smile. Chang was even more at a loss. Don't get excited, it's my duty. The antique you sold me is a treasure. I have found a way to use it. To be precise, I still made a profit, Shiyu said. Chang shook his head and wanted to kneel down to thank Shiyu. The next moment, he was picked up by Shiyu along with his clothes. Chang, he felt that his parents were not as strong as Shiyu in their combined state. Chang, who was often educated in mixed doubles by his parents in the state of being possessed by ferocious beasts when he was a child, knew the power of his parents very well. Dean Bai and Director Yao, Xiao Chang, Mr. Shiyu definitely doesn't need this kind of thanks. Your mother is definitely fine, so next, the key is for you to study hard. When the time comes, you can get into a good university and repay Mr. Shiyu better, Director Yao said beside him. This is for you. Give it to your dragon carp. It can increase its evolutionary potential. When the time comes, the dragon carp will have greater potential after turning into a dragon. The pet your father left for you is still very good. Director Yao gave the nutritious fruit back to Chang. Beside him, Shiyu said in surprise, "Dragon carp, your pet is a dragon carp that can turn into a dragon, and leap through the dragon gate to perfection." Shiyu put down the bewildered Chang, and beside him, Chang nodded in a daze. This dragon carp is also one of his family's heirlooms. It has been raised since his grandfather's generation. It took decades of raising it to leap through the dragon gate to perfection. It is the initial pet prepared for him by his family, and he has a deep relationship with it. Is that so? Shiyu nodded. Dragon carp is a weakling like the blue cottonworm. The blue cottonworm can evolve by turning into a cocoon with silk, while the dragon carp can evolve into a sub-dragon fish dragon that leads a high-level race by using the non-level water skill, leaping dragon gate. The difference is that the blue cottonworm does not require high silk proficiency, but the dragon carp can only evolve after reaching the superb leap of the dragon gate. Moreover, the leap of the dragon gate is more difficult to practice than the silk, and you must climb waterfalls and go against the current to increase your proficiency. The only advantage of the dragon carp over the blue cottonworm may be its lifespan. This thing can live for decades in sewage, and it is not impossible for it to live for 100 years if it is well raised. With a long lifespan, some dragon carps with good qualifications, willpower, and luck still have the possibility of turning into dragons, but there are definitely not as many blue cottonworms that turn into butterflies. When do you plan to let the dragon carp evolve? Shiyu asked. This, Chang said, I don't know. He had planned to evolve earlier, but because of what happened at home, he really didn't have the money to raise a high-level leader race of dragon Krypton Gold, so he kept the dragon carp in its initial state. Are you planning to evolve into a fish dragon? Yes, you also have a talent for a fusion, right? Do you want me to help you? Shiyu laughed. I know a special evolution method. The cultivation illustration in front of Shiyu unfolded. Special evolution method for dragon carp. After the dragon carp's leaping dragon gate reaches the superb level, take more than 100 grams of dragon bone powder, carry level 5 to 6 water and dragon dual element resources to use leaping dragon gate. There is a chance of special evolution. This is a special evolution plan for dragon carp recorded in the third round of cultivation illustrations. Dragon bone powder is a common medicinal material, not expensive, and it is available in hospitals. As for the level 5 water and dragon dual element dragon props, Shiyu can now let Chong imitate the sea dragon scale to make one, as simple as making a clay figure. At this time, as Shiyu spoke, Chang was stunned again, and Dinbai and others beside him were also surprised. Shiyu, you are worthy of being a big shot who can research the green worm cocoon to be extraordinary and become the dominant race. You can give the evolution plan as soon as you say it. Those evolution planners basically charge a sky-high price to help people plan an evolution. How can someone be as generous as Shiyu? No, that's not good, Chang said nervously. I really don't know how to repay you in this way. You mean you want to? Shiyu saw that the other party still wanted to. No, you are too thin-skinned. You should say, use. Only with a stronger pet can I become stronger and repay you better in the future. Shiyu sighed, worthy of himself. He actually said something similar to senior sister Lu without blushing or beating his heart. And Chang, Dinbai, Director Yao, Dinbai, do you have a relatively open place here? Yes. Where's the medicinal dragon bone powder? Yes, that's fine. Shiyu clapped his hands and said, then let's get ready. After helping Chang plan the evolution of his pet, Shiyu felt that he could go back to find senior sister Lu. At this time, Chang felt like he was dreaming, and felt that his gloomy life suddenly became bright. Shiyu was the guide who pulled him from darkness to light. Wuling City Hospital, an unmanned rehabilitation training site in the backyard. Dinbai brought Shiyu and Chang here. After a while, Director Yao also hurried over with a bag of dragon bone powder. Seeing this, Shiyu saw that all the materials were complete, and said to Chang, summon your pet. Okay, Chang nodded and summoned the diagram array. The next moment, a nearly 1 meter long dragon carp appeared in the colorless diagram array. Judging from his physique, he is not young. Lily the red and yellow dragon carp fluttered on the ground. Lee, water, that, bubble, please bear with it. This is part of evolution, Chang said cautiously beside him. Shiyu, great, I'm not the only one who is bad at naming. But, not really, this is not part of evolution. At this time, Dinbai and Director Yao said, well, let's leave first. Generally, when evolution planners help pets plan evolution, They don't want people to see it. It's okay, it will be done soon, Shiyu said indifferently. After that, a scene that shocked the three people present suddenly happened. Suddenly, a stream of water appeared in the air, and then the water flow became larger and larger. First there was a gurgling sound, and then the water curtain came towards them like a raging wind and huge waves, resounding through the sky, covering the blue sky, and only the waterfall was singing between heaven and earth. A huge waterfall and lake appeared directly in front of the three people out of thin air, causing Dean Bai and Director Yao to stare wide-eyed. And Chang, who was standing next to him, was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw this miracle. Li. Only the dragon carp excitedly jumped into the lake of fantasy and looked up at the waterfall. At this time, a small blue butterfly landed on Shiyu's shoulder without anyone noticing. You can give it the dragon bone powder, Shiyu said. Oh, at this moment, Chang had accepted everything and obeyed Shiyu's arrangement. He had figured it out. Shiyu was right. It would be good to let the dragon carp evolve now. Only by becoming a very strong beast master could he repay Shiyu's kindness better. He sprinkled the bag of dragon bone powder handed by Director Yao into the water, and soon the dragon carp swam over and swallowed it all in one gulp. Throw that fruit in too, but don't let it eat it first, at this time, Shiyu said. Hearing this, Chang also threw the nutritious fruit in his pocket into the lake. The dragon carp was stunned at first, and then looked at the nutritious fruit eagerly. The next moment, the dragon carp's face changed suddenly, and it felt the suppression from the blood. Roar, the wave splashed, and a huge roar came, making everyone's eyes suddenly look at the waterfall. At this time, a vague dragon-shaped shadow condensed in the waterfall. A dragon king with a length of more than 10 meters, a yellow belly and a blue back, and the appearance of an oriental dragon shuttled through the waterfall in an illusory posture. With a boom, the dragon showed its dragon power and drilled out directly, dragging its long body to hover in the sky, looking at the dragon carp below with a majestic look. See Dragon King. Seeing this pet, Chang was shocked. The words Overlord Race, See Dragon King jumped out of his mouth directly. Next to him, Dean Bai and Director Yao both opened their mouths and watched this magical scene. Roar, under their gaze, the Dragon King glanced at the bottom indifferently, and his figure turned from real to virtual again, and flew directly downwards. His huge body suddenly drilled into the nutrient fruit, directly dyeing the white nutrient fruit surface with circles of blue stripes. Shen Bao and Chong Chang jointly made a secret recipe for the dragon fruit. Okay. You can eat now. After you finish eating, let's jump over the dragon gate, Shiyu spoke calmly, letting Chong Chong use the power of imagination to transform the nutrient fruit, and then watched with interest. At this time, although he was extremely shocked, Chang quickly followed Shiyu's instructions and let the dragon carp eat the nutrient fruit. At that moment, looking at the nutrient fruit that the Sea Dragon King had just entered, the dragon carp was extremely terrified, but the tempting smell of the nutrient fruit made it swim over unwillingly. The dragon carp glared, and after a moment of silence, it swallowed the fruit in one gulp. The next moment, with a boom, it seemed as if a dragon and its body opened its eyes. Under this huge power, it quickly swam to the front of the waterfall, carefully looked at the magnificent style, and after its eyes gradually became firm, it directly jumped up with the skill of jumping over the dragon gate. The waterfall of Chong's fantasy was majestic and spectacular, with a rapid splashing of water, cascading down like a galloping and roaring wild horse breaking through the clouds. Under this pressure, the dragon carp's leaping dragon gate directly activated its evolutionary potential, making its whole body bloom with dazzling white light. This, Dean Bai and Director Yao murmured, unable to understand. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't understand it at all. The fantasy butterfly, can it be used like this? The two looked at the pet on Shiyu's shoulder, and the next moment, they were attracted by the dragon carp again. Roar, in the process of climbing the waterfall upstream, Chang's dragon carp gradually changed its shape under the white light, gradually stretching into a 5 or 6 meter long dragon-shaped body, and the roar became more and more deafening. It has red pupils and a ferocious and domineering expression. After evolution, it directly broke through the waterfall and jumped into the air. This is definitely not a low-level sub-dragon ichthyosaur that looks like a fish. At this moment, looking at this strong dark blue dragon-shaped body, Dean Bai and Director Yao stared. This, next to him, receiving the feedback from the dragon carp after its evolution, Chang suddenly froze in place. Shiyu was also surprised to see everything. The illustration in front of him showed the information of the dragon carp after its evolution. It is not a new race, but an existing race. Name: Sea Dragon. Attributes: Water Dragon. Racial level: Low level King. Growth level: Awakening level 10. Racial skills: Leaping Dragon Gate, Water Dragon Bomb, Dragon Tail, Madness, Water Tornado, Superclass, Roar. The sea dragon fell into the water and looked at its beastmaster quietly. It also looked gratefully at Shiyu, who helped it transform into dragon, and the butterfly on Shiyu's shoulder. How could a dragon carp stay in a pond? It will transform into dragon once it meets Chong Chong. Chong Chong nodded calmly. Not bad, not bad. It is 3 points more handsome than it. You are just an apprentice beastmaster. Due to your level limit, it suppresses the chance of breakthrough. It is still at the awakening level. However, its evolution this time can bring you considerable benefits, such as the improvement of the beast control space and the improvement of physical strength. In addition, you have the talent of fusion. And your physical strength is stronger than that of a normal beastmaster. In addition, your bond is also okay. Eat more supplements. It is not a big problem for you to bear the growth of a low-level king race. As a man, it is good to be a little weak. By the way, this is a sea dragon. You should know it, Shiyu asked the dazed In Chang. No, he was dumbfounded now. King race? It was born so easily? And it is a powerful dragon. He looked at Shiyu. Who on earth is Shiyu? At this time, Shiyu's mobile phone suddenly rang. Shiyu saw that it was Baizai's call, and immediately realized that he should leave. He smiled and said, I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first. If you have any questions, come back to me. After Shiyu finished speaking, the waterfall and lake in the courtyard disappeared, and the sea dragon fell to the ground. Under the shocked eyes of Dean Bai and others, Shiyu moved in an instant and disappeared here. After Shiyu left, everyone, especially In Chang, could not calm down for a long time. He is the most awesome evolution planner I have ever seen, Dean Bai murmured beside him. He is worthy of being a tough guy who has researched such results. I can't understand it at all, but it's so amazing. It feels as simple as drinking water, Director Yao said. Listening to the discussion between Dean Bai and Director Yao, In Chang swallowed his saliva, looked at them, and asked, Dean Bai, Director Yao, I know, you want to ask who he is, right? Director Yao said. In Chang nodded heavily. Apart from his name and phone number, he didn't know Shiyu's identity at all, so he had no direction to repay Shiyu in the future. Although he didn't know what was going on, now that he had the sea dragon, he was confident that he would become a master beastmaster and repay these favors. His name is Shiyu. He is a top student at Gudu University, the top scorer in Gudu's professional assessment this year, and a genius archaeologist. Dean Bai sighed, what a genius. When In Chang heard that Shiyu was the top scorer in Gudu's professional assessment, he was immediately impressed. The top scorer in a first-tier city's professional assessment is definitely worth a lot. However, why do these titles seem to be nothing compared to the dragon creature of the king race that Shiyu just planned? In addition, he also discovered the evolution method of the Jiuli war beast, the king race of the iron-eating beasts. Through archaeological excavations, he also researched the green worm and green worm cocoon evolution system at the Imperial Capital Breeding Conference, creating an unprecedented green worm evolution chain with extremely high cost-effectiveness. His research results crushed the breeding teams of the 5 major consortiums in 8 universities, and easily led the ancient capital university to win the championship of the breeding conference. During this period, even the legendary Beastmaster Huazayajin and the famous breeding Dr. Zuo Jiangayan in the Magic City volunteered to be his assistants. The green worm cocoon evolution chain contains infinite evolution possibilities from extraordinary to overlord races. It is praised by the Breeding Association as the best breeding result in the past decade that can change the pattern of Dong Huang's beast control field. He himself, relying on this evolution chain, cultivated the overlord race pet, the fantasy butterfly, which is the pet on his shoulder just now. This also makes him known as the future legendary Beastmaster. In short, he is a very remarkable person. Dean Bai was shocked when he repeated all the honors that Shiyu had received. Is he a human? And Chang was completely stunned when he heard about this excessive experience and this life that seemed like a cheat. Haha, maybe all this is really a piece of cake for him. You don't have to take it too seriously. Even if he is a master beast tamer, maybe it's nothing compared to his current achievements. Dean said. Not everyone can repay Shiyu. It's too difficult. This, Cheng was stunned. Master Beast Tamer is not okay, then Legendary Beast Tamer. He said firmly. Moreover, there was a family heirloom in his home warehouse that his father had told him must not be lost, sold or damaged. Now that it has come to this, he thought it would be okay to find it and give it to Shiyu later. His family is almost gone, so why would he need an heirloom? As an archaeologist, Shiyu should like this kind of thing very much. Anyway, he doesn't know what it will be used for if he keeps it in their hands, so it's better to give it to someone who knows the business. Legend, Dean smiled and said, it's good to be ambitious. By the way, Xiao Chang, now that you don't have to worry about your mother's illness, and you have contracted a dragon pet of the king race, you also want to become stronger, so how about I recommend a place to you? You should have heard of the Bai Family Martial Arts School, which specializes in recruiting beast masters with fusion talents. Before you become a professional beast master, you can learn for free. How about it? Otherwise, it's not easy for you to take care of the sea dragon with your current level. The Bai family of Wuling has monopolized many industries in Wuling City, including martial arts halls, medical care, banks, and food. What Shiyu didn't notice just now is that Dean Bai is also a relative of Bai Zai. At this time, seeing a good seedling, Dean Bai suddenly recruited talents for his family. Although it is impossible to become a legend, it should not be difficult for this Cheng to become a master. You are so fast. Outside the largest commercial street in Wuling. Just after hanging up the phone with Shiyu, Bai Zai found that Shiyu appeared in front of him and Lu Qingyi in a blink of an eye. Instant movement, the high level is too low, Shiyu said. Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai were speechless. They looked at the haggard Chong Chong and mourned for a moment. Is Chong Chong lucky or unlucky to have a beast master like you? How was your shopping? The beast-eared senior sister asked with a smile. Did you find any treasures? You shouldn't be cheated, right? Do you need senior sister Lu to help you identify it? Shiyu touched his nose and said, not bad, it's a big gain. Not only did I help a confused teenager realize his dream, but I also bought a legendary prop from the totem era for 5 million. I estimate that I can sell it for tens of billions. Lu Qingyi, Bai Zai? Chapter 241 The Identity of the Stone Mirror's Owner. I spent 5 million to find a prop from the totem era, and it can be sold for tens of billions? The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai looked at Shiyu with questioning eyes. Human words? They suspected that Shiyu was bragging, but it didn't seem like he was bragging. After all, Shiyu had done many outrageous things before. They didn't find anything strange about him. There was a silence. Let's go to my house first, Bai Zai hesitated and said, my parents called me just now and said that dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Shiyu nodded and said, it's convenient to talk here. Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai were silent again. This guy was serious. Then let Chong Chong take us there. Senior sister, can you navigate? Shiyu touched his head and laughed. Chong Chong. Okay, Bai Zai said yes. Under Bai Zai's navigation, Chong Chong quickly led the three of them to run half of the city and arrived at Bai Zai's house. Although the Bai family is a big family, Bai Zai's family lives independently, and the family of three lives in a large manor. So luxurious, outside the manor, Shiyu was confused after Bai Zai confirmed that Chong Chong had arrived at the destination. This area feels more than 10 times the Pingchang villa that President Feng gave him. A family of three lives there? Then, Shiyu saw a huge doghouse of nearly 100 square meters at the gate of the manor. It is probably prepared for a pet. Shiyu, that's fine, he quickly analyzed it in his brain. Senior Panda's family is the richest in Pingcheng. Pingcheng is an ordinary suburb of Bingin City, a second-tier city, and Wuling City is ranked high among the second-tier cities in terms of development, and the Bai family is the richest in Wuling. I understand. Super rich woman. Bai Zai stretched after arriving at her door. She heard Shiyu's words and smiled and said, it's okay, Senior Lu's home is more luxurious, Shiyu? Lu Qingyi's expression was calm. Is it? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Shiyu muttered in his heart. Although the title of the richest man in Wuling is already very impressive, Lu Qingyi's grandfather is the president of Gudu University, who is in charge of 3 top departments and has a PYR relationship with a patron saint. He was also a legendary beastmaster. Lu Qingyi herself is also a genius in the 11th Bureau. The family situation is estimated to be even more excessive. Compared with the beast-eared senior sister, Lu is no longer a second-generation rich. Just based on her own identity, she is already an absolute first-generation rich super-rich woman. Shiyu doesn't want to work hard. I can't always want to eat soft rice. I am obviously richer now, however, after analyzing it, Shiyu quickly abandoned the idea of getting something for nothing. He can already be self-sufficient and is no longer the pauper who dreams of selling worm silk to get rich. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the price of the stone mirror just found is difficult to estimate. Of course, Shiyu will definitely not sell it. Miss, you are back. After Shiyu and others arrived at the gate of the manor, servants soon appeared inside. Home at this time, Chong Chong lay weakly on Shiyu's shoulder and asked if he could go back to rest. Go. Shiyu said. Chong Chong is still not good enough. He is tired after doing such a small amount of work today. This is just running traffic within a city. When he needs to use teleportation to rush from the ancient capital to Pingchang in the future, Chong Chong will be even weaker. Or, teleport from Donghuang to other countries. Shiyu fell into deep thought. Well, this may be a bit difficult for Chong Chong, even if Chong Chong reaches the overlord level. It is estimated that he still needs to have his own mechanical pet beast if he wants to be more convenient. The beast-eared senior sister said that her parents took the business route in the family. They were businessmen, and they were responsible for the family business. However, when Shiyu saw the other party, he found that he had wrongly imagined their image. The other party did not look like an entrepreneur or a businessman at all. Instead, he looked more like a fighter than Bai's eye. Bai's father is nearly 2 meters tall and has a burly figure. The white dress he wears can't cover his muscles at all. Bai's mother is also 1.8 meters tall, and has a single ponytail that only fighters have. This makes Shiyu very suspicious. What's wrong with Senior Bai's petite figure? Ching is here. It's been a long time since we last met. After the few people entered the manor, Bai's father and mother also came out to greet them. When they saw the 3 people, they immediately smiled. This must be Shiyu. We often hear Xiaoxi mention you. Welcome. Don't be polite. Just treat this place as your home. Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai. Lu Chengyi smiled slightly. Uncle, and, hello, excuse me, Shiyu also greeted. After the two greeted, they handed the gifts they prepared in advance to Bai's father and mother. It was a rare visit, so they couldn't come empty-handed. Next, under the hospitality of Bai's father and mother, Shiyu and his friends enjoyed a big meal. The servants kept taking out hot delicacies from the kitchen. Shiyu could see that although it looked like a family of 3, there were many servants and chefs in the manor, as well as a lot of people taking care of the flowers and plants in the manor and the ornamental pets that were raised. This made Shiyu sigh again that it was great to be rich, and even gave birth to the idea of raising some ornamental pets in addition to the contracted pets to cultivate his sentiments. Many beastmasters with telepathic talents have a second team without a contract, which is normal. This is the correct way to open up the telepathic talent. I heard from Xiaoxi that all 3 of you are going to participate in the martial arts competition this time. At the table, Bai Ma asked Shiyu and Lu Chengyi curiously. Shiyu, who had just finished a sip of juice, saw that the content of the conversation had changed from Bai's father and Bai Ma praising his various archaeological and breeding achievements to the martial arts competition. As soon as he answered, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Senior Lu is also participating. Shiyu looked at Lu Chengyi in astonishment. Of course, Bai's eye snorted beside him, otherwise Shiyu thought, how did she convince Lu Chengyi? It's because Senior Lu herself wanted to participate and have fun. I recently contracted a dead spirit that has the skill of possession. Lu Chengyi smiled. Oh, this? Shiyu was confused. You really contracted it? At the beginning, Lu Chengyi found that Shiyu's possession state was quite beautiful, and said that she would also contract a similar dead spirit if she had the chance. Shiyu thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect that after not seeing it for a few months, senior sister Lu really contracted one back. What kind of dead spirit is it? Shiyu asked. Keep it secret, you will know at the martial arts competition. Lu Chengyi's tone suddenly became a little nervous. She contracted this dead spirit. After possession, it looks good, but the style of change is a bit special, and she feels that she can't control it. Haha, Chengyi is much more reserved than when she was a child. Dad Bai couldn't help but say, it's not as carefree as when she was a child. Yes, Mom Bai also smiled. The one who agreed the most was Bai Zai. When she was a child, she played house with senior sister Lu. The two were originally in love, but when she grew up, Lu Qingyi didn't recognize her after putting on clothes. It was too much. At this time, only Shi Yu fell into deep thought. It would be fine if senior sister Bai Zai participated. There would be no shortage of Master Beast Masters at the martial arts competition. How come senior sister Lu, a top master, also came to participate? Oh no, it's over. My ranking in the competition has dropped by 1. After dinner and chatting, Bai Zai took Shi Yu and Lu Qingyi to the accommodation prepared for them. On the way back, Shi Yu also began to talk about what happened in Antique Street. The two heard about selling antiques to save his mother, and Shi Yu was confused after successfully listening to the voice of history on the antiques. Lu Qingyi found it difficult to accept and said, You heard the voice of history again. This is obviously a matter of luck and opportunity. How come it happens so frequently to Shi Yu? What kind of luck is this? Bai Zai was also confused. She heard from her grandfather that things that carry major historical processes and are of great historical value may not necessarily produce historical spirits, but antiques that produce historical spirits must carry major historical processes or be of great historical value. Shi Yu listened to history, which means that what he encountered was indeed a precious antique. What is it? What did you see? And where did the antique come from? Lu Qingyi couldn't help asking. I don't know where it came from, but I saw its function. Shi Yu smiled, took out the stone mirror, and asked the beast-eared senior sister, Can the plants here be used? He casually pointed to a beautiful flower on the side of the road. Yes, they are just decorations, Bai Zai said. This is a first-level resource, Kinkson flower. The fragrance of the flower can make people feel happy. In addition, it looks good. At this time, Shi Yu took the stone mirror, aimed at a blue Kinkson flower, and silently said in his mind, Change for me. Shi Yu had discovered before that the stone mirror can also be used to chant a spell with telepathy. For image considerations, Shi Yu chose a mental spell. At this moment, under his experiment, the stone mirror directly released white light and shone on the Kinkson flower. Then, a scene that shocked Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai happened. The Kinkson flower planted in the soil, after being enveloped by the light, gradually grew larger in the light, and its life breath increased several times. Then, it turned from an unconscious spiritual plant into an awakened flower demon. Ning, the Kinkson flower demon looked at the three people, pulled out its feet blankly, and wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, it inserted itself back and released a little sweetness, as if nothing had happened. Ning, Lu Qingyi, Bai Zai. The function of this stone mirror is similar to the awakening talent. I feel that it is a family heirloom left by a legendary boss with an awakening talent in the totem era. It may also be a toy, although it was not very useful in ancient times. Now that we have the mechanical department, this thing is worth tens of billions, which is not too much. Shi Yu smiled and said, after the death of a legendary beast master, the beast control space can be passed down. Some more powerful legendary beast masters also have the ability to combine the beast control talent and transform the beast control space. For example, the Imperial Capital University time ruins came from this. Shi Yu felt that this stone mirror was something similar, but he didn't know why it didn't have a special effect. Maybe it was just part of the ruined space? A prop that can awaken life. At this time, as Shi Yu finished showing it, Bai Zai's eyes widened completely, and her eyes gradually turned into two lemons. Just as Shi Yu said, in today's modern mechanical system, this thing is definitely a first-class artifact. Bai Zai, who has seen Gojuan's overlord race machinery, knows the value of this thing very well. She screamed in pain and said, Why don't I have a telepathic talent? Why can't I pick up treasures? You archaeologists are too cheating. Shi Yu, can you assemble a mechanical pet for me some other day? Bai Zai wanted to hug Shi Yu all of a sudden. Her fusion talent is not that she can combine with machinery, and it is also feasible to transform into a ship girl. Don't come over. Shi Yu hurriedly stopped Bai Zai. Men and women should not be intimate. What you love is the stone mirror, the overlord machinery, not me. Next to Bai Zai, Lu Qingyi smiled bitterly. Don't equate Shi Yu with other archaeologists. Even the other members of the 11th Bureau didn't listen as frequently as Shi Yu. And Shi Yu's luck. Lu Qingyi felt very upset. However, she could still accept it. This thing was indeed very valuable, but in her eyes, what Shi Yu held in her hand made her more covetous. In fact, the key to the mythical ruins left by the Emperor Shi, which had huge risks. With the excitement brought by that, this was nothing. After all, one upper limit was the overlord machinery, and the other was a mythical creature. You just said that this stone mirror is an antique from the totem age 6,000 or 7,000 years ago? Lu Qingyi asked suddenly. Yes, when you used it just now, did you recite strange spells with telepathy? Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and looked at Senior Lu, suspecting that her telepathy could read minds. How did she know? Looking at your expression, it was. Lu Qingyi was startled. If it was in that time period, then perhaps, I know the origin of this thing. After Lu Qingyi pondered, his expression suddenly became solemn. Do you know the origin? Shiyu was stunned. He only knew the purpose of the stone mirror by listening to history, and he was completely in the dark about the origin of the stone mirror. How did Senior Sister Lu know it again? As expected of Senior Sister Lu, Baizai said beside him. Shiyu, well, Shiyu did not deny that Lu Qingyi was powerful. The time and space key left by Emperor Shi was also helped by Lu Qingyi to determine the origin and purpose. In terms of historical knowledge reserves, Lu Qingyi was indeed stronger. Have you heard of Yu? Lu Qingyi asked. Who is that? Baizai was at a loss. Someone from the totem era, Shiyu asked. Yes, it is indeed a person from the totem era, Lu Qingyi nodded. What's wrong with her? Shiyu said. Is the stone mirror hers? At present, the history textbooks of Donghuang only teach the history of the beast taming era. There are 10 major historical faults in the beast taming era of more than 2,000 years alone. As for the more ancient years that can be traced back to the totem era hundreds of millions of years ago, there are even fewer records. Even Shiyu did not know much through the channels of the 11th Bureau. In that era, humans still lived in the form of totem tribes, and the beast control system was not yet perfect. Although there may have been many legendary beast masters, even legendary ones, but without the unification of written language, ability system, and tribal power, modern humans have almost no channels to understand that era. The reason why the several dynasties in the beast control era are relatively clear to later generations is that the written language was unified by the Emperor of Time, and the beast control system was sorted out and divided into 9 grades by the Emperor of Time dynasty. Of course, although modern people don't know much about the totem era, it is certain that there must have been a large number of humans active in the totem era. Moreover, humans were born very early and existed for a very long time. To this day, when humans were born and who was the first to develop the ability to control beasts is still a mystery. I don't know much, I only know her name and ability. This stone mirror may be the work of Yu, but if it is definitely not her talent for controlling beasts. Not only this stone mirror, Yu has many other works that have been passed down, which played a significant role in the beast control era. Shiyu and Baizai cast curious eyes. Lu Qingyi said, Yu is a human beast master from the totem age. Her beast master talent is plunder. She can extract the abilities of extraordinary creatures and give them to dead objects to transform them into treasures. She can also extract the beast master talents of other human beast masters and give them to dead objects to form treasures. This is an ability that is feared by both humans and extraordinary creatures, although it is very old. Several works of Yu have been passed down and obtained and used by ancient archaeologists. The treasures she made have a common feature, which is that they need to use some strange commands to activate them. Although she should have made many treasures, the commands should be the main reason why these works of hers have been lost. Lu Qingyi looked at Shiyu and said, so, you should have heard the command to use this stone mirror. Yes, Shiyu nodded undeniably, but he was surprised by another thing in his heart. Can you extract the beast master talents of other beast masters? Baizai was also shocked. Is there such a talent? Baizai couldn't help but say. This is too perverted, and it sounds creepy. Lu Qingyi said, that's right. But it seems that Yu is the only one with this talent in history. And it is certain that if this kind of talent is exposed, no matter in which era, it will probably be rejected. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Shiyu felt guilty. This talent is too much and too unethical. His copying talent is just copying, and it only targets extraordinary creatures, and it doesn't take away their abilities. This plundering talent actually directly draws out all the abilities, and it is also effective for humans. Isn't this just smashing the pot after dinner? After hearing this, Shiyu was instantly wary of this Yu. He felt that the stone mirror in his hand was a little hot. However, Considering that this Yu was an ancient person thousands of years ago, and Shi was thousands of years younger than her, Shi endured it. The main reason was that he couldn't bear to throw away the stone mirror. At present, in Donghuang, there are no more than 5 Yu treasures preserved to this day, including yours, Lu Chengyu said. In short, it's still very lucky. This may be an important opportunity for you to explore the totem era in the future. Shi tired. There are a lot of problems in the beast taming era alone, and the totem era is too difficult to deal with. Currently, archaeologists in the Donghuang archaeological community rarely focus on the totem era. The explorations are basically the beast taming era and the more distant mythological era. As for the totem era, it is too chaotic, difficult to explore, and not very valuable. I am also tired, but I'm not sleepy anymore, Lu Chengyu suddenly said. Go directly to Shiyu's residence. I want to discuss it with him. Baizai? What? Baizai was shocked. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone at night. We still have to go to the registration meeting for the fighting relics tomorrow, so everyone should go to bed early, she suggested. Chapter 242, The Registration Controversy of the Fighting Competition. The night passed quickly. The next day, Shiyu was called up early in the morning. He wanted to sleep in more, because the big bed in the rich woman's house was more comfortable than his own, but he couldn't bear Baizai's insistence on dragging him and Lu Chengyu to sign up for the martial arts competition. Today is the last day to sign up for the martial arts competition, and the competition will officially start the day after tomorrow, so if you don't sign up today, you will basically be disqualified. Although one of the organizers of the martial arts competition is the Wu Lingbai family, Baizai has no intention of using his privileges in registration. Let's go. After breakfast, Baizai said with full energy. Can we successfully qualify today? Lu Chengyu pondered while holding the promotional poster of the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition is a competition with no level or age limit. From trainee beastmasters to mythical beastmasters, everyone can participate. Because of this, there are many people who sign up. In consideration of the effect of the competition, the organizers allow the contestants to use the training facilities of the Emperor Wu ruins after signing up for the martial arts competition to conduct a strength positioning. The top 32 players in the strength positioning ranking can enter the main competition directly without participating in the preliminaries. Of course, players can also choose not to position themselves according to their strength, but in that case they will have to slowly fight their way up from the preliminaries one by one. For example, Baizai, Lu Chengyi, and Shiyu must all have their strength positioned. It would be too torturous to start from the preliminaries. It should be possible, anyway, let's do it as soon as possible. Where's Chong Chong? Baizai asked. Chong Chong, here it comes. Next to him, Shiyu rubbed his eyes and released Chong Chong. The dreamlike tool butterfly appeared directly in front of the 3 people. Instantaneous movement, start. Wuling City, Emperor Wu Ruins. This is located in the center of Wuling City and is one of the famous places of interest in Donghuang. The exterior of the ruins is composed of 9 rock pillars, which are extremely tall and reach the sky, connecting to a fixed ruin space. This is similar to the heroic ruins, with a fixed area and no owner. Inside the ruin space, there are 9 different facilities, all of which are training places built for physical training. According to archaeological discoveries, this relic was a training ground built by Emperor Wu to train his subordinates. At present, the Donghuang Association has mastered the methods of free entry and exit and use of these training facilities. This martial arts competition will be held in the Emperor Wu relics. During the martial arts competition, the Emperor Wu relics will be temporarily open to the public both inside and outside the space. As long as you have purchased a ticket, whether you are a contestant or a tourist, you are eligible to enter the space of the relic. The ticket is 10,000 yuan per ticket, 10,000 yuan per ticket. After arriving near the destination, Shiyu discovered something strange. Many beastmasters were dumbfounded outside the 9 pillars, because if you want to register, you have to enter the relic space, and if you want to enter the relic space, you have to buy a ticket, 10,000 yuan per ticket. Similarly, tourists who want to visit and spectators who plan to watch the game also have to buy tickets. No wonder there is no limit on the age and level of registration. The tickets are expensive. Some people became depressed outside. This is a typical case of not reading the rules before coming. Young people, you are not willing to invest. If you miss this time, you will have to wait another year. After Baizai got 3 tickets, She saw a group of people struggling outside and couldn't help laughing in her heart. Every year, she can see a group of tourists who are reluctant to buy tickets. Since they are here, they have to take out loans to buy tickets. Beastmasters, buy it up, Shiyu also muttered. This ticket price is so cheap, okay? You have to take out loans to buy it. Of course, it is aimed at beastmasters who want to become stronger. Non-beastmasters and Buddhist lay-flat parties just ignore him. Buying a ticket and being able to go in and watch the game is secondary. The most important thing is that the predecessor of the ruined space is at least a level 7 Beastmaster space, which is the Beastmaster space of legendary Beastmasters. The growth experience of pets in it for one day is unknown how many times that of the outside world. Even if you can't use the training facilities inside, there are a lot of benefits even if you just take your pets to sleep in it. Find an open space to train, and the efficiency of the pets will be more obvious. The price-performance ratio is absolutely better than spending 10,000 to buy nutritional supplements for pets, and the Beastmaster will make a profit by buying a ticket. Shiyu knew the benefits of the relic space because he had his own relic space. He also saw that Wuling City was using this relic space and the martial arts competition to develop Wuling City's tourism industry. If the Emperor Wu relics had not been discovered by Bai Zai's second grandfather, the Bai family and Wuling City might not have been as glorious as they are now. This is also the reason why Ping Chang was so concerned about the relic space. After the iron-eating beast breeding space in Ping Chang was completed, the benefits that the hometown of giant pandas could bring to Ping Chang, even if they were not as good as this martial arts competition, would definitely make Ping Chang soar to the sky. Let's go in, Lu Chengyu said beside him. After a while, a magical scene appeared. A bunch of people saw Lu Chengyu and Bai Zai, two beautiful women, walk through the security check, enter the transmission area, and enter the relic space, and ran to buy tickets directly with great pain. If these two people were also contestants, and they could see them compete, then this ticket would be worth it. In the relic space, the environment is the same as the outside world. There are still 9 huge stone pillars that reach the sky. The sky and the earth are the same color, as if it is a yellow primitive world. However, compared with the empty outside world, several buildings have been built in the center of the 9 pillars inside the relic space. As for the outside of the 9 pillars, there is a more vast relic space, and the different training facilities in the Emperor Wu ruins are distributed there. After entering the relic space, Shiyu and his friends found a very different point, that is, there are many more Beastmasters with strange costumes and strange appearances here than in the outside world. Shiyu took a casual look and saw several weird people, with obvious characteristics of plants and animals and even elements on their bodies. There is a big man with bull horns, a strong figure, a huge axe on his back, and a head with obvious bull features. He is obviously a minotaur. There is an uncle holding a cigarette, his feet, hands, and hair are all smoked, floating around directly, looking like a smoke man. There are also girls wearing grass skirts, elf wings, and flowers and plants blooming on their heads, like flower fairies. As for girls with animal ears like Bai Zai, there are even more of them, including bunny girls, cat-eared girls, foxtail girls, and everything else. After entering, Bai Zai found that Shiyu's eyes were fixed, and he could not move at once, so he could not help but knock on Shiyu. Hey, there are so many talents for fusion here, Shiyu said. Animals, plants, and elemental pets are all fusion objects. Unfortunately, I haven't seen car girls or ship girls yet. There is a mechanical grandmother with 2 turrets on her shoulders, and her arms are directly sniper rifles. She is also here to participate in the competition at such an old age? And this look, is she Sing a double gun old woman or a water arrow turtle? The most common talent among the contestants of the martial arts competition is the talent for a fusion. In addition, the proportion of fusion talents of the Beastmasters in Wuling City is also very high. How about it? It's very interesting, they are actually training their proficiency in the talent for a fusion. Keeping this up every day, except for being a little tired, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, Bai Zai said. Shiyu nodded. The last time he saw such an outrageous scene was when he went to a comic exhibition with his classmates in high school. Next to Bai Zai and Shiyu, Lu Chengyu was also observing the surroundings. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she found that the appearances of the Beastmasters here were also very outrageous. In comparison, her and Shiyu's transformations should be relatively normal. Please pay attention, Beastmasters who want to participate in the martial arts competition and have not yet registered, please register in halls and next. The other halls have been suspended. In addition, contestants who have registered and plan to conduct strength positioning, please take your card number and go to the trial location from channel. Repeat, please pay attention, let's go. As the loudspeaker repeated, Baizai called Shiyu, then took Lu Qingyi's little hand and walked happily towards the direction of hall. Lu Qingyi was helpless, but it was just holding hands, so forget it. Why is Baizai so old, but still like a child? Hey, Shiyu was also helpless when he saw this. It turned out that he really became a light bulb. What a sin. Shiyu felt depressed when he thought that if he met the two of them when the competition started, he would be beaten again, and most likely he would not be able to beat them. This martial arts competition might be the most frustrating competition he had ever participated in. Although it was impossible for there to be legendary-level participants, it seemed that there were still many master-level players. Archaeology first, competition second, Shiyu quickly caught up with the two of them, and at the same time. His eyes had already begun to observe the surroundings, not knowing where to start the test. Ruins, can you hear me? Is there anything you want to tell me? Shiyu chattered to the 9 pillars while walking, but it was obvious that this posture was wrong and there would be no response. Registration hall no. Inside the building, there was a long line of about dozens of people. Shiyu and his group quickly lined up. At this time, as the three of them stood quietly, someone finally discovered that the Shiyu trio was abnormal. Hey, look, isn't that Baizai, the captain of the ancient capital university team, the white tiger lady and the 9-tailed lady? Damn, I almost didn't recognize her if she wasn't in her combined form. What did you say? Do you want to live like this, eh? What's wrong with me? Look, it's our Wuling City's genius Beastmaster, the granddaughter of Mr. Bai Chuanqi. Baizai's the leader of the younger generation in Wuling City and the representative Beastmaster of Ancient Capital University, one of the 9 universities. She was quite popular last year after she tore apart a king-level pet with her bare hands in the national competition. This time, when she came to the Emperor Wu ruins and lined up honestly, someone soon recognized her. It's really Miss Baizai? She's here to participate too. I remember she came last year, and she successfully made it to the top 32 as a senior Beastmaster. This year, she broke through to the master level. I wonder what results she can achieve. The people around immediately started discussing Baizai, and even the people queuing up in front and behind looked over after hearing the name Baizai. In the queue, Baizai sighed, knowing that this would be the result. Just then, a boy who looked like a high school student with a backpack and a pen and a notebook ran over excitedly. Seeing this, people immediately realized. Want an autograph? Everything is well prepared, but wouldn't it be better to take a photo at this time? Sorry, seeing this, Baizai instinctively wanted to refuse, because once this kind of thing starts, it will never end. But who knew that this high school student excitedly ran to Lu Qingyi and asked, "Excuse me, are you Dr. Lu Qingyi? I am your fan. I like your 2 books Mythology Forbidden Zone and Ancient Other Side very much. Excuse me, can you sign for me, Baizai?" Lu Qingyi behind Baizai was slightly startled and looked at the high school student who ran to him to ask for an autograph. At this moment, people suddenly realized that the person behind Baizai seemed even more extraordinary. Lu Qingyi? A doctor of archaeology at Gudu University, the most talented student at Gudu University in the past 10 years, the current vice president of the Donghuang Archaeological Association, one of the young Beastmasters closest to the legendary realm, Lu Qingyi. It seems to be the real one. As the high school student revealed Lu Qingyi's identity, the onlookers were even more surprised. Lu Qingyi's honors and status were much more dazzling than Baizai's. In terms of level, Lu Qingyi was even higher than Zhu Xian Wang, who could easily become the #1 hot search on the entire network. It was because Lu Qingyi was relatively low-key that she was not well known, but Lu Qingyi's archaeological achievements in recent years were also quite impressive. Not to mention that she was a goddess with legendary qualifications. When someone mentioned her name, many people immediately recalled this person. Dr. Lu is also attending the martial arts competition? Oh my god, this is incredible, unbelievable. Many people were shocked. At this time, another butterfly girl with butterfly wings came running from the front excitedly. She was holding a mobile phone. This time, it seemed that she wanted to take a photo. Seeing this, Baizi held her breath and saw that the girl passed her and ran to Shiyu behind Lu Qingyi. Are you Senior Shiyu? That's right, I am from the breeding department of Magic City University. I also specialize in insect research, focusing on butterflies. I am the junior of Senior Xia. I have read the report on your breeding results. You are so amazing. Excuse me, can you take a photo with me, please, Baizi? Shiyu was slightly startled. It turns out that breeding results can also attract fans. He thought he only had supporters among the civilian class. It turns out that there are also geniuses in the breeding industry who are impressed by his talent. Of course, Shiyu smiled, worthy of me. At this time, with the butterfly girl's revelation, everyone had forgotten what Baizi was. They once again slow to notice that behind Lu Qingyi, there stood a more powerful person. If it was said that before Shiyu appeared, it would be no problem to say that Lu Qingyi was the most talented student in the past 10 years at Gudo University, but with the emergence of Shiyu's research results on the evolution chain of green worm cocoons, which could change the pattern of the field of beast control in Donghuang, the honor of the most talented student at Gudo University should be directly changed. Compared with Lu Qingyi, Shiyu's name has become more popular in the past month. Shiyu, is he the beastmaster of the fantasy butterfly, the father of green worm cocoons, the man who ruthlessly exploded the hot search of Zhu Xianwang twice in a row? He is so young, he is so handsome, I love him so much. He also came to participate in the martial arts competition? Wow, what is going on with this martial arts competition? Did the three of them come together? Wow, an all-star lineup of Gudo University. At this moment, Hall exploded directly, and Lu Qingyi and Shiyu were directly surrounded by people, just like the treatment of stars. Lu Qingyi, Shiyu, Baizi, Kak. Then, the order was finally stabilized under the hard work of the security personnel. Shiyu and the other two registered with difficulty. After receiving the queue number for strength positioning from the registration lady with starry eyes, they were directly taken away by Chong Chong using teleportation. Where are the people? Chase them. The hall was noisy again, and then most people gave up queuing and ran to the trial site for strength positioning. Registration can be done at any time today, but if the three people missed the process of strength positioning, they would really miss it. Does Dr. Lu have a pet beast of the fighting system? I don't know. Where's Shiyu? I know this. He is a knight of the Iron Beast, and he can ride the Iron Beast to harden his whole body and weapons. I'm blown away. Pillar passage. Each of them held a queue number, and the figures of Shiyu, Lu Qingyi, and Baizi appeared directly on the road. After coming out, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was really difficult. I'm number 109, Baizi said. I'm number 110, Lu Qingyi. Shiyu looked at his number 111 calmly. Well, single boys won't have bad luck. Let's go, Baizi said. Players below the senior beastmaster rarely participate in the strength positioning, so this is actually very fast, and there is no need to queue up. I guess we can start soon when we get there. Shiyu pinched the number card. I suddenly feel that it's not bad for me to start directly from the preliminaries. I don't know how many master players there are this year. What if there are more than 32? Last year, there were 30 beastmasters above the master level participating in the competition. I don't know the situation this year. I feel that I can definitely give it a try. Under the master level, you will definitely be the first, Baizi said. That's what I said, but what if you succeed and go directly to the main competition, and meet a master beastmaster in the first round of the main competition? Then wouldn't it be a one-round tour? Shiyu was upset. He said that this competition was a scam. Although Qitong is very powerful now, his physique is not inferior to those masters who specialize in bodybuilding, but after all, there is a big level difference. Of course, Shiyu also has a trump card, which is the Ice Dragon Blade. This level 7 weapon is still powerful. With Qitong, he can fight against opponents of higher levels, but it will cost a Beastmaster and Dragon Whiskers a bit. It's not good to always fry fish. Although this competition is fought by the Beastmaster himself, it is very safe. Baizi's second grandfather will probably come to watch the game. Just treat it as training yourself, Lu Qingyi suggested. Okay, Shiyu likes to listen to senior sister Lu. Alice, the Dragon Whisker energy is gone. Anyway, the Ice Dragon is still on the snow mountain. If little Qitong asks for a few more Dragon Whiskers, it is impossible for Sister Ice Dragon not to give them. Chapter 243 Baizi and Lu Qingyi's transformation. Emperor Wu's relics. One of the 9 training facilities, Huilente. Huilente is an extremely large square arena with a tall and thick rock pillar in the center. At this time, there were crowds of people near Huilente. They all focused on the middle-aged man standing on the arena. At this moment, the huge rock pillar on the arena continued to emit invisible transparent waves. Under the cover of this transparent wave, the air above the entire arena was buzzing. This wave seemed to carry an indescribable huge pressure, making the middle-aged man on the arena painful and almost unable to breathe. Moreover, from time to time, this wave would squeeze towards the middle-aged man's body like an invisible titan storm, as if an invisible big hand wanted to crush his body. Bang! 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 Under the violent collision, the brown scales covering the man's body had shattered like dry cracked soil, and the long lizard tail on his buttocks was listlessly hanging on the ground. At this time, the big man was half squatting, his fists clenched, his muscles bulged, his face was ferocious, his pupils were full of bloodshot, and his body had reached a limit. Puff! After a moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and lay on the ring with his head raised and consciousness a little faint. At the same time, the deterrence emanating from the rock pillar disappeared immediately. 25 seconds 28, after the big man fell to the ground, 2 middle-aged men in white fighting uniforms sitting on a high platform opposite the ring recorded it. At the same time, as the deterrence of the rock pillar dissipated, the middle-aged lizard man opened his eyes with difficulty, climbed up, and walked dizzily to the bottom of the ring. At the same time, he was still muttering, too difficult, if he was not wrong, he would only be at the top 200 level. Number 86, Yuan Shuo. After the big man went down, the person in charge of recording the results called out the name of the next player to be positioned. At this time, Shiyu and others who had just arrived in the crowd showed unexpected expressions. Number 86? Great, I said it would be very fast. It will probably take less than half an hour to get to us, Baizai said excitedly. Their number 110 is very close to number 86. It takes less than a minute for each one, which is very fast. So what should we eat for lunch? Lu Qingyu said. The registration and testing process was faster than she thought, so it seemed that they could still catch up with lunch. I want to eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. I haven't eaten it for a month. My mother didn't prepare it yesterday, Baizai said greedily. Shiyu, he seemed to have heard something incredible. Shiyu's mouth twitched next to him. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, as the name suggests, are organs of creatures with some dragon and phoenix blood. Of course, most of them are races with very weak blood. Ordinary people with pure blood can't digest it at all, but even those with weak blood are very nourishing food, and the price of a meal is close to millions. He couldn't bear to use this to nourish his body. Looking at the beast-eared senior sister, he had to eat it once or twice a month? But, it seems normal. A beast master like her who has the talent of fusion has to exercise, meditate, and cultivate pets. It is difficult to allocate energy. Using top-level food resources such as dragon liver and phoenix marrow to directly strengthen the body is the fastest way. Although Shiyu has trained his physique to the extreme at each level, Shiyu estimates that a beast-eared senior sister is about the same. Even if she has not trained to the extreme at each level, she is not far behind. After all, it is a Krypton Gold battle method, and there are pets and talent bonuses. Well, let's go to Longfang Pavilion, Lu Qingyu nodded. Okay, Baizai agreed. After a while, the new beastmaster named Yuan Shuo took the test. He couldn't bear it for about 24 seconds and retreated. Seeing this, Shiyu looked at the rock pillar wrapped with deterrence. Do you think this deterrence is as simple as superb? He asked. It has been wrapped for 2,000 years and has stable autonomous operation rules. No matter how you look at it, it is more than just superb. The proficiency is definitely above the level of perfection. It is not important whether or not a new realm has been reached. The lack of clear division in history also shows that that realm is not something that ordinary beastmasters can reach. Lu Qingyu looked over. Just like the mythical level, such a level is not very meaningful even if it is divided. Baizai said, don't ignore the growth level. The pets of the Emperor Wu are all totem level. Who knows what kind of power he used when building this ruins, but I'm curious about how many seconds I can last now. The last time I participated in the competition was 28.59 seconds. This time it will definitely be above 30 seconds, but how close to 40 seconds it will be? It's hard to say, As long as you can hold on for more than 30 seconds, you will have a chance to enter the main competition directly. Right, Shiyu said. The training mechanism of the Wheelante of the Emperor Wu ruins is actually very simple. The rock pillars of the arena are wrapped with a deterrent of the level of perfection or above by the Emperor Wu. This deterrent has autonomous operation rules. As long as a living being enters the venue, the rock pillars will continue to release deterrents, and the deterrent power will increase over time. Because it is a deterrent above the mastery level, the deterrent here is materialized, which can cause both mental and physical damage, testing both the will and the physique of the Beastmaster. Generally speaking, less than 10 seconds corresponds to awakening level power, 10 to 20 seconds corresponds to extraordinary level power, 20 to 30 seconds corresponds to command level power, and 30 seconds or more corresponds to king level power. The longer the Beastmaster persists in the arena, the stronger he is. When the Beastmaster reaches the limit, if there is no breakthrough, the rock pillar will converge the power very accurately and will not cause too much damage to the Beastmaster. Of course, the Beastmaster can also choose to use various abilities, including equipment to resist deterrents, which is not against the rules. But in this link, few people are so brave, because the deterrent upper limit of the rock pillar is very high, and the equipment is not protected by the mechanism. The ending is definitely that the equipment is damaged, and basically no prodigal son does this. Moreover, if he entered the finals relying on his equipment, he would become a clown if he did not have the strength. The Beastmasters who could afford that level of equipment were also well-known figures, so they would not do that. After all, the rewards of the martial arts competition were just that, and even the champion rewards were not necessarily as expensive as high-level spiritual equipment. Therefore, Shiyu did not plan to use the Ice Dragon Blade wrapped with the Overlord-level dragon power this time. If the dragon power and the rock pillar started a fight, he would be in the middle, and it would be a fight between gods, and the handsome guy would suffer. If the Ice Dragon Blade was destroyed by the rock pillar, it would be even more unlucky. 30 seconds, about the same, Baizai replied. As soon as she finished speaking, several voices suddenly came from outside the crowd. Where is Miss Baizai? Where's Diarlu? Where's Shiyu? Obviously, the group of people in the registration hall followed them. Seeing this, Shiyu and the other two in the crowd turned black. At this time, there were more tourists and contestants watching around the Whelan Terrace than in the hall. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with these three names. As a result, within a few seconds, Shiyu, Lu Qingyi, and Baizai became the focus of attention again. It was not that there were no Master Beastmasters at the scene, but ordinary Master contestants were nothing in front of the fame of these three. What's going on? In the chaos, at this moment, even the two warriors who were responsible for recording the results showed surprised expressions. They quickly took a look at the updated list sent from the Hall 109, Baizai. Oh no. Little Baizai is here. I didn't see her for the past 2 days. I thought she would not participate this year, a recording warrior said. How is it possible? She broke through to the master this year. She must come to fight. Maybe she is going for the first place. As the granddaughter of Mr. Bai, the pride of our Bai family, she must win the first place in the conference, but, soon, they found something wrong. 110, Lu Chengyi? That Diarlu? And number 111 Shiyu. Wait, Shiyu, is that the Shiyu from Gudu University? Both of them are members of the Bai family, Master Beastmasters, who are in charge of the competition this time. Seeing their own children, they are naturally very friendly. However, when they saw the two names behind Baizai, they reacted like passers-by and were confused. They suddenly looked at Lu Chengyi and Shiyu who were surrounded in the crowd. Really, after a moment, they couldn't help but frown and shouted from above, "No noise is allowed here, don't disturb others." After the two shouted, it was quieter below. Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. The fame is really a good thing. At that station, a bunch of beast-eared girls and beast-eared boys came to him, tried friends. Of course, in order to maintain his image, Shiyu didn't dare to give any, otherwise it would be endless. Time passed little by little. After the initial lizard man, more than a dozen people came up one after another. However, none of them were Master Beastmasters. Most of them stopped struggling after more than 20 seconds. Such contestants were just here to join in the fun, and basically had no chance of advancing directly to the main competition as seeded contestants. The process of these people's short and weak resistance to deterrence also made the tourists quite unsatisfied. Of course, most people did not want to see the contestants' results. There was a group of old perverts who were just waiting for the beast-eared women to resist deterrence and then sweat and tremble all over. The result was seen, but it was only a dozen or 20 seconds before they left the stage again. It was too short and I didn't get enough of it. Until number 109, Baizai. After the previous contestant came down, the two members of the Bai family on the high platform spoke with a little expectation. Next, it was Baizai's turn. Baizai was a master beast master, and his pet had reached the king level. His performance was definitely different from that of the previous contestants. It's my turn, then I'll go. In the crowd, Baizai, who was wearing black shorts and a white sports short-sleeved shirt, stretched and moved his body, and said to Lu Qingyi and Shiyu next to him. Come on, Lu Qingyi smiled. Come on, senior sister, Shiyu also said. Baizai smiled and walked directly to the ring under the gaze of everyone. When she stepped onto the ring, she continued to walk without stopping, and looked up at the rock pillar. Soon, the rock pillar flickered with a faint light, and directly emitted a deterrent wave. The weak deterrent wave quickly rushed towards the beast-eared girl. However, Baizai didn't change her expression at the current level of deterrence, and even the combined state was useless. She just stood on the field and looked at the rock pillar quietly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds. Baizai was enveloped by the transparent deterrent aura, and still breathed evenly, standing on the ring without any reaction. Fuck, at this moment, the tourists and contestants held their breath. In a blink of an eye, Baizai had lasted for more than 20 seconds, and at this time, she still maintained her normal state, only her clothes and hair were shaking slightly under the intimidation. Seeing this, the contestants who had just stepped down could not help but stare at all this. Oh my god, can you last more than 20 seconds with your flesh alone, a humanoid beast, with a physique comparable to that of a commander-level extraordinary creature? The two masters in the morning didn't dare to play like this. At present, Baizai has achieved this, which has shown that even if she does not use her beast control talent and does not merge with her pet, she can fight with a commander-level beast with her fists alone. She is a humanoid beast and has trained her physique to the superhuman level. You are worthy of being senior sister Bai, Shiyu said below. Your physique should not be weaker than hers. Lu Qingyi curled her lips. She could understand Baizai, but Shiyu was a freak. He could withstand the possession of a high-level overlord race and extraordinary sword spirit at the intermediate level. This physique was even more outrageous. Not bad, Shiyu laughed. After a moment, 25 seconds had passed. On the stage, Baizai finally frowned slightly. She slowly raised her hand, and did not see any sign of summoning at all. But the next moment, under the lingering light, the characteristics of beast transformation appeared directly on her body. Boom. At the same time, a momentum burst out from Baizai, and the deterrence released by the rock pillar was crushed back in an instant. In the roar of the air, Baizai's new image appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Baizai's short black hair completely turned into flowing white long hair, her eyes also turned blue, and there were 2 more fox-like ears. The most important thing is that at this time, 9 smooth and slender white tails grew directly behind her. The dazzling 9 tails looked noble and elegant, with golden highlights at the end. After all dancing, they were larger than Baizai herself, and directly became the best background to set off her figure. Boom. After transforming into the 9-tailed princess, Baizai suddenly became much calmer. 9-tailed light fox, and 9-tailed light fox merged. At this time, seeing Baizai's changes, someone couldn't help but say excitedly. The fusion with the 9-tailed light fox of the quasi-dominant race, combined with Baizai's terrifying physical fitness, directly allowed her to burst out with a powerful deterrent, and easily face the baptism of the rock pillar's deterrent. At the moment, Shiyu looked at the 1.75 million energy value burst out by the beast-eared girl inside, saying, actually, I still think the white tiger is more handsome, although that little white tiger is Baizai's main pet. It is currently 1 stage less evolved than the 9-tailed fox. It may take some time for it to become her trump card again. Lu Qingyi smiled. After turning into 9-tailed fox, Baizai responded to the deterrent calmly, and resisted for 30 seconds in a blink of an eye. After 30 seconds, the rock pillar's deterrent suddenly increased. Baizai's body was surrounded by a light curtain, and the deterrent continued to burst out. Under the collision of the 2 sides' power, it seemed as if thunder sounded in the air. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, every minute and every second was extremely long and shocking. However, The rock pillar was designed to test people after all. Its power was endless and had no upper limit. In an instant, Baizai's expression became more and more solemn, but she did not look as embarrassed as the previous contestants. With a click, the light curtain on Baizai's body shattered directly, and her burst of deterrence was also crushed by the deterrence of the rock pillar. She herself groaned, took a step back slightly, and her brain roared. Almost instantly, Baizai felt that her body was about to fall apart and was extremely weak. Her beastly characteristics also disappeared directly, but her strong will prevented her from falling down under the deterrence. She just stood on the ring in a trance. About 34 seconds? Forget it, Baizai closed her eyes slightly. Buzz! After judging that Baizai had lost her ability to resist, the deterrence of the rock pillar dissipated. After a few seconds, Baizai's breathing gradually became even. After she slowly opened her eyes, she looked towards the platform. 34.36 seconds, very impressive. It is the third highest score so far. On the platform, the two members responsible for recording the results spoke excitedly with smiles on their faces. 34 seconds. At this time, everyone in the audience was also in a trance when they heard this time. The span of the king level is actually very large. A strong king may be 10 times stronger than a weak king. If you can hold on for 35 seconds, you can already be said to be a middle-level force in the king level. Baizai's only in her early 20s, and she has such strength. In the eyes of everyone, she is already very powerful. After all, Baizai has not broken through to the master level for more than a year. With her age and the degree of cultivation of her pet, it is normal that she is not as good as those old masters. Not bad. On the stage, Baizai said softly, and then smiled and came down. At this time, she was very weak. After coming down, under the admiring expressions of everyone, she returned to Lu Qingyi, Shiyu and others. At this time, Shiyu had already handed the prepared nutritious fruit to Baizai. Here, thank you. Baizai took the tonic from Shiyu without being polite, and then ate it without caring about her image. After a while, she was directly revived with full blood, and even her face was a little ruddy, which was obviously a sign of over-supplementation. Baizai called out subconsciously. Her face flushed, and she said, just give me a low-level 1 next time. Shiyu scratched his cheek. You have to make a low-level 1 on purpose. Trouble, that, it's my turn next. At this time, Lu Qingyi said a little nervously. She was not nervous about her grades, but she was nervous that she would die if so many people saw her in a possessed state. After all, she was not as skilled as Baizai and Shiyu. You can do it, Senior Lu, Baizai said. You look better than me after you transform. Compared to the hair quality of Jiuwei and Beihu, although they are both white hair, I like yours better, Jiuwei, Beihu. So what is it? You have been hiding it from me for a day. Shiyu couldn't help but say beside him. White hair too? Shiyu couldn't think of what kind of undead it was. Could it be Snow Girl? Something is wrong. That is the characteristic undead of Kidao. There are very few in Donghuang, but it is not impossible. Number 110, Lu Qingyi. At this time, a voice came from the high platform. Shiyu didn't plan to ask, since he would be able to see it later anyway. After her name was called, Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, put away the glasses-shaped illustration, put it into the space, and then walked towards the ring step by step. Today, Lu Qingyi wore a white shirt with a black short skirt underneath. Her slender legs were partially wrapped in over-the-knee black stockings, revealing her absolute domain. The process of her slowly walking onto the ring attracted more attention and expectations than Baizai. Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu is gifted in telepathy, so she should be using a skill of her pet to strengthen herself, right? Is it a strengthening skill, or a possession skill? Everyone was very curious, and below, Shiyu was also very curious. Strengthening skills are actually the hardening of the iron-eating beast. The martial arts competition also supports the combat method of wrapping the beast master with superb hardening, as long as the iron-eating beast does not fight personally. However, this kind of relationship is a bit awkward in the martial arts competition. The iron-eating beast adds a layer of hardening to the beast master, and the beast master goes to fight, while the pet beast watches. The relationship between the beast master and the pet beast is a bit reversed no matter how you look at it. Let's start. After a while, Lu Qingyi stepped onto the ring. She also looked at the rock pillar. At the same time, the rock pillar, like the previous game, began to release deterrence from weak to strong again. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qingyi, like Baizai, did not activate her ability at the beginning, but relied on normality to resist deterrence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 19 seconds, everyone's expressions gradually twitched, until after 20 seconds, not only did the passers-by widen their eyes, but even Shiyu was slightly startled. He did not expect that Senior Sister Lu's telepathic talent could also train her physique to this level. She is indeed a rich woman. Okay, Shiyu said. Senior Lu's beast control space is already level 6, so it's normal that she has a strong physique, Baizai said. About 25 seconds later, Lu Chengyu took a deep breath, finally closed her eyes slightly, and began to communicate with the undead possession. The next moment, a white light like a star lingered around her. Under the white light, her hair slowly changed from brown to silver white. Isn't it the white bone spirit? Shiyu was shocked. Climb, Baizai said angrily. It's a pity that it's not the special undead spirit of Donghuang. At this time, Shiyu continued to watch, and his expression became more and more surprised. Not only him, but all the Beastmasters present showed incredible expressions, because the special effects of Lu Chengyu's transformation were too dazzling. The white star not only dyed her hair silver white, but also combined with the power of the wind element to condense a white robe behind Lu Chengyu. In an instant, under the shining light, Lu Chengyu exuded a noble and elegant temperament, and her appearance became much more beautiful. Until the strong natural power of wind element lingered, Lu Chengyu's ears turned into long and pointed ears, and all the decorations on her body were dyed white. Shiyu's expression suddenly became strange. Damn, she could even cross-dress. The next moment, Lu Chengyu opened her eyes, and her lavender eyes full of intellect and wisdom were staring at Shiyu. Her soft facial features were both mature and smart. Under the breeze, she exuded the charm of nature and was incomparably beautiful, like a natural goddess. She raised her hand lightly, without any deterrence at all, and the wind pressure counteract, instantly swallowing the power emitted by the rock pillar, and quietly confronted the rock pillar's pressure. At this moment, looking at Lu Chengyu who had become like a goddess, both men and women showed astonished expressions. This skill is possession, but what kind of creature is it? Who knows? Elves. Elf tribe? At this moment, everyone was still in a daze, shocked by the changes in Lu Chengyu on the stage, and in deep confusion. Shiyu quickly judged based on the characteristics of Senior Lu, and looked at Baizai in disbelief. How about it? Surprised, Baizai smiled. How can there be elves in Donghuang? Shiyu said. There are actually many concepts of elves. In Donghuang, elves sometimes refer to elemental elves, sometimes to some ghosts, and sometimes to describe the characteristics of some pets. However, the concept of elves is not on Donghuang. They are a group of humanoid extraordinary creatures, mainly located in the distant country of Tinxiang. In the country of Tinxiang, there are many humanoid extraordinary creatures, such as elves, giants, and dwarves. In theory, they are not the same as the extraordinary system in Donghuang. Moreover, elves are not undead at all. Isn't this strange? When the giant dragons in the west were slaughtered by the legendary dragon hunters more than 2,000 years ago, didn't they all flee to all parts of the world? A large number even came to Donghuang for refuge. Who said that the elves can't cross the sea to Donghuang? You are an archaeologist, you should know better than me. Facing Baizai's words, Shiyu was speechless. Senior Lu told me that this elf also came to Donghuang for refuge, and then she turned into a dead spirit for some reason and sealed herself up. Anyway, it was discovered by Senior Lu in a natural relic during archaeological excavation. Baizai stared straight at the beautiful Senior Lu, drooling. Damn, Shiyu also looked over with envy. Damn it, the elves. And they can also possess. Little Chitong suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Chitong, how come he is not as lucky as Senior Sister Lu to encounter foreign species in archaeology? Hey, that's not right. And Ice Dragon seems to have also taken refuge in a foreign country. Before that, there was no such creature as Giant Dragon in Donghuang. They were all pseudo-dragons with dragon blood. As for the pure-blooded dragons, they were all like the owner of the Dragon Ball of Chong Chong. Let me see the energy value. Shiyu couldn't help but use the illustration to detect again, and the energy state of Senior Sister Lu at this time immediately appeared in front of him, 3.37 million. After the elf possessed her, the common energy of the two reached 3.37 W energy value, which completely suffocated Shiyu. This energy value made him suspect that this elf was also a dominant race. If it is not a dominant race, it must be because the age of this elf is at the level of a grandmother, and all kinds of racial skills have been trained to the maximum level, and the power has been perfectly inherited by the undead state. Otherwise, this energy is outrageous no matter how you look at it. Damn, if I meet Senior Sister Beast Ears, I can still rely on the power of Dragon Whiskers to fight. If I meet Senior Sister Lou, wouldn't I be hammered? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Iron-Eating Beast Night Thunder Flame Form. You discovered that Senior Sister Lou seemed to like wind-type pets very much. The Wind Demon Lion was wind-type, the Blue Spirit Windbird was wind-type, and now this elf undead was also wind-type. There were already 3 wind-type pets. It would be fine if Senior Sister Lou had a talent for wind-type enhancement, but the key point was that she had a telepathic talent, and normal people would basically not play like this. Are wind-type pets really that happy? Shiyu's eyes stopped on Senior Sister Lou. Under the shining of the star swirl condensed by the wind element, the wind condensed into a white robe, and her clothes all turned white and shone brightly. According to Shiyu's impression, except for a few special races, such as the Blood Elves, most of the elves in Tinxiang are the darlings of nature, and their elemental talents are extremely outstanding. At the moment, the power of the wind element is Lu Qingyi's best weapon. She easily fights against the power of the rock pillar with a reverse whirlwind. 30 seconds, soon, 30 seconds passed before Lu Qingyi went on stage. Below, Baizai counted silently. On the high platform, the 2 recorders also swallowed their saliva and watched the violent scene in front of them. 31, 32, 33, 34, Lu Qingyi easily surpassed Baizai's score. Is this Dr. Lu? Passers-by had only heard of Lu Qingyi's name and knew that she was hailed as the young generation with the greatest potential to become a legend, but they had never seen Lu Qingyi's strength with their own eyes. But now, as she showed her strength that surpassed anyone before, even the master-level players, people were impressed. At this moment, Lu Qingyi seemed to be wrapped in a huge wind field. The semicircular wind field and the earth-brown pressure condensed by the rock pillars squeezed each other together, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Boom boom boom. Under the collision of the wind field and the deterrence field, brown arcs burst out from the sky, indicating that the power levels of both sides were at an extremely high level. However, the Wheelante was set up by the martial emperor after all, and no one was given the opportunity to slack off. Even though Lu Qingyi, who was possessed by the spirit, had a storm-like power in her body at this time, as time went on, she frowned in the face of the increasingly outrageous deterrence power. Boom. The wind pressure raised by Lu Qingyi began to be pushed back, and the domain that enveloped Lu Qingyi gradually shrank. The next moment, a lavender micro-summoning diagram appeared in her hand, and a seed fell from it and merged into her palm. In an instant, the lines in her lavender pupils changed slightly, forming a complex flower pattern. It's Senior Sister Lu's Imperial Concubine Flower. The seeds of the Imperial Concubine Flower can be integrated into the body of the Beastmaster and enhance the spiritual power of the Beastmaster. Below, Baizai said to Shiyu. Shiyu, who was folding his arms, found that the energy value of the new race with Senior Sister Lu as the main body had indeed broken through. Boom. At this moment, Lu Qingyi's momentum surged again, and she also exuded a strong deterrent, which merged into the wind pressure. Unfortunately, this move could only allow her to hold on for 2 more seconds. Soon, the deterrent swept violently again. After a moment, it was unknown how many seconds had passed. Even though Lu Qingyi had tried very hard, the wind domain still collapsed directly, and the violent deterrent directly crushed towards her body. Alice, after finding out that she couldn't stand the power of the rock pillar, Lu Qingyi was helpless. At this moment, everyone held their breath, wanting to see how Lu Qingyi struggled to resist the final deterrence, but a scene that stunned everyone happened directly. A stronger deterrence came, and Lu Qingyi disappeared directly, and appeared outside the venue in a flash. The deterrence had no target to attack, and it was stunned on the spot. Everyone? Lu Qingyi, it's almost the limit, so let's do it. If she continues to resist, she will be as embarrassed as Baizai. Anyway, her results will definitely enter the main competition. Lu Qingyi is not interested in showing her limit in front of so many people. After saying that, she slowly walked towards the dazed Shiyu and Baizai, and at the same time, the elf elements on her body slowly disappeared, returned to normal, and smiled. Fuck, go down now, go down by yourself. Seeing Lu Qingyi's operation, the audience was stunned. Is this okay? Compared with the endings of others, they don't think that this is Lu Qingyi's limit. Even if she struggles, she can struggle for another second. But Lu Qingyi didn't seem to have this intention. Everyone looked at the two recorders. At this time, their expressions were also a bit painful. Damn, this is the first time someone has played like this in the strength certification session of the martial arts competition and voluntarily withdrawn? Under the kind of pressure, he can still withdraw in an instant. Do you call this the limit? But the key is time, 37 seconds 21. After a recorder spoke, he fell into silence. At this moment, Lu Qingyi's result directly ranked first among all the players who have participated in the certification. Even though he is over 40 years old, he still wants to call Lu Qingyi a big boss at this time. Is this the willful capital of the big boss? With this result, it really doesn't make much sense to insist on that second more, make yourself embarrassed, and waste a tonic. 37 seconds, 3 seconds more than me. When other passers-by were stunned, Baizai looked at Lu Qingyi crying. When you break through to my level, you will definitely do better than me. Lu Qingyi smiled slightly. She mainly took advantage of her level. In terms of personal physical fitness among people of the same level, she is definitely not as good as Baizai. Do you want to take supplements? Shiyu thought that Senior Lu should not need it. You should save it for yourself later. After a brief conversation between Shiyu and Lu Qingyi, although he was shocked by Lu Qingyi's performance and was very surprised by the uninvited guest of the martial arts competition, the strength certification link still had to continue as soon as possible. The two recorders on the high platform could only continue. Number 111, Shiyu. At this time, everyone was still immersed in Lu Qingyi's performance and had not recovered. They whispered about Lu Qingyi's possession performance just now. However, as Shiyu was about to go on stage, they were all startled, stopped discussing, and looked at Shiyu in unison. And Shiyu, after taking a deep breath, also walked towards the ring nervously. Compared with Senior Lu and Baizai, who knew they would definitely enter the main competition, he had no idea. One of them was a top master and the other was an ordinary master. Shiyu, a senior beast master, trembled. His goal was not high, just to get close to Senior Baizai. He just didn't know if he could reach his limit. Unlike Lu Qingyi, he planned to see where his limit was. Shiyu was very interested in these training facilities. After all, he would have to do archaeology next. He wanted to establish a deeper connection with these facilities as much as possible and explore more of their power. However, all this depended on whether the combination of 11 and Qitong's iron-eating beast knights was powerful enough. After a while, Shiyu stepped onto the ring. I'll come too. After stepping onto the ring, Shiyu's mind was active and he looked towards the direction of the rock pillar. Boom. The next moment, an invisible pressure enveloped Shiyu. Standing on the ring, Shiyu did not make any move. He actually fought against a pressure with his own body and spirit, just like Baizai and Lu Qingyi before. This scene made the beast masters watching look slightly startled. 10 seconds was actually very fast. When they reacted, more than 10 seconds had passed on the ring. The transparent deterrent fluctuations had turned into a storm that entangled Shiyu, and Shiyu still did not move at all. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth opened slightly. They were stunned for a few seconds, and then 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The pressure also reached the standard of the commander-level power. Now, it is almost equivalent to a commander-level beast that has mastered the deterrence of the superb level, and is continuously releasing pressure on Shiyu. At the same time, the power of this beast is still increasing. I know it, Billow, Baizai pouted. She looked at Shiyu, who remained calm, and wanted to know how Shiyu trained his physique. When faced with this level of deterrence, the pets of other high-level beast masters will instantly lose their will to fight. Shiyu, on the other hand, did not use the power of his pet at all, but relied on his own physique to withstand it. 21 seconds, 22 seconds, 23 seconds. Fuck, everyone's expressions gradually solidified, and they felt that it was getting more and more outrageous. The first two were fine. Baizai was born in a martial arts family, and was gifted in fusion. He was also a master, so it was normal for him to have a strong physique. As for Lu Qingyi, her beast taming level was higher, which meant that her physique had a higher upper and lower limit. They were all beast tamers who had contracts with king-level pets, and they could withstand the threat of the commander level. Everyone accepted it, but Shiyu could never be a master. Moreover, Shiyu definitely didn't bring any spiritual equipment. They looked at Shiyu, who was wearing a panda suit and simple clothes, and didn't see any equipment reaction from him. It was Shiyu who relied on his body to resist under the pressure. How is this possible? Many people widened their eyes, wondering if they had counted the numbers wrong. Soon, Shiyu's persistence time was almost the same as Baizai and Lu Qingyi, which showed that Shiyu's physique was not inferior to Baizai and Lu Qingyi, who were 1 or 2 levels higher than him. Seeing this, Baizai and Lu Qingyi's eyelids twitched. This guy, only they themselves knew how much it cost them to train their physique to this level. To a level far beyond that of the beast masters of the same level. But now, this physique appeared in a high-level beast master, which made them doubt their lives. Almost at the same time, Shiyu gradually felt the pressure, felt the pain in his mind and body, and he stopped insisting and directly summoned the pet. The green summoning diagram representing the high-level beast master appeared in the air, and the next moment, a sound came out. Soon, a small iron-eating beast fell from the diagram in the air into Shiyu's hand. Shiyu pinched the iron-eating beast and immediately gained huge power. You are not a screaming chicken, stop. During this process, everyone could clearly notice that Shiyu's skin had undergone subtle changes, as if there was an invisible layer of armor wrapped around Shiyu, making his body emit a metallic luster. Not only that, within the hardened layer, Shiyu's body was wrapped with a layer of transparent deterrence fluctuations, forming a second armor that wrapped and protected Shiyu. It's the hardening of the iron-eating beast. The hardening of the superb levels released in Wrapped. Many people present had heard of Shiyu's name as the Iron-Eating Beast Knight. When they saw the little iron-eating beast adding its power to Shiyu, their expressions suddenly became rich. Here it comes, but the posture seems a little wrong, sit on it. Ride the iron-eating beast. What's the use of pinching such a small iron-eating beast? At this time, with a hardening of 11, Shiyu's physical strength increased again, and he could easily resist a commander-level deterrence. In a blink of an eye, the level of deterrence reached the critical value between the commander level and the king level, reaching 30s. At the moment, the audience was numb. Although the result of 30 seconds represents the peak of the commander level, this result is also very outrageous for Shiyu, a high-level beast master, but with a previous monster's personal physique of Shiyu as a foreshadowing, they can still accept this fact. They just want to know whether Shiyu can break through the limit of 30 seconds. At this time, with the arrival of 30 seconds, even with full-level hardening and deterrence entanglement, Shiyu felt the pressure again. The huge pressure and oppression came, and time seemed to stand still. Every second began to feel like a year for Shiyu. 30 seconds. As the 30 seconds arrived, Shiyu knew that the most critical moment had come. It was very important to be able to hold on for one more second. At this moment, many people also held their breath, knowing that the next turning point was very important. They looked at the rock pillar. In an instant, the venue was blurred and covered by the materialized brown pressure, as if the sky was collapsing. A more terrifying pressure came directly towards Shiyu. Unlike the combined Baizai who released deterrence to resist and the possessed Lu Qingyi who used wind pressure to resist deterrence, Shiyu, who relied on hardening and entanglement to resist pressure, looked very small. The powerful king-level pressure came, which made everyone condense in their hearts. I don't know if Shiyu can still hold on. However, at this moment, with the arrival of the weakest king-level pressure, Shiyu also began to show new strength, and the sudden explosion shocked everyone. Boom! A huge aura bloomed directly from Shiyu. The skill of possession is very special. It can be directly activated by the pet in the beast control space. Now, the high-level overlord race, the energy value of Qitong has surpassed the insects. Once the Qitong is possessed, Shiyu's momentum will surge like a volcanic eruption, and there will be amazing flames lingering in Shiyu's pupils. The dazzling aura rushed straight to the sky towards the pressure. After possession, 50W energy value. At this time, Lu Qingyi below had put on her glasses again. Under the display of the illustration, she whispered the new combat power after the Qitong's full-level possession and Shiyu's strong physique were superimposed on each other. It directly reached the standard of the leader race, king level. What? Beside, Baizai was slightly startled, But thinking of Shiyu's physique and Shitong's race, she was relieved. Anyway, Shiyu's insect was more outrageous. The pressure descended, and Shiyu entered the state of possession. With a blooming of power, the aura that soared into the sky extended upwards for more than 10 meters, instantly suppressing the power of the pressure back, making the pressure field shaky. Everyone widened their eyes at this moment and looked at Shiyu. At this moment, in the aura, Shiyu's whole body was wrapped in the fiery red aura, his hair color was instantly dyed red, and his pupils also turned into red pupils. The aura was as fierce as the sun's flame, shining brightly. At this moment, Shiyu's whole body seemed to be thinner but more powerful, as if he had entered the realm of God. Such a change made the beast masters who were watching speechless in an instant, and they could only stare at all this in a short time. 31 seconds, next, every second was a race against time. At this crucial moment, Shiyu's spirit continued to burst out during his own counting, and at this moment, after helping 11 to resist the king-level pressure, the restrained 11 also joined the battlefield, jumped down directly, and his body slowly grew bigger. Roar, Shiyu was fighting against a pressure in front. Behind him, 11 suddenly changed from a small iron-eating beast of about 0.3 meters to a giant beast of more than 10 meters. All this happened within half a second. In the flame aura, Shiyu raised his head slightly, and his body floated up directly. At the same time, 11, who had turned into a giant beast, stretched out his arm and stretched out his huge palm, letting Shiyu land on his palm. It may be difficult to do this in battle, but now, 32 seconds, boom. The pressure was further strengthened. Shiyu, who was in the state of possession, felt a huge pressure again. He felt that his and Xiao Chideng's power were somewhat unbearable, but at this moment, the light of evolution shone directly on 11. A scene that made everyone's eyes widen again happened. Under the white light of evolution, the body of the small iron-eating beast expanded further. In the blink of an eye, it reached a huge height of 50 to 60 meters, which was the same size as the rock pillar. The huge volume was shocking. At this moment, Shiyu was still standing on the palm full of evolutionary light, using his and Qitong's Yang Yan to fight against the deterrents. The next moment, the full appearance of the 11 after evolution appeared. A giant beast with a height of 50 to 60 meters, dressed in black and silver armor, with the blue pupils looking at the rock pillars. At this moment, as the evolutionary light dissipated, the white light was replaced by the powerful lightning that erupted violently in the body of the Jiuli war beast. The blue and white lightning instantly turned into the Thor armor, wrapped the whole body of 11, and flowed towards Shiyu standing on its palm. At this moment, Shiyu's expression was calm. He raised his arm high, and a flaming long sword condensed in his hand and slowly fell. With a loud bang, the flame aura on Shiyu's body instantly blended with the lightning. At this moment, Shiyu was surrounded by blue lightning and orange-red Yang Yan. The interweaving of the two intertwined forces further enhanced Shiyu's momentum. With a crossed sword as the core, the sword pressure that integrates the power of thunder and the power of Yang Yan instantly exerts a force beyond the limit. Boom. In an instant, the thunder flame sword pressure field blooming in front of Shiyu, the huge thunder flame power that rushed into the sky, and the pressure condensed into the brown earth by the rock pillar squeezed each other together, and the shocking collision sound was endless, making people look at Shiyu on the palm of the giant beast like a wooden chicken. Many people know that Shiyu is a knight of the iron-eating beast. However, in their impression, they still stay in the picture of Shiyu riding a giant panda and holding a wooden sword. However, now, under the support of the giant beast of dozens of meters, the power that erupted in Shiyu's body directly stimulated everyone's three views at this moment. Energy value, 150 W. At this time, even Lu Qingyi, the proud daughter of heaven, had her pupils shrink. Under the fusion of the crossed sword, the thunder after the 11th level of giant sharpness burst out, and the Yangayan power of Chiden directly exerted the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, forming an outrageously high level of thunder and fire power, which caused a qualitative change in the energy of Shiyu. 33 seconds, Shiyu spoke excitedly, regardless of the fact that his body was gradually being torn apart by the thunder and fire power. This kind of pressure was not as bearable as Mu Huan's test. He looked directly at the rock pillar and felt that it might be difficult to catch up with Baizai, but if he got close, it would not be impossible. Boom. In this second, the collision of the two forces also reached a very outrageous level, which made the audience stunned and the recorder scanned the time with his peripheral vision in disbelief. At this moment, every millisecond is worth people's serious review. With golden flames all over the sky and lightning flashing, the thunder and fire power bursting out of Shiyu's body directly intertwined with the pressure released by the rock pillar to produce black lightning. Boom boom, the rock pillar shook. The violent collision was even more exaggerated than Lu Qingyi's. However, no one noticed that a special program was accidentally activated in the huge rock pillar on the ring. It seemed that Shiyu, who was challenging the intimidation on the ring, had accidentally reached a certain hidden condition. At this moment, Shiyu was willing to call the Iron-Eating Beast Knight. Thunder Flame formed the strongest tactic. That's all. Next, just when Shiyu wanted to challenge the 34th second, and everyone was looking at Shiyu's dazzling performance on the palm of the Jiuli War Beast in disbelief, a sudden change occurred. Boom. Crack. On the huge ring, the rock pillar suddenly cracked and cracked. At the same time, the intimidation of the rock pillar was frantically converged, and the vibration of the rock pillar became more obvious. Cracks kept appearing on it, suddenly making everyone in the audience sluggish and showing a blank expression. Fuck. Seeing this change, Shiyu was also shocked. The mighty and domineering 11 and him were all shocked and frightened in an instant, not knowing what happened suddenly. The beast masters who were watching, as well as the two masters who recorded the results, all opened their mouths in an instant. Fuck. What happened? The trial rock left by Emperor Wu, the rock pillar cracked? Even if Shiyu is very powerful, it shouldn't be that bad. Below, Baizai was originally surprised by Shiyu's performance, but as the current change happened, she suddenly became dazed, a little confused, and didn't know what happened. Only Lu Qingyu spoke calmly beside her. Go and explain to Principal Fang yourself. It was you who wanted to bring Shiyu to participate in the martial arts competition, and it was your Bai family who is responsible for protecting the ruins of Emperor Wu. I didn't know anything, Baizai. She looked at the confused Shiyu on the stage and the stone pillar that began to fall into pieces. Although she didn't know what happened, she put on the mask of pain instantly. Shiyu. Shiyu. When she thought of Principal Feng's instructions and that it would be better for Shiyu to stay in school, Baizai thought it was an exaggeration, but now, she understood it instantly. What a painful understanding. Chapter 245, Speculations caused by the shattering of the rock pillar. The stone pillar cracked. Although the cracked area was not large, it was indeed cracked. The rock pillar full of historical traces was dozens of meters high, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared directly. Then, with a click, the cracks completely shattered, and a large number of rocks fell down. The rock pillar was like a hole in the stomach, and a big hole appeared. Seeing this scene, Shiyu on the ring was completely dumbfounded. He cried and looked innocent. 11. This shouldn't be our fault, right? Akato, make a sound. Do you know what's going on? The rock pillar cracked too suddenly, completely catching Shiyu off guard. Although Shiyu had cracked several relics before, such as the Pingchang ruins and the Iron-Eating Beast ruins, but that was not an accident. The spirit of history is not a living being, it is in a superposition state of existence and non-existence, and its state is very unstable. When someone listens to it, if the thing carrying it is very fragile, then it is very common for the carrier to crack due to the mutation of the spirit of history. Shiyu heard from senior sister Lu that all the members of the 11th Bureau had the experience of seeing the cracked ruins, although not many times, but there were some. If the rock pillar cracked because of listening to the spirit of history, Shiyu would never be so confused. Although that would damage the ruins of Emperor Wu, it also means that some history about the ruins of Emperor Wu can be reviewed soon. This would be a major archaeological discovery. So far, although the Donghuang Association has figured out how to enter and exit the ruins of Emperor Wu, how to use the 9 training facilities inside, and knows that it may be a training ground built by Emperor Wu for his subordinates, no one has figured out which legion it was built for, what is the significance of its establishment, etc. This information may not be important, but it may not be unimportant. Maybe the true historical value of the ruins is not as simple as the 9 training facilities that people have seen so far. Therefore, if the ruins were cracked because of listening to the secrets of history, Shiyu would still be at ease, but the problem is that he didn't feel anything and was being tested. As a result, snap, the rock pillar cracked. What a surprise. 11. Weeping, Qitong, squeaking, they both expressed their innocence. At this moment, the withered 11 was like a deflated ball, shrinking continuously. Shiyu did not remove the possession state. If he dared to do so at this moment, The damage caused to his body by the interlaced sword pressure just now would have made him fall down instantly. At this moment, Shiyu, who was possessed by the Phoenix Spirit, was relying on the regeneration flame of the master-level spirit solution of Qitong to quickly recover his physical strength and injuries. This was the biggest confidence that Shiyu dared to use the king-level power at the commander level without fear of backlash. As long as healed quickly enough, he would not be afraid of being injured. At this moment, a part of the rock pillar cracked, and then there was no subsequent reaction. After Shiyu was silent, he looked at everyone. Everyone, Abba. Shiyu, he looked at the two masters who presided over the strength certification. This rock pillar seems to have been there for too long, and it has aged seriously, Shiyu said timidly. Even if it was a facility built by a legendary beastmaster, it was already 2,000 years old, so it was normal for it to be a little damaged. The two people's expressions were very upset. What kind of words are these? Their eyes were bigger than the dark circles of the iron-eating beast, their noses were running, and their bodies were shaking. They didn't know whether the rock pillar was aging or not, they only knew that they would definitely be criticized. What a sin. What happened? Looking at him, he doesn't look like he's listening to the voice of history. In that state, he doesn't have the energy to communicate with the rock pillar. The rock pillar is probably for other reasons. Lu Chengyi showed an interesting expression. You are worthy of it, Shi Che. Senior sister, don't say sarcastic words. What should we do? What should we do? I guess my second grandfather will come in later. I feel that what Shiyu said is right. Most likely the rock pillar is seriously aged and we have caught up with it. This blame cannot be taken. At this time, Baizai held his head, with a look of despair on his face. At this time, in the silent scene, the two masters who were responsible for hosting the strength certification reacted and stood up suddenly. Certification is stopped, the whole place is blocked, everyone stand still and don't leave. Wuling City. Bai's family. In a garden-style courtyard. An old man with a gray goatee and a lean figure was sitting leisurely on a wooden chair, basking in the sun. Just then, a middle-aged man ran in hurriedly. Dad, it's bad, something happened at the Emperor Wu ruins. A part of the rock pillar of Linwu Terrace has cracked, and a big hole has appeared in the middle. Bang! The former legendary beastmaster, now retired and enjoying his old age, Mr. Bai Chuanqi, suddenly rushed back. What did you say? Ancient capital. Principal Feng also received a call at this time. Grandpa Feng, it's me. Hearing Bai Zai's timid voice, Principal Feng smiled. Xiaoxi, what's the matter, Grandpa Feng? There is something I want to tell you. You must not get excited when you hear it. Oh, how can I be excited? Principal Feng actually guessed what Bai Zai was going to say. Bai Zai said, Senior Lu, Shiyu and I are here in Wuling City to participate in the martial arts competition. Principal Feng showed an expression that was not expected, and said, if I had known that you would not be able to stay, you should have gone, and come back early afterwards. Alice, with Lu Chengyi watching, he was still more relieved. But the problem is, something happened. When Shiyu resisted the pressure of the rock pillar of Weilente, the rock pillar cracked, a big hole broke and it broke. Principal Feng? Principal Feng? What did you say? In a room in the Beast Tamer Association in Wuling City, Shiyu, Lu Chengyi, Bai Zai and the two masters of the Bai family who were present at the time were all sitting obediently in their seats. Opposite them was an old man and a middle-aged man in formal clothes. One of the two was Bai Zai's second grandfather, the legendary beast tamer Bai Ming, and the other was Bai Zai's uncle, the president of the Wuling City Beast Tamer Association. The few people had already greeted each other, and now they had directly entered the main topic. This incident was serious, but not serious either. After all, there was no direct evidence that the shattering of the rock pillar was related to Shiyu. Even if it was related, it was a trivial matter. After all, the ownership of the Emperor Wu ruins was still owned by the country, and Shiyu was a member of the 11th Bureau and the 3rd Bureau. Even if the entire Emperor Wu ruins collapsed, Shiyu would not be affected. However, the most important thing at the moment was to find the cause of the shattering of the rock pillar. It has been verified just now. The Weilente seems to be stuck and has lost the ability to release deterrents. The deterrents wrapped on it should not have dissipated, but due to some kind of program error, it is no longer executed according to the rules. Master Bai Feng, who was responsible for recording the time results at the time, said with a sad expression. However, other facilities were not affected. Is this result good or bad? Qing Yi, and Shi Yu. Is it really not because of your ability? Old Master Bai Ming had a bitter face. The shattering of the ruins, this kind of thing, he was very suspicious that it was caused by this group of archaeologists. After discovering the remains of Emperor Wu, the Bai family has guarded the remains for so many years. Wuling City has become one of the top 15 megacities in China thanks to the remains of Emperor Wu. The strength of the beast taming core in the city is second only to the 9 first-level cities because of the remains of Emperor Wu. Over the years, the remains of Emperor Wu have been stable. How come this time, just one training facility is broken? Although only one training facility is broken, Bai Ming still feels pained. After all, Linwite is the best of the 9 training facilities, and it can be used by beast tamers of all levels. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. Maybe it's just a coincidence because the rock pillar is aging. Lu Qingyi smiled bitterly. After all, it's almost 2,000 years. Bai Zai nodded frantically. This is the most perfect explanation. However, at this time, Shi Yu, who was leaning on the sofa, was thinking and pondering from beginning to end. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is really related to me, he said. But it is definitely due to other reasons. I just suddenly had a guess. Shi Yu's words attracted the attention of everyone present. Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai were stunned to see Shi Yu taking the blame on himself. At this time, Shi Yu said, I once deciphered a relic in the ancient capital, the iron-eating beast relic. The construction history of that relic should be about 4,500 years ago, and it was built in the totem era, but a large number of cultural traces inside, including some antiques, are 2,000 years old, which corresponds to the Emperor Wu period, so this relic should have been developed once during the Emperor Wu dynasty. At that time, I saw the shadow of history in the relic. There was a group of people who bred the Jiuli war beast core in batches. It was at that time that I discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast. Now, it is impossible to judge whether the historical shadow at that time recorded the scenes of the totem era or the scenes of the Emperor Wu dynasty, if we use the hypothesis method. If the scenes recorded at that time were from the Emperor Wu period, then at that time, the force that could have such a powerful war beast core was probably the second generation of the Donghuang dynasty, which was a core under the Emperor Wu. In the historical scenes, I clearly saw the potential of the iron-eating beast. It is even possible that the Emperor Wu had contracted such a pet. After all, not much information about him has been passed down, and he can only confirm the pets of a few. In short, it is precisely to investigate whether the Emperor Wu has the possibility of contracting the iron-eating beast and whether the Emperor Wu dynasty has an iron-eating beast army that I came to participate in the martial arts competition. I planned to mainly investigate the Emperor Wu ruins. Just now I made an assumption. If this Emperor Wu ruins is a training ground built by the Emperor Wu for a certain legion under his command, and this legion happens to be the Iron-Eating Beast Legion, will the appearance of me and the Iron-Eating Beast just now activate some kind of mechanism? The 9 training facilities are not just training facilities. They also have the nature of trial facilities. They may also be built to select elite soldiers. If a soldier performs outstandingly on the Wheelante and is recognized by the trial facilities, then, theoretically, the ruins may also trigger a reward mechanism. Could it be that the ruins mistook 11 me for soldiers of a contracted iron-eating beast in the iron-eating beast core, and coincidentally caused the ruins to react? Although, it seems that there is no reward, it may be because the ruins have been shelved for too long. Shi Yu analyzed and sorted out the incident. This reasoning made Lu Qingyi, Bai Zai, Bai Chuanqi and others slightly stunned. And maybe, this 9-pillar reward represents 9 inscriptions. Shi Yu looked at Lu Qingyi and found that he was crazy. When he found the number 9, he had to put it on the inscription. However, this statement made Lu Qingyi and Bai Zai, who knew the 9 inscriptions, feel that it seemed to make sense. Based on the premise that the trial facilities of the ruins have a reward mechanism, if a soldier performs well, will it trigger the changes in the ruins and give rewards? Theoretically, this is entirely possible. And Bai Chuanqi also understood the situation at that time. As a high-level beast master, Shi Yu exerted a power beyond that of an ordinary king-level pet, and lasted for more than 33 seconds. This record, not to say that it has never appeared before, is definitely very terrifying. In this case, even without the factor of the iron-eating beast, it is possible that Shi Yu was identified as an excellent challenger and recognized by the trial facility. The expressions of the people changed slightly. So is Shi Yu's guess reliable? So I feel that I may have to study the rock pillar of Wheelante, Shiyu said. He didn't blame it. It was mainly because of his own reasoning that he convinced himself that this rock pillar had great research value. What if he found a way to engrave an inscription nearby? Although there was no reward for the rock pillar, maybe the reward was that he could engrave an inscription nearby. In short, he was eager to try it now. This, Bai Chuanqi was stunned. When it came to archaeology, Lu Qingyi's eyes gradually brightened. I think we can give it a try. After all, according to what you said before, the 9-Li war beast with inscriptions may be a dominant race. If we can find something here, then the historical value of the Emperor Wu ruins can be truly excavated, is that right? With the approval of senior sister Lu. Shiyu's enthusiasm came out all of a sudden. The two of them were motivated, and Bai Chuanqi was stunned. Still want to continue the research? Is it really okay? The martial arts competition has to continue. If there are any more moths, Wuling City will suffer a huge economic loss. At the same time, not long after the rock pillar broke. In the space of the Emperor Wu ruins, in the space within the space, in a deep space, a huge monster that no one has discovered from the beginning to the end slowly opened its eyes and woke up from its sleep. It is 100 meters in size, with a brown turtle-shaped body, and its shell is like a dry and cracked earth, full of scars. If someone who is familiar with the history of Emperor Wu's dynasty sees it, they will definitely be able to judge that this is one of the few pets of Emperor Wu that was recorded, a quasi-mythical race, Chongsun with the blood of a divine turtle. Chapter 246. Something unexpected happened again. Emperor Wu's ruins. One of the 9 training facilities, Wheelante. Currently, a bunch of people are researching the rock pillars. In addition to Shiyu and his team, even Principal Feng came here. He originally wanted to come here to deal with things, but after coming here, he was silent after listening to Shiyu's words. Research must be studied. This may be a great archaeological discovery. Then study it. What can I do? I am also desperate. Baizai's second grandfather was helpless. Now the rock pillar is broken. If there can be other archaeological discoveries, it is still worth it. If, as Shiyu said, the Emperor Wu's ruins may be the training ground of the iron-eating beast core, and the 9-pillar training facilities may represent 9 opportunities for the iron-eating beast to be promoted to the dominant race, then this is a stable channel for the cultivation of the dominant race. The value is even greater than the discovery of the green worm cocoon. It is far more than the current value of the Emperor Wu's ruins. With the idea that it can't be worse, Shiyu successfully obtained the right to research and investigate the rock pillars. As for the other 8 training facilities, Mr. Baiming didn't dare to let Shiyu try them easily. At least, he couldn't let Shiyu do anything wrong before the end of the martial arts competition. Wuling City had prepared a lot to prepare for the martial arts competition. Now they just wanted the martial arts competition to run normally. This was not too much. For the sake of timeliness, letting Shiyu touch the rock pillar again was already the limit. What should I do? Shiyu and 11 sat on the ground beside the rock pillar, looking tangled. It's impossible to successfully engrave the inscription here. Did they think too much? For some strange sense of ritual, Shiyu even flew up and embedded 11 into the broken hole of the rock pillar to let it engrave the inscription, but it still didn't work. Even Principal Feng and Bai Ming, the 2 former legends, didn't find anything after studying the rock pillar. For several days in a row, Shiyu was studying here, and during this period, he used various methods to try to engrave the inscription, but it just didn't work. After a series of failures, he even had a bold idea. This is a special pure crystal of earth energy. It is not a metal resource at all. Are you sure the iron-eating beast can eat it? Lu Qingyu and Baizai, who have been acting as Shiyu's assistants for the past 2 days, asked. Boo, 11 cried. It doesn't want to eat soil. This rock pillar fragment doesn't look like a delicious thing. It's not a ginseng baby. Just a joke. Shiyu had a headache. Did I make a wrong inference? He couldn't carve it, and couldn't communicate with the spirit of the ruins. It was very uncomfortable. Do you think it is possible that a total of 9 pieces need to be cracked to meet the triggering conditions of the reward mechanism? The current progress is only 1/9, and the same conditions need to be met in the other 8 training facilities, Shiyu guessed quietly. Just like one of the Dragon Balls is useless, and 7 pieces need to be collected. Maybe breaking 9 rock pillars can summon rewards. Baizai? Lu Qingyu said with a headache. The key is that several training facilities are not for high-level beastmasters. They can only be activated by Master Beast Masters. And, are you sure? What if all 9 training facilities are broken and there is nothing left? Shiyu smiled awkwardly. Isn't this just speculation? I don't think we can study anything here. Otherwise, after the martial arts competition is over, let's go to other training facilities that can be used, Baizai suggested. The preliminaries are almost over now, let's finish the main competition first. The martial arts competition. Shiyu was stunned, as if there was such a thing. Is the preliminaries almost over? Aren't there a lot of people? I thought it would take a few more days. During the days of studying the rock pillar, the preliminaries of the martial arts competition had already begun. As for Shiyu, Lu Qingyi, and Baizai, they automatically got the opportunity to advance to the main competition because they passed the strength certification. Of course it's almost over, Baizai said. It can be finished today. Okay. Why don't we go have a meal first? Shiyu suggested. Both of them nodded. Next, the 3 of them began to leave. After leaving the rock pillar, Shiyu actually felt a little guilty. He suddenly felt that his inference was a little unreliable. Because some of the facilities in the Emperor Wu ruins were built with a special mineral rock pillar. These buildings were intact before and it was impossible to detect its composition. But this time, Lu Qingyi helped Shiyu take the broken pieces of the rock pillar to check the composition and found that it was just a special earth-based energy crystal. There was not even a bit of metal element. This is a bit far from the inference, because if it is a training ground built for the iron-eating beast army, wouldn't it be better to use gold-based materials? Are you still afraid that the iron-eating beast will eat the training ground during training? The composition of this rock pillar made Shiyu feel that this was a training ground for a certain earth-based pet beast army, not a training ground for iron-eating beasts. In short, it was too difficult. He was going to have a meal and participate in a martial arts competition to relieve his pressure. After Shiyu and others left, deep in the ruins, the awakened divine tortoise Changsun slowly opened his red eyes again. In the past few days, everything that happened in the Emperor Wu ruins fell into its eyes. It sighed in its heart. It didn't expect that it took 2,000 years to recover from the war. When it woke up again, everything had changed. The former comrades in arms were probably gone. In the tragic war, it was one of the few who survived by relying on the advantage of race. It survived until today and woke up, not because the injury was healed. It had been relying on deep sleep to prevent the injury from worsening from the beginning to the end. This time it woke up because the injury worsened to the extreme. It estimated that it was the last light, and it was not far from the end of its life, even in these few days. But I didn't expect that someone could break the record here, Changsun said lightly, looking at Shiyu and his group who left the ruins from the perspective of the sky, and then his eyes fell on the 9 pillars of the ruins, thinking about a very important thing. Time passed quickly, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. In order to participate in the martial arts competition, Shiyu also temporarily gave up studying the rock pillars and rested for a whole day to adjust his mood. This made Shiyu come to the martial arts competition venue of the Emperor Wu ruins in a relatively good mood the next day. Over the past few decades, the Emperor Wu ruins have long been developed by Wuling City into a large-scale architectural park integrating tourism, training and competition. The venue for this martial arts competition is a venue in the Emperor Wu ruins. Hey, I can finally move around, I just don't know who I will draw. I hope it won't be Senior Sister Lu, the scene of the draw for the main competition. Among Shiyu's group, Baizai was nervous. If he was unlucky enough to draw Lu Qingyi in the first game instead of those senior beast masters, his luck would be too bad. At the draw stage, at this time, including those who passed the strength certification and those who passed the preliminaries, a total of 64 players were waiting for the draw. Seeing the combination of Baizai, Lu Qingyi and Shiyu, other players, whether masters or senior beast masters, cast different glances. However, more people's eyes fell on Shiyu, making Shiyu uncomfortable. He must be Shiyu, the one who broke the rock pillar that had been certified for strength. Good fellow, I call him good fellow. Shiyu's arrival attracted the attention of many people in the audience. Now a few days have passed, and the rock pillar is still blocked and has not been repaired. The information that the rock pillar broke when Shiyu went up to receive certification has been spread everywhere. At the same time, Shiyu's record at that time was also spread everywhere. 33 seconds, even for a master level beast master, it is not so easy to persist. Even a master-level beastmaster with a combined talent and a contracted monarch race and monarch-level pet may not be able to persist for 33 seconds. But Shiyu did it. Although it is still unknown what caused the rock pillar to break, it is hard not to pay attention to him. The people in the 11th game are really troublesome. At the same time, on the rostrum, Mr. Bai Ming, who is the special guest of the main competition this time, still looked at Shiyu with a headache. Next to him, two middle-aged men who were also members of the Bai family were smiling bitterly. One of them is the president of the Wuling City Beast Tamer Association, and the other is the head of the Wuling City Beast Tamer Corps, Bai Zai's uncle. They are also the special guests of this martial arts competition. They have won the first place in the martial arts competition and are now top masters. But no matter how high their status is, can they be happy? If you want to say who is the most distressed about the broken rock pillar, it must be them. The broken rock pillar will cause serious training problems in the future. Then, if you want to keep the same training efficiency of the previous core, you have to invest other resources, which will turn into an economic problem for Wuling City. Organizing competitions and training is still worry-free. The work of developing ruins is thankless. Fortunately, there have been no new abnormalities in the past few days. President Bai still smiled bitterly. Soon, the time for the draw came, and the 64 contestants on the scene came forward to draw lots, and the tens of thousands of spectators who came to the scene watched intently. This time, Wuling City sold hundreds of millions of yuan in tickets alone, which is why the martial arts competition must be held normally no matter what. So fortunately, only the rock pillar was broken, and the Emperor Wu ruins were fine, otherwise they would have to lose a lot of money just on the tickets. I'm number 1. At this time, Shiyu below looked at his number in surprise. What luck! Wow, number 1, Bai Zai saw Shiyu's number and was very envious. It's the easiest to finish the first one, and then you can watch the others compete with peace of mind. I'm number 29, very far behind, Lu Qingyu said. Swish. While the three were discussing, Shiyu suddenly felt a hostile gaze coming from a distance. He pinched the number and looked over, only to see a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall looking at him unhappily. Shiyu, as everyone finished drawing lots, Master Bai Feng, a member of the Bai family who was in charge of hosting the martial arts competition, walked onto the stage and said, "The drawing is complete. According to statistics, the first match will be between Shiyu and Chen Yu. Other contestants, please go to the contestant seats to watch and wait." Compared to the battle venue of the Imperial Capital University, the venue facilities here are relatively simple. Even the match list is written on a huge blackboard by the pets for people to see. The first match is Shiyu versus Chen Yu. Seeing these two names, many people were stunned. Because the name Chen Yu is not unfamiliar to most people. He participated in the martial arts competition last year and achieved a good result of 32nd place. He is a master beastmaster. Shiyu, meta master. Although Shiyu showed the power of a king during the test, according to everyone's understanding, that condition should be difficult to achieve here. In the official stage of the martial arts competition where every second counts, the opponent will not easily let Shiyu's iron-eating beast become so big to charge Shiyu. At that time, in order to resist the pressure, Shiyu used the double burst of full-level giantization and restrained edge to give Shiyu such a huge power. But in the current environment, it is almost impossible for the iron-eating beast to giantize to 50 or 60 meters, and the venue is not that big. On the rostrum, Bai Chuanqi stroked his goatee and said, "Who is that person?" Chen Yu, 37 years old, from the suburbs of Wuling City, a master-level beastmaster, with a talent for a fusion, has a king-level pet dragon blood turtle, which has amazing self-defense after fusion. He majors in defensive moves. He was hailed as the ceiling of pure control in the preliminaries, and no one has been able to break his defense. However, it is said that due to the influence of the pet, his personality is not very good. His family runs a bar. When he was a student, he was a thorny gangster with a bad temper and liked to fight. If it weren't for his family's strong relationship, he might not be able to become a beastmaster. Last year he entered the main competition directly. But this year, due to the late registration, it was stuck on the last day. Because the rock pillar was broken, the rest of the people, including him, could only start from the preliminaries. President Bai explained next to him. Oh, Mr. Bai laughed at once. In other words, this person was tricked by Shiyu? He could have directly entered the finals by certification, but because the rock pillar was broken, he had to participate in the preliminaries and wasted a few days? Great. On the field, Shiyu and Chen Yu were soon the only ones left. Shiyu found that this person was the big man who looked at him with hostility just now. He couldn't help but wonder, competition is second, friendship is first, why is there such a deep hatred? The atmosphere seems very solemn. Speaking of which, why did Master Chen Yu start from the preliminaries this year? Didn't he go directly to the finals last year? I know, because after Shiyu, the rock pillar was broken, and the people behind him couldn't get certified at all. It's so funny, PFFT, that's really a sad thing. Before the battle started, many people found that Master Chen Yu had been tricked by Shiyu invisibly, and couldn't help but look forward to what kind of battle they would have in advance. Chen Yu is quite capable. Although he is a new master in Wuling in the past 2 years, after the Dragon Turtle fusion, the amazing defense and vitality of the middle-level King Race Dragon Blood Turtle gave him a strong self-combat ability. The flexibility of the human body and the defense of the Dragon Turtle can be regarded as complementing each other's strengths. On the field, Master Chen Yu stared at Shiyu, his muscles bulging, and said to Shiyu, "Shiyu, right? I don't care how talented you are. I won't show mercy. If you feel that you can't stand it later, just admit defeat quickly." If it were someone else, Chen Yu would have cursed a long time ago. Considering Shiyu's special identity, he is still rational now. However, because Shiyu played 3 more days of preliminaries, this really made Chen Yu unhappy. Generally, he will not give a good face to people who make him unhappy. As for whether he will be excluded by the system because of offending people, he said that he has never entered the system. Anyway, he is the only one at home now, and he doesn't have to worry about food and drink. He can do whatever he likes. Well, facing Chen Yu's words, Shiyu said, "I will, but I still hope that Big Brother will show mercy. I am only a high-level beast master, or, you can send a commander-level pet to possess me and fight me, Chen Yu." What the hell? Chen Yu was angry. Why did he feel like he had punched cotton after confronting Shiyu, and he felt that he was even more angry? How hateful. In the contestant seat, many contestants showed a happy expression when they saw that Chen Yu and Shiyu were full of gunpowder. Lu Qingyu and Bai Zai were no exception. There were not many masters with such a bad temper, and it looked much more interesting than a friendly battle. "Can we start?" Chen Yu looked at the host referee Bai Feng next to him. Then, the referee Bai Feng gave the start order. Without any nonsense, in an instant, Chen Yu's whole body was covered with red tortoise shells. At the same time, on the opposite side, because Qi Tong's possession level was higher, Shiyu's possession speed was faster. In a flash, Shiyu changed into a red-haired, red-eyed form, with a sun-like flame aura bursting out of his body, and a flaming longsword also appeared in Shiyu's hand. Seeing this scene, many people were startled. After all, only a few people saw Shiyu challenging the pressure of the rock pillar at that time. Now, most people saw Shiyu possessed by a sword spirit for the first time. It is said that it is a sword spirit of the flame system. Many people in the audience murmured. The dragon blood turtle is a subspecies of the dragon system. There is no attribute-restraint relationship between the two sides. I don't know how this battle will end. However, from Chen Yu's perspective, he doesn't think that he, a master-level beastmaster, will be successfully challenged by a high-level beastmaster. But to be honest, Chen Yu found that the opponent's attack speed was really fast. Boom. At the moment when both sides transformed, Chen Yu only felt that the light in front of him was taken away in an instant, and the world seemed to fall into darkness. At this moment, Chen Yu felt a heat wave coming towards him. With a bang, a huge red sword light on the opposite side cut through the darkness, turning into terrifying flame sword energy, tearing through the air and falling in front of Chen Yu. Light flame sword. On the opposite side, Shiyu's Yanmo coat and red cloak fluttered, and he held the sword in one hand to cut down the sword energy. Because it was a cross-level battle, he did not dare to be careless, and directly seized every opportunity to deal with it with full concentration. However, the Yangian sword that fused the power of the super-level Yangian made Chen Yu on the opposite side disdainful. He directly clawed in the air, and with a bang, his fist seemed to turn into a giant dragon's claw, instantly rolling up terrifying blood-colored energy, and scattering the sword energy. High-level skills, dragon blood claws. On the opposite side, Chen Yu faced the scattered flames, smiled, and said, "I said, although your strength is good, this attack is tickling. I'll give you a chance, ride on your iron-eating beast, and come again. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. but a mere iron-eating beast, haha. Shiyu's mouth twitched. You're still panting when you say you're fat. You really thought I wanted you to give in? Uncle, you are so arrogant. He didn't want to use that so early, but, forget it, let's finish it as soon as possible. He really doesn't have the heart to hone himself now. The next moment, Shiyu walked forward, step by step, making Chenyu on the opposite side stunned. Have you heard of the Ice Flame Dragon? Shiyu spoke directly. Then, a ripple of air with a flash of light appeared in front of Shiyu's chest. Shiyu stretched out his hand and stretched it directly into the relic space, slowly pulling it up in the air, and then, amazing cold air gushed out, and a blue sword was slowly pulled out from the alien space and appeared in Shiyu's hand. During this process, the flames and cold air in Shiyu's body lingered, turning into the power of ice and fire all over the sky. At the same time, a terrible dragon roar emanated from the sword. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar instantly shocked the minds of everyone on the scene, making them lose their minds for a short time, and Chenyu opposite Shiyu was even more dazed, and was directly shocked by the dragon's might and was suppressed by his blood. At the same time, Shiyu slowly rose into the air. Soon, when Chenyu came back to his senses, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he found that Shiyu's posture had completely changed. At this moment, a terrifying ice dragon phantom was born under Shiyu and became his mount. The huge frost dragon seemed to be made of ice and stone, with ice blue and dark purple interweaving, representing extreme cold. Not only the body, but also its neck, head, long tail, claws, fangs, 4 powerful legs, and a pair of wings. All made of ice and stone texture, with scales revealing coldness, surrounded by wind and snow, forming a sharp contrast with Shiyu in the form of fire. Roar! The ice dragon roared and flapped its wings. At this moment, Zio-Chiden was also cheering, inexplicably liking to cooperate with the ice dragon phantom. Everything was ready, and Shiyu raised the ice dragon blade. Swish! A dazzling sword energy of blue and red, about 10 meters high, was like a rolling snowstorm, like a gushing volcano, sweeping the dragon's might directly towards Chenyu, with a suffocating deterrence. In terms of power, it was no less than the thunder and fire sword pressure that Shiyu slashed on the ring. Boom! The ice flame dragon sword crushed the ring, directly causing Chenyu's pupils to shrink on the opposite side, and he felt a threat far beyond the previous light flame sword. However, he wanted to hide at this time, but he was already shocked by the dragon's might and had nowhere to escape. The sword light of ice and fire came, directly sweeping a huge dust fog, swallowing Chenyu in one bite, and the amazing aftermath instantly turned into a gust of wind, blowing Shiyu's red hair. On top of the ice dragon, Shiyu, with red hair and red eyes, held the ice dragon blade with a calm expression. I'm sorry, I don't need the Iron Eater to break the defense of a little turtle. The Iron Eater is too strong, I'm afraid of using it myself. It's just a turtle, Shiyu said calmly. At this moment, all the contestants and the audience were shocked and horrified. What the hell? What happened? On the rostrum, Bai Chuanqi and the other two were all stunned. Level 7 weapon, a level 7 weapon containing dragon soul. At this time, the smoke dissipated, and Chenyu, who was broken and corroded by ice and fire, stood on the field, covered with injuries. His expression was dull, and he was as frightened as the audience. No one expected that Shiyu would take out a weapon of ridiculously high level in his backhand. It was like two people fighting with bare hands, and one side suddenly took out a rocket launcher. Outside the ring, Bai Zai opened his mouth wide, remembering his reminder to ask Shiyu to prepare equipment, but where did Shiyu get this sword? Just when everyone was watching this battle in shock, Shiyu raised the ice dragon blade again, intending to finish off his opponent and win. Something strange happened. Bullshit, it's just a mere iron-eating beast. The turtle must be stronger than the iron-eating beast. This guy is just a scumbag. A huge roar suddenly spread over the entire woody ruins, leaving everyone stunned. Shiyu's movements also froze for a moment, with a look of confusion on his face. At this moment, the sudden change made Bai Chuanqi's hair explode. He instantly looked around in shock, not understanding what was happening. Next, an even more bizarre scene appeared. A pair of huge red pupils appeared in the sky. Under the gaze of the pupils, in the entire woody ruins, except for Shiyu, everyone began to radiate white light. They were actually teleported out of the woody ruins one by one, leaving Shiyu alone in the empty woody ruins to face this incredible scene. Fuck, just after pretending to be cool, Shi Yu couldn't hold it anymore and showed a mournful expression. Fuck, what the hell happened again? Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Bai, Grandpa Feng, save me. At the same time, outside the Woody ruins, tens of thousands of people appeared in Wuling City almost instantly, looking around in confusion. Bai Chuanqi stood in a certain place, stunned. Then, under their gaze, the 9 outer rock pillars in Wuling City all made a click sound. They all cracked open. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyi, Bai Zai, Bai Chuanqi, and tens of thousands of viewers who were teleported out in a daze were all dumbfounded. Huh? Chapter 247 Quasi-Divine Beast Chongxuan. Outside the Woody ruins, the crowd was in chaos. They were watching the game and were suddenly teleported out. Everyone was confused. In this situation, the higher the strength and status, the more confused they were. However, they had to calm down quickly and take charge of the situation. Dad, President Bai glanced at Bai Ming Chuanqi. Bai Chuanqi's expression was solemn. Damn it, he cursed directly and looked at the sky shock. The big red eyes were gone. But the oppressive feeling just now. It was definitely a totem-level creature. Oh my. In an instant, Bai Chuanqi was covered in cold sweat. There is still a hidden totem-level creature in the Woody ruins? This kind of thing. The Woody ruins have been developed for decades, but no one has discovered it. The connection with the inside of the ruins has been lost. At this time, Captain Bai, who was gently touching the rock pillar, said quickly with an ugly expression. President Bai's expression was also very ugly. This family felt that it was outrageous at this time. Everyone recalled the situation just now. Shi Yu was fighting with Chen Yu, and the two sides had not yet decided the winner. As a result, the space of the ruins suddenly shook, and a pair of huge red eyes appeared in the sky. They heard a sentence clearly. It was a terrifying voice, cursing a mere iron-eating beast, as if it meant to say that the turtle was the best in the world and was very dissatisfied with the battle between Shi Yu and Chen Yu. Then, there was no more, and everyone was teleported out. Outside, Bai Zai and Lu Qingyi looked at each other. The two of them looked for Shi Yu's figure, but unfortunately, they didn't find him. Suddenly, both of them had a bad premonition, and a bunch of black lines appeared on their faces. Senior Sister, I was wrong, I was so stupid, really. Now, Bai Zai understood Principal Feng's feelings. The top totem of the undead battlefield was awakened because of Shi Yu, which was exciting. All the beast masters in the ancient capital were shocked by this. Now, when this kind of excitement appeared near his home, Bai Zai found that the previous understanding was not painful enough. This time, it was really painful. No matter how you look at the scene just now, it seems that Shi Yu has offended a totem. Very good, this time the ruins are not only broken, but a totem has also appeared. Bai Zai feels that he is in big trouble. Don't be nervous first, Lu Qingyi took a deep breath. Judging from her rich experience in courting death, things have not reached the worst point. She has notified Principal Qi Feng and is ready to find Feng Hao Legend to check the situation. Maybe, it is not necessarily a hostile totem, she said. The totem that can be in the Emperor's space may be a totem suppressed by the 9 Pillars seal, and another possibility is that it is the pet of the Emperor. As long as it is not the former, everything can still be reversed. All of this is incredible and outrageous, but at the moment, the first thing to do is to manage the crowd. Bai Chuanqi said, maintain order first, evacuate people to a safe place and count the number of people, he said quickly, and this matter was also quickly carried out by President Bai and Captain Bai. And Bai Chuanqi stayed outside the ruins to prevent changes. If there really is a totem-level creature, and it is hostile, the entire Wuling city will probably become a ruin in an instant. Second-tier cities do not have the ability to resist totems. And he, an old man, can only fight against overlord-level creatures at best, and totem creatures must be dealt with by the titled legends. Soon, under the management of the Beast Taming Corps, the order on the scene was maintained. And it didn't take long for President Bai and others to confirm one thing. It can be preliminarily confirmed that all the people in the ruined space at that time were teleported out, except Shi Yu. As soon as this result came out, the faces of Bai Chuanqi and others in the outside world almost turned black instantly, and there was a subtle feeling of pain in the balls. What a sin! If you say that this matter has nothing to do with Shi Yu, he will never believe it. At this time, if you want to say that the mood changes most drastically, it must be Shi Yu. In the empty woody ruins, Shiyu didn't know what mood to use to face the huge eyes in the sky. 11. Shen Baobao and Chong Chong all came out of the beast control space at the same time, looking at the pair of red giant eyes with the same solemnity and nervousness as Shiyu. Even if Shiyu was slow now, he knew that he was in trouble. Fortunately, the red eyes in the sky did not seem to hurt him. Forget it, why should I bother with you? A heavy voice came, and the sky and the earth spun. Shiyu only felt a trance in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in a brown wasteland world. After coming here, Shiyu's pupils shrank further and he saw the owner of the red giant eyes clearly. This is the largest creature Shiyu has seen so far. Its body is as high as a mountain, and its body length is estimated to reach hundreds of meters, which is even larger than the ultimate giant state of 11. This is a turtle creature, with a brown earth color all over, which is very close to the color of the earth. It seems to be carrying a hill on its shell, but the most shocking thing is the shocking black scars on its body, which makes it look extremely violent. In front of Shiyu, the archaeological illustrations changed wildly. Name, Chongsun, attribute, earth, racial level, high overlord, quasi-mythology, growth level, totem level, racial skills, energy value, introduction, one of the 4 legendary war pets of Emperor Wu, capable of controlling gravity. Gulu, seeing the information displayed in the archaeological atlas, Shiyu swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in an instant. Chongsun. You are Chongsun, Shiyu spoke in shock. This. During the Emperor Wu period, only part of the information about Emperor Wu was passed down. People only knew that he had dragon-shaped, bird-shaped, turtle-shaped, and tiger-shaped pets, and they were often combined. As for the information about other pets, it has been lost in history and cannot be examined. Among them, Emperor Wu's turtle-shaped pet is Chongsun. One has evolved to a race close to mythology, and its strength has reached the totem level, which can be called a quasi-divine beast. Well, it's me. Although 2,000 years have passed, Chongsun is still very satisfied that his name can be passed down. At the same time, Shiyu's expression suddenly became serious. You are right. A mere iron-eating beast cannot be compared with a turtle tribe, which is known as the fairy beast. I said that because I was angry that my opponent trained the turtle tribe so weak. My dream is to get the recognition of a powerful turtle tribe. 11. What's wrong with the iron-eating beast? The iron-eating beast is obviously stronger than the turtle. Yi, Chong and Shen Baobao advised 11 to be low-key. You are strong, but looking at the overall race, the iron-eating beast is indeed not comparable to the turtle tribe that has produced a divine beast. That's natural. Seeing Shiyu admitting his defeat, Chongzhuan's eyes flickered. You are still a little smart. However, Chongzhuan actually felt a little guilty when he said this. He pondered for a moment and looked at Shiyu and 11. Although the iron-eating beast is average, you are not bad. It is also the best among the iron-eating beasts. It's just that you, as a beast master, don't seem to be very good at breeding. You haven't developed its bloodline potential at all. Why are you so anxious to carve the inscription without taking the key step, Shiyu? 11. Oh? Now, Shiyu's mood has calmed down. Although he was very shocked to know that there was a pet of the Emperor Wu in the ruins of the Emperor Wu, at least Chongsun was still friendly at the moment. But then, Chongsun's words directly confused Shiyu and the others. Bloodline potential, Shiyu asked blankly, does 11 have any special bloodline? Chongsun glanced at 11 and said, forget it. It's been so long. It's normal that you don't know. Did something happen when it was born? It is the royal bloodline of the iron-eating beasts. It is 1 in 10,000. It is a special case of atavism. However, if its parents are not strong enough, it may fail to awaken its bloodline at birth. Judging from its appearance, it should have failed to awaken its bloodline. It is very lucky to survive in this situation. Shiyu and others, Greek letter sigma, degree. Shiyu was a little confused. Iron-eating beasts, and the so-called royal family? Failed to awaken a bloodline? So, Chongsun meant that 11 was weak when he was a child because of the failure of bloodline awakening? 11? In front of a monster like Chongsun, it did not dare to show its aura as the Panda King. However, Chongsun's words made 11 fall into deep thought. Is he really the Panda King? You mean, 11 is a royal family of the iron-eating beasts, and there is a way to awaken the bloodline again? Shiyu asked. Chongsun, of course, compared to ordinary iron-eating beasts, The royal family of iron-eating beasts can awaken deterrence on their own soon after birth, and no longer need to reach the monarch level to awaken, and deterrence will also become their racial skill. In addition, the royal family of iron-eating beasts is warlike, strong-willed, has an amazing appetite, is very tenacious, and has special racial talents, which are not comparable to ordinary iron-eating beasts. How about it? Do you want it to awaken the royal bloodline? Shiyu was excited for a moment. Shit. Deterrence is transformed into a racial skill? Although the skill of deterrence can be awakened autonomously by a pet reaching the monarch level, it is not a racial skill of every pet. Only those special royal families in the pet race have the racial skill of deterrence. Their common feature is that they can awaken deterrence autonomously at the awakening level without waiting until the monarch level. The skill of deterrence is indeed useful. Shiyu has already added points to Eleven's deterrence to perfection, but unfortunately, the skill illustration can no longer be improved, which means that the current deterrence is not Eleven's racial skill at all. But according to Chongsun, if 11 becomes the royal family of the iron-eating beast, then deterrence may be transformed into racial skill and upgraded to a level close to the Tao? Is it okay? Shiyu found that this turtle senior was unexpectedly friendly. The turtle is indeed a lucky beast. This wave is simply a blessing from heaven. Why should I help you if you want to? Chongsun said. Shiyu, 11? Shiyu's fist holding the ice dragon blade hardened all of a sudden. How hateful. He took back what he said just now. This Chongsun, like the owner of the dragon blood turtle, has a bad personality. Chapter 248 The opportunity for the 11th and 12th stages of evolution. Shiyu, Shiai, Shen Bao, and Chong looked at Chongzhuan in silence. Until now, they still didn't know why the giant turtle kept them here. After Shiyu was silent, he asked the question that he cared about most. Senior Chongzhuan, you know so much about the iron-eating beast. Is it because Senior Wu Di also has a contract with an iron-eating beast? If Shiyu was not wrong, the iron-eating beast must have beaten the giant turtle, otherwise, Chongzhuan would not have such a big grudge against the iron-eating beast. Next, Shiyu thought that Chongzhuan would show a very unhappy expression, but unexpectedly, Chongzhuan had a reversal. Yes, I brought up that iron-eating beast, I am its teacher, so I know it very well, Chongzhuan said calmly. At that time, Wu Di was already a legendary strongman who was famous in one side, the strongest of the human race, and he took up the banner of expelling totems and rebuilding the Donghuang dynasty. The human race has produced another hero, and naturally many people responded in that chaotic world. One of the responding forces was highly valued by Emperor Wu because they discovered and cracked the remains of the iron-eating beasts of the totem era and found the evolutionary method of the dominant race of the iron-eating beasts. They led the army of iron-eating beasts to join Emperor Wu. Later, Emperor Wu chose to cultivate one because he saw the potential of the iron-eating beasts. Originally, all the pets in Emperor Wu's team didn't care about the new little iron-eating beast, but in the end, no one expected that this little iron-eating beast would grow up and show amazing potential, gain the most love from Emperor Wu, and suddenly become the strongest pet of Emperor Wu, which made these old predecessors very depressed. Chongsun was actually half a teacher of Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast, and often used gravity to train the iron-eating beast, but in the end, the gap in strength between the two sides was so large that Chongsun could only be suppressed by the iron-eating beast. How could he not be depressed? What made it most depressed was that in the end, it not only had to train Emperor Wu's iron-eating beasts, but was also sent by Emperor Wu to build training relics for the army of iron-eating beasts to train. Tool Turtle is online. But it definitely doesn't want to tell Shiyu about these. It's enough to let Shiyu know that it is the teacher of Wu Di's iron-eating beast. Then you keep me here. Is there anything you need me to do? Shiyu said cautiously. Whether it's royal blood or not, he just wants to know when he can go out. Now he estimates that people outside, such as Senior Sister Baizai and others, must be furious. Otherwise, you can also be 11's teacher. After it becomes stronger, it will honor you well. 11. Shiyu then said that it's okay not to go out, but at least let him hug his thigh. If he can play PY with Wu Di's pet, he might be able to take office as the director of the first bureau tomorrow. At the same time, all the secrets of Wu Di dynasty will disappear. Oh, Chongsun was stunned for a moment. But soon, it snorted. Forget about the teacher, but I do plan to give you some benefits. Oh no, I plan to invest in you. Chongsun opened his huge mouth, grinned, and looked at Shiao and the others with malicious eyes. Benefits? Investment, shit, I was stunned. I don't believe you. You didn't even tell me the method to awaken the royal bloodline of the iron-eating beast. How can you give me other benefits? You are outside, and you have been looking for a way to make it engrave that kind of inscription, right? Chong Sun lowered his head and looked at Shit Island 11. I have to say that there is nothing wrong with your investigation direction, but your luck is a little bad. What do you mean? Shit Yu looked up at Chong Sun. One good news, one bad news. The good news is that this is indeed a training ground built for the iron-eating beast core, and I built it. You have been carving inscriptions, but you can't, mainly because you haven't eaten the corresponding metal minerals. Each inscription requires the consumption of corresponding special metal minerals to allow the iron-eating beasts to awaken new racial skills and complete a small stage of evolution. You are right. These 9 training facilities do have a reward mechanism. They are designed to select outstanding soldiers in the iron-eating beast core. Back then, I stored 9 pieces of special metal ores that can be used to carve inscriptions on the iron-eating beasts in 9 rock pillars. They are all top-quality evolutionary metals. As long as the beast masters and iron-eating beasts in the iron-eating beast core meet the trial standards I set, they will trigger rewards and get the opportunity to evolve and become stronger. Shiyu and Shit I's eyes lit up. Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao were shocked. Could it be that this time, the leader is epically strengthened? The bad news is that the reward for the place where you refresh the record, the special spiritual medal, was taken away by a general in advance. It is empty and there is nothing inside. Are you surprised or not? Chong Sun laughed. The fists hardened. Shiyu and Shit I's fists hardened. If they were not defeated, they really wanted to give each other a scrape. But you don't have to be too sad. Chong Sun looked at Shiyu and Shit I. Although he didn't say it, he actually felt that Shiyu and Shit I were quite outrageous. For example, Shiyu, although his physical strength was not as good as that of the same level of the martial emperor, he could definitely rank second among the pure-blooded human beast masters he had seen. And the commander-level iron-eating beast, its strength was even stronger than that of the martial emperor's iron-eating beast at the commander level. This combination really shocked Chong Sun, as if he saw a second martial emperor. Unfortunately, Shiyu was not a fusion talent. However, Shiyu, who was possessed by the sword spirit, was not bad either. Chong Sun could not see through this sword spirit, but he felt that the other party's race level was not weaker than his own. From this point of view, Shiyu's future achievements would be absolutely amazing, and he might even be close to the martial emperor. Although the special ore used for engraving inscriptions at Wheelante has been taken away, there are actually 4 other ores left in this relic, corresponding to the 4 types of superclass race skills of Goldwood, Gold Thunder, Gold Space, and Gold Dark, among which the first 3 types of metal can only allow it to evolve slightly and improve its life level, but the Gold Dark ore can allow it to complete the strongest evolution after a higher growth level and reach the Quasi-Myth race level. Do you want it? Its red eyes stared at Shiyu and others. No need to challenge the facility, I can take it out directly for you. Time seemed to stand still. Shiyu was silent for a moment, raised his head and said, there should be some price. Chong Sun said, of course, I can give you the right to choose, it's up to you whether you want it or not. My injury, you have seen it. Shiyu and the others nodded. At that time, we experienced a great war. The Emperor Wu, who you are talking about, is my beastmaster, and his war beasts, all died in that battle. Only I escaped using my racial talent, but even if I managed to escape, I was injured in a way that cannot be healed. Shiyu's expression gradually became solemn. So the Emperor Wu really died in the battle? I and several war beasts all died in the battle, and only Chong Sun, the only pet, was still alive. Do you know who our enemy was at that time? The enemy that posed the greatest threat to Donghuang at that time? It raised its head and asked. Shiyu shook his head. That period of history had been deleted and modified too seriously, and he couldn't be sure at all. 10,000 years ago, in the Totem era, a meteorite as big as a city fell on the blue star and evolved into a life form during the fall. After it evolved into a life form, it had terrifying talents and soon possessed totem-level strength and fell asleep in the east. 5,000 years ago, it woke up and turned into a demon god with an extremely ferocious personality. It began to devour living beings indiscriminately, mainly humans, in order to evolve. Totem forces all took action. At that time, its strength was the best even among the many totems in the east, but in the end, it was killed by a joint attack. But at its level, it was difficult to die. Less than 3,000 years later, It was resurrected again with the power of the meteorite. 2,000 years ago, it woke up again. At this time, its strength had reached an extremely exaggerated level. This time, it became more intelligent, no longer devoured living beings indiscriminately, and began to try to unify the totem forces in the East. This guy is not an exaggeration to say that he was the totem king at the time, and his name is Meteorite. The injuries of the Emperor Wu that cannot be cured even by mythological resources, and the injuries on my body that cannot be cured no matter what I do, are all caused by it. It has already stepped into the mythological realm and stands at the pinnacle of the totem, which can be called a demigod. In addition, its power comes from outside the sky and is extremely special. If you are hurt by it, the injury will be permanent. It can be said to be the most difficult existence. Yuan wasn't it killed by the Emperor Wu? Shi Yu had indeed heard of the name of this totem, but according to historical records, this totem that posed a threat to the Emperor Wu's dynasty at that time had been killed by the Emperor Wu. At that time, Emperor Wu forced it back, but he couldn't kill it. Yunnan also knew that we were not easy to mess with, so he temporarily avoided its edge and planned to use his long lifespan as a metal and stone elemental body to outlast Emperor Wu. This is indeed a good idea, so Emperor Wu chose to fight to the end, because he knew that if he didn't kill Yunnan completely, then the moment he got old, the newly established Rongrong dynasty would collapse in an instant. Unfortunately, it seems that many people don't understand his intention of fighting one after another, and they are only content to enjoy the current peace. Haha, Chongsun showed a mocking expression, feeling sorry for Emperor Wu. After the final battle, both of us died together, but I know that Yunnan's death is just an illusion. It must be sleeping somewhere, waiting to be resurrected, just like 5,000 years ago, Chongsun said affirmatively. Shi Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Senior Chongsun, you are not going to say that if I accept these 4 special ores, I will have to shoulder the responsibility of suppressing and killing the meteorite again. He showed a bitter look. The several legendary beast masters of Donghuang are all ridiculously strong. For example, the Empress has 9 totem-level phoenixes under contract. The Emperor Wu is not much different, and he probably has many totem-level pets. Even so, they were killed by the meteorite. This guy is very difficult to deal with. It is estimated that his strength is several streets ahead of the top totems, such as the Undead Phoenix. The condition for the promotion of totems is that the superclass race skills have reached the superb level. This is just an ordinary totem. And the top totem such as the Undead Phoenix is that multiple superclass race skills have reached the superb level. As for the demigod mentioned by Chongsun, Shi Yu thought about the difference between the superb proficiency and the proficiency of the skill approaching the Tao, and a headache was brewing. It takes 64 times for him to upgrade a skill to perfection, but 256 times to upgrade it to the level of perfection. The difference between them is 4 times, which means that the difference in strength between totems can be very large. This Yunnan, praised by Chongsun as a demigod, must have a super level skill that has reached the maximum level, or is close to the maximum level. You misunderstood. It's not that you need to be hostile to the meteorite in order to get these ores. Instead, if you use these ores, you will definitely be targeted by the meteorite. Chongsun showed a strange smile and said, the meteorite is a life form transformed from a meteorite containing metallic substances. It is a demigod of the dark and cold elements. The metal ore that the iron-eating beast needs to devour for the next stage of evolution is its body. Guess what will happen if it revives again after you use part of its body to complete the evolution? You should know that the iron-eating beast of the Martial Emperor became extremely powerful because it devoured a large number of meteorite body fragments. If you repeat the path of the Martial Emperor, do you think that the meteorite will ignore the life of those who regard you as food and enemy? So, what I mean is, if you are aware that you are being targeted by a demigod standing at the top of the totem, then it's okay for me to give these metal ores directly to you. If you have the ability in the future, you can help us avenge. If you don't have the ability and are eventually killed by the meteorican, don't blame me. After all, it's your own choice. After Chongsun finished speaking, the scene was silent for a moment. 11 grabbed Shi Yu's clothes, a little confused. Chong, Qitong, and Shen Bao were all shocked. Shi, the second stage evolution material of the Iron Beast, the special metal, is part of the body of the meteorican? Damn. It is related to the evolution of 11 predicted by the precognitive owl. The dark totem confronting 11, can it be the meteorican? So, the meteorican is really not dead? Chapter 249 Evolving to High Overlord. Huff, huff. The old turtle Chongsun looked at Shiyu and the others silently, waiting for their decision. In his opinion, Shiyu's talent is not bad, and he may pose a threat to Yunnan in the future. Even if he can't pose a threat, it's good to disgust Yunnan. In short, as long as Shiyu wants to cultivate the iron-eating beast, he will inevitably confront Yunnan in the future. And he and Yunnan are enemies, and the enemy of the enemy is a friend. This is why he wants to invest in Shiyu. The road of evolution is in front of Shiyu and the others, but Chongsun doesn't know if Shiyu and the others have the courage to take it. Just now, didn't Senior Chongsun say that Yunnan has a city as big as a city? Shiyu and the others huddled together and carefully held an internal meeting. 11. Chong, Shen Bao, and the little red pupil who possessed Shiyu nodded. No wonder the iron-eating beast army of Senior Woody can evolve to the second stage. As long as a piece of the skin of the meteorite is removed, it is estimated that it can support many Jiuli war beasts to engrave inscriptions, plus, it is an elemental life form and a demigod. Regeneration is probably not difficult. It is a renewable resource, in other words, a stable channel for the evolution of the dominant race, has been found. Shiyu was stunned. If the country knows about this, will it organize a mechanical army to enter the totem area, just catch the meteorite and keep it in captivity? 11. Shen Bao, Chong, and Shaden are all very solemn. It is not impossible. Don't think that the ancient country of Donghuang and the totem area are at peace now, just a small-scale friction, but that is because there is no benefit to be found. If there is a huge benefit, whether it is the totem area launching a war against Donghuang or Donghuang launching a war against a totem, it is possible. The ancient country of Donghuang is actually not bad. In recent years, it has been in a stable development stage, adhering to the attitude of not offending the enemy if the enemy does not offend me. But some countries often have friction with the totem area, such as the country of Kamikaze, which was founded the shortest time, is located in the west, was the first to research the mechanical system, and was founded with science and technology. They are not stable goods. Because of the lack of local resources, Kamikaze often fights with the totem area even now, plundering resources everywhere, and is in a war stage all year round, but it is not a full-scale war and does not affect the world pattern. If Donghuang understands the threat of the meteorite and knows the benefits of killing the meteorite, then it is estimated that even if Shiyu does not miss it, Donghuang will miss it. Although Shiyu has no confidence in his strength to face the meteorite in the short term, he is still quite confident in Donghuang. The mechanical system has too much advantage in war. The last totem war was the easiest victory for mankind in thousands of years of totem wars because of the birth of the mechanical system. Technology is the primary productive force. In this case, Shiyu feels that he can fight a hand. What's wrong with offending the demigod for the sake of evolution? As long as there is benefit, he believes that Donghuang can become his biggest thigh and protect himself. He chose to continue to eat gigolos. Besides, it was still a matter of whether the meteorite was resurrected or not. What if it needed 100 or 1,000 years to be resurrected? It was probably still in a weak state now, not as strong as imagined. He had plenty of time to develop. Senior Chongsun, we have decided, the evolutionary medal is in place, the totem demigod is useless. By the way, do you know where the meteorite might be resurrected and live? After Shiyu and the others had a careful discussion, they all looked at Chongsun. Maybe after the mechanical army came over, they would not have to ask the meteorite for the evolutionary materials themselves. The Donghuang army would just pack them up and bring them back. Chongsun? Is it decided so easily and happily? Facing a monster like the demigod totem, should we consider it carefully? Have you really decided? Chongsun looked at Shiyu and the others and said. It's decided, okay. Chongsun snorted and laughed. Forget it. It's useless to keep the 4 metal resources in the ruins anyway. It can't take them away even if it dies. It can be given to Shiyu now, which is a good way to deal with it. Unfortunately, it probably won't be able to see the day when Shiyu and Yunnan will face each other in the future. You wait, it roared, and the space shook. The next moment, with a rumble, the rock pillars of 4 training facilities in the ruins cracked. Then, 4 fist-sized special metal ores flew out. White light covered these metal ores. As Chongsun controlled these metal ores to come to this space with the identity of the Lord of the Ruins, 4 pieces of metal of different colors fell in front of Shiyu's eyes. One piece was blue all over, with violent lightning and thunder, and the metallic luster and electric light shone together. One piece was dark green and deep, full of life. One piece was pure white and transparent, containing a faint white halo. The last piece is a pyramid-shaped metal that gradually changes from white to black. It looks like the most ordinary one among the pieces, but upon closer inspection, it contains a strong dark magic. Here you go. Chongjuan took out 4 pieces of metal ore and said, but I'll tell you in advance, because these 4 pieces are the best quality among the corresponding metals. The Sky Thunderstone, Life Gold Jade, and Sky God Iron are okay. With the qualifications of your iron-eating beast, it will definitely be digested, but for this piece of meteorite fragment, it's better to wait until it grows to the king level. No, it's better to wait until it grows to the overlord level before swallowing it and evolving. The first 3 metals will only allow it to complete a small evolution. Although it will increase the race level and awaken new superclass race skills, it will not allow it to obtain new attributes, and its own form will not change, but the meteorite fragment will greatly change it. At that time, it will evolve into a new race, obtain dark attributes, and become a demon god. It has very high requirements for its own strength. Otherwise, it is very likely to lose its mind due to the erosion of the dark power. Chongjuan saw Shiyu looking at him and asked, do you have anything to ask? No. Well, can we let it try to evolve now? Shiyu said expectantly. By the way, he finally knew what materials were needed to engrave the inscription on the iron-eating beast. It's not easy. Thunderstone, Life Gold Jade, Sky God Iron, these metal ores, are all recorded in his illustrations, and are all rare materials of level 8. Moreover, they are relatively rare among them, and they belong to the kind that you may not be able to find even if you know the name. They are even rarer than the fruit of life that Shen Bao eats. No wonder he let Shiai eat so many different metals to try to engrave inscriptions, but they all failed. It seems that he was still poor and did not experiment with top-level metals. Okay, Chongsuan said, eat those 3 pieces first, and engrave the corresponding inscriptions. I guess that by then, its race should be considered a high-level overlord race, then I will tell you what the other 5 pieces of metal are. By then, if you can find the corresponding metal, the strength of your iron-eating beast will be okay. Beside him, Chong and Shen Bao couldn't listen anymore. Oh my god. If one inscription corresponds to 1 super-level skill, then by then, there will be 9 super-level skills, plus the original one, that is 10 super-level race skills. Would that be invincible? Chong and Shen Bao were dumbfounded. However, Shiyu and the others were stunned and said, Still okay, 10 superclass racial skills. Chongjuan curled his lips and said, what's the use of having so many skills? Even if there are 100 superclass racial skills, it is still just a quasi-mythical race. Without magical skills, it is ultimately an ant. Back then, it also had 10 superclass racial skills, and it was ridiculously strong. But in the end, when we added them all together, we could only fight a meteorite on equal terms. Kids, let me remind you, remember this well, when you have trained all the superclass racial skills to the perfect level, don't practice all of them anymore, and specialize in developing the one superclass racial skill that is most convenient for you. When a superclass racial skill reaches a certain proficiency, it can be promoted to the totem level, and developing a superclass racial skill to the extreme, and combining it with one's own race to develop one's own divine skill. This is the key to breaking through all restrictions and achieving myths. Don't be greedy. Precision is the foundation. The reason why the meteorite can suppress us is because it has mastered the prototype of the divine skill and developed an ability to almost the extreme. If you want to pursue a higher field, it is enough to find a direction. Every superclass skill is the prototype of the divine skill. Even those real mythical creatures have only one divine skill. They are miscellaneous but not refined. Remember this principle. Shiyu was slightly stunned when he listened to Chongsun's guidance. This was the first time he heard about the requirements of advancing to the myth. Developing superclass racial skills to the extreme, combining them with one's own race, and developing one's own divine skills is the requirement for advancing to the myth? Exclamation mark. Sure enough. For strong men like the martial emperor, skills with superb proficiency are not the endpoint at all. In fact, what they pursue are superclass racial skills that are close to the Daon level. Remember it? Chongsun asked. Remember, then eat it quickly, Chongsun said lightly. The last time he helped the iron-eating beast evolve was the last time. He missed it. At this time, 11 was stunned and suddenly realized that this time seemed to be his chance. His eyes lit up immediately. Seeing this, Chong Chong and Shenbao next to him bit their handkerchiefs with envy. Chong Chong suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Wait, did the big boss Chong Sun say that the leader can reach the high-level overlord race after eating these? Shenbao cried, and he thought that the next one in the team to evolve was himself, but it was obviously me first. Only 11 ran to a piece of metal or excitedly. He had already changed from a child who didn't know how to evolve well to a real smell monster. Bing, he asked Chongsun and Xiaoyu if he could eat it. Try it, Xiaoyu nodded. After that, 11 roared and directly entered the sharp state, evolving into the Jiuli War Beast form. At the same time, seeing the silver and white interlaced Jiuli War Beast, Chongsun narrowed his eyes. It said, "This is the best proof that it is a member of the royal family of the iron-eating beast. Although its bloodline has not been awakened successfully, the characteristics of the royal family are very obvious. After the racial skills of the iron-eating beast royal family are hardened to the extreme, if they also master other highly proficient attribute abilities at the same time, and there are corresponding attribute properties in the hardened material in the body, they can obtain a second attribute during evolution. You are lucky." Shiyu was stunned. This was the first time he got an official explanation of why 11 had a thunder attribute after evolution, which was different from other Jiuli War Beasts. 11 became more confident. He was worthy of being himself, the Panda King. "Okay, evolve quickly," Chongsun said. "Okay," Shiyu nodded and looked at 11. The next moment, 11 swallowed a sky thunderstone in one breath. Boom. Immediately afterwards, lightning raged on 11's silver-white armor, and there were also amazing lightning bursts in its pupils. Chongsun spoke slowly, and under its guidance, 11 quickly engraved the corresponding inscription. Squeak, 11's hardened right palm claws began to slowly scratch the body. Then, under the nervous gazes of Shiyu, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and others, white light began to linger on 11's body. At this time, 11 was very excited, because this time, it did not have the rejection reaction it had before. 11 roared, and his body was completely wrapped in white light. At the same time, the illustration in front of Shiyu was quickly showing 11's growth and changes. Energy value: 133,156 fuck. Shiyu said in his heart, it increased by more than 20,000 at once. What shocked Shiyu even more was that it was still behind. As the white light dissipated, the full appearance of 11 appeared in front of them. Just as Chong Zhuan said, 11's form did not change at all at this time, and even the previous traces of the inscription disappeared, but whether it was Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao or Shiyu, they could clearly feel that it was stronger. At this time, there was a terrifying electric light lingering on 11's body, and as it slowly raised its arm, its expression was slightly stunned. Sensing his newly awakened racial skills, 11 was suddenly surprised and happy. At the same time, Shiyu also instantly learned about this new skill through the spiritual connection between the Beastmaster and the pet. Skill: Lightning Rod. Attribute: Gold. Thunder. Level: Super. Introduction: Transform yourself and external objects into lightning rods. When you transform yourself into a lightning rod through hardened materials, you can get lightning immunity and cause the natural thunder to attack all the materials around you. When you transform the enemy into a lightning rod by touching the hardened material, you can keep the enemy in the lock of the natural thunder and attack. At this time, sensing the skill, Shiyu took a deep breath. Although the name is a bit lame and looks uncool, the effect is so strong. It is a super superior high-level skill of lightning and lightning, and it can perfectly mobilize the natural power of lightning. This skill, combined with 11's stored lightning and restrained edge, what is the concept? It is a walking thunder attractor. No one can get close to it. It can fight in a thunderstorm and become stronger and stronger. In addition, it can actually transform the enemy into a lightning rod by giving it a hardened substance. The enemy is not immune to lightning. In other words, if anyone is touched by 11 in battle, the lightning in nature will attack him continuously, endlessly, and directly make the enemy vulnerable to lightning. In addition, through this skill, it is entirely possible to create a holy place for thunderstorm training, or, if this skill is enchanted on equipment, it will be a thunder weapon. No matter how Shiyu analyzed it, he found that this skill was very strong. Obviously, 11 also thought so, and it couldn't help but shout excitedly. In the future, there is no need to go to the charging room of Gudo University, where charging is slow. In the future, it can summon the sky thunder to strike itself in school. Seeing 11 and Shiyu so excited, Chong Chong and Shen Bao swallow their saliva. What's wrong? Continue. Chong Sun was the calmest. There are still two. Hearing this, 11 continued to eat the empty divine iron. The same procedure, the same steps. 11 completed another small stage of evolution. If the previous move completely made its race level reach the low-level overlord, then now, its race level has jumped to the middle-level overlord, energy value 154,325, and the energy value jumped to the first in the team, surpassing Xiao Chaitan, Chong Chong. At the same time, there are new race skills: skill, shock the sky, attribute, gold, space, level, superclass, introduction. It can temporarily give the gold material space attribute. The gold material given the space attribute has the property of vibration, which can cause space vibration. With the power of vibration, it can shatter the earth, shake the atmosphere, crack the sea, shake the sky, and cause tsunamis, earthquakes, and even space shattering to attack enemies in different spaces. After awakening this skill, 11 was ecstatic. Not only is it a blood killer, but it is also a move that can be used to make weapons and equipment. Shiyu instantly shared his ability with Chong Chong. Chong Chong? This is a move that can restrain the invincible Kongayan and even the legendary Beastmaster's ability to transform. Chong Chong could have relied on Kongayan to remain invincible in the battle with Shiai, but now, his expression suddenly collapsed and revealed a look of despair. No. Aoo. Shiyu was confused for a moment, and instantly imagined the scene of 11 leading a group of small iron-eating beasts to fight and use them together to make them as strong as a rock. What the hell? A clone skill. And it was a clone skill named after a legion. Shiyu had been looking for the gold clone skill of the iron-eating beasts, which was more compatible with the gold type than the spiritual clone, but unfortunately he never found it. But he didn't expect that the clone skill would be awakened by 11 in the form of a racial skill. At this moment, Shiyu suddenly felt that he had no regrets. Name, Jiuli War Beast, 3 inscriptions, attributes, gold, thunder, racial level, high overlord, growth level, commander level, racial skills, low level, hardening, skills are beyond the Tao, electromagnetic suspension, skills are beyond the Tao, intermediate level, gigantic, skills are beyond the Tao, energy storage lightning, superb, high level, solid as a rock, perfect, super level, concealed edge, beginner, lightning rod, beginner, shocking the air, beginner, condensing beans into soldiers, beginner, professor skills, intermediate level, high speed healing, perfect, supervision, perfect, thunder palm, superb, high level, absolute sleep, perfect, multiplication, shrinkage, perfect, gigantic, skills are beyond the Tao, deterrence, superb, energy value 175,001. In an instant, 11's strength reached an unimaginable level. At this time, seeing the surprised expressions of Shiyu and 11, Chong Zhuan laughed. How is it? Very strong, right? I'll tell you how to awaken the blood of the royal family of the iron-eating beast later. In my opinion, that racial talent is not inferior to ordinary super-level skills. 11's eyes lit up and found that he had become the same as Shiyu, falling in love with thighs. Great, great, great. What is the racial talent? Shiyu asked. Some pets have their own special abilities, which are not skills, but physical properties. For example, the racial talent of birds is to be able to fly. Fish can survive underwater. Ginseng is also a tonic. These talents may be useful or useless. It's nothing, it just allows the iron-eating beast to improve its physical fitness more efficiently after recovering from near death. In simple terms, it can make the benefits of life and death battles and life and death training higher. After Chong Sun finished speaking, 11's eyes gradually became sharper. Chong Chong and Ginseng were shocked. How could this be possible? At the same time, Shiyu also fell into deep thought. The iron-eating beast is too strong, let's strengthen the ginseng. Damn, something is wrong, this will make the iron-eating beast even stronger. Chapter 250, Locked in a Small Dark Room. Coach, I want to learn this. Every time you recover from near death, you can improve your physical fitness more efficiently? Isn't this made for 11? It really dares to fight hard in daily training. At this time, Shiyu really began to believe that 11 is the blood of the Panda King. Does a normal iron-eating beast have this will? I'm afraid that 11 can be so cruel. In addition to experience, the weak blood of the Panda King also has an impact on it. It is not unreasonable that it can gain something from the evolution holy spring. Coach? Forget it, let me think about it, Chong Suan muttered. How to awaken the royal bloodline. This awakening method was developed by the tribe that led the Iron-Eating Beast Legion. Although it has also learned about it, it really doesn't remember it clearly, and it needs to recall it carefully. Let me think about it. 5 minutes passed. Chong Suan was still thinking. As a result, the Panda King 11 next to him couldn't help but experiment with condensing beans into soldiers. After a moment, 10 silly little iron-eating beasts were separated, and 11 looked weak. Bing, bing, bing. 10 small iron-eating beasts looked at 11, and their chirps rose and fell, leaving 11 silent for a while. It glared at the small iron-eating beast army. Why did it feel that this skill was not very strong? Each small iron-eating beast was in the form of an ordinary iron-eating beast. Moreover, they only inherited the racial skills below the super level of 11. For example, hardening, gigantism, electromagnetic levitation, energy storing lightning, and solid as a rock, like high-speed healing, supervision, and thunder palm, they were not inherited. Moreover, the proficiency of the inherited racial skills was only inherited to the mastery level. The only thing that made 11 feel relieved was that the energy value of each small iron-eating beast was ridiculously high, reaching more than 40,000. Each one was comparable to a fierce beast of the king race and the commander level. 10 together were equivalent to a war beast team of the king race and the commander level. However, condensing them also directly consumed 11's physical energy. 11's energy value of more than 100,000 hit the bottom in an instant. Although the total energy value of these 10 small iron beasts has reached more than 400,000, which is more than what 11 consumed, it is still useless. 11 feels that if they attack together, they may not be more powerful than fighting by themselves. With this energy consumption, it can kill any god who stands in its way with its 100-meter thunder palm. Next, 11 began to draw energy from the source of physical strength, gradually recovering from the weak state and becoming energetic again. 11 looked at Shiyu. What a lame superclass skill. It doesn't seem to be as powerful as other superclass skills. Why is it useless? It's so powerful, isn't it? Shiyu said after being silent. This is the entry-level condensed beans into soldiers. This may be 11's strongest superclass skill. Since it is a legion, with a higher skill proficiency in the future, it will definitely be able to gather more, such as hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. Moreover, the ability inheritance will increase with the proficiency of condensed beans into soldiers. If one day, it can unlock the inheritance of the Geely form and inherit the superclass racial skills, each legion individual will have the combination of stored lightning plus restrained edge plus lightning rod. This is an invincible thunderstorm legion. Their own energy value can be ignored, just rely on the power of heavenly thunder. Backed by endless heavenly thunder energy and gigantism, it is simply a monster legion. Moreover, if it can inherit higher skill proficiency in the future, the strength of each legion individual will be even more terrifying. Even if condensed beans into soldiers can unlock the teaching skills outside of race one day, it will be even more invincible. Shiyu can copy a bunch of legion resonant skills, similar to solid as a rock fort, to teach 11. At that time, low-level skills can also play the effect of super-level skills. One person forms an army. Maybe now it seems that this move is useless to 11 and will not help in the battle, but when the proficiency is high and a higher degree of inheritance is unlocked, it will be so cool to directly attack the border with a large army. Although 11 did not react, Shiyu instantly understood the strategic value of condensing beans into soldiers. No wonder the Emperor wanted to cultivate the iron-eating beast core. This is really promising in the future. 11 pondered, really? Fortunately, I have a good memory, I thought of it. At this time, Chong Suan suddenly said. It sighed. By the way, you should know how to quickly increase the hardening level. It took 5 minutes to think of it. It can't be said that it has a good memory. Silently complaining in his heart, Shiyu and the others looked at Chong Suan. It is to nourish the low-level hardening by high-level hardening, right? That's right. Chong Suan nodded and said, this is actually the easiest place for the army of iron-eating beasts to take shape. In fact, the method of awakening the royal bloodline is similar, and it also relies on nourishment. Shiyu was stunned and said, is it the iron-eating beasts that rely on other royal bloodlines? No, it is to nourish the bloodline of the iron-eating beasts through the Beastmaster, but the method is more special and requires specific nourishing techniques. Then, can I learn it? Shiyu suddenly had a bad premonition. You? You definitely can't. Only beast masters with gold-type strengthening talents can nourish the bloodline of iron-eating beasts through their talents. It is a special cultivation technique exclusively for gold-type beast masters for gold-type creatures. Hey, it was researched by the first general under the Wu Emperor at that time. Shiyu's face fell all of a sudden. Damn, ruthless. It means that it is similar to the special meditation method created by the Emperor Shi, a special use of the beast master talent? Then can I ask other gold-type beast masters for help? Shiyu asked again. That's possible. At that time, there were special gold-type breeders in the army of iron-eating beasts who were responsible for training the iron-eating beasts, Chongsun said. However, this is a slow and steady job. Although the level of the beast master is not high, the time cost is very high. Hearing Chongsun say this, Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He was really afraid that he had to limit the contractor himself. If he could find someone to help, he would just go to Senior Panda. Their family is all gold-type talents. It just so happens that 11 still needs to help Senior Panda's iron-eating beast to improve the hardening level. It's no problem to squeeze Senior Panda, by the way. Anyway, 11 was raised by Senior Panda since he was a child. Suddenly, Shiyu felt something was wrong. The first general under the Emperor Wu should be the strong man of the iron-eating beast tribe, and he should also be the beast master who contracted the iron-eating beast. In this way, the information of this title-level strong man has not been passed down. Could it be that the iron-eating beasts were too strong at that time, and after the fall of the Wu Emperor dynasty, the totems almost wiped out the iron-eating beasts? In order to prevent the emergence of powerful iron-eating beasts, they directly combined with human traders, rewrote the history of the time, and deleted a lot of information about iron-eating beasts. This can also explain why there are not many iron-eating beasts in modern times, and the racial inheritance is almost cut off. Speaking of the fact that my iron-eating beast has royal blood, does it mean that there was a very powerful iron-eating beast in its ancestor? Shiyu suddenly asked. Chongsun nodded. Yes, so, how did you meet? 11 scratched his head and looked at Shiyu. Shiyu said, a breeding base was bought with a loan. I wonder if the owner of that breeding base is the descendant of the breeders who specially trained iron-eating beasts for Emperor Wu. It seems that Senior Panda's family has been training iron-eating beasts since their ancestors. The ancestral precept is that the iron-eating beasts must be passed down, which has created Senior Panda's family's obsession with iron-eating beasts. If the iron-eating beast clan really suffered a fatal blow after the fall of the Wu Emperor dynasty, then it is entirely possible that a small group of people took part of the iron-eating beast bloodline and lived in seclusion, and passed down the ancestral teachings. After a long period of development and the changes of several dynasties, it is not impossible that they became the current Ping Changlin family. Chongsun fell into deep thought. Shiyu's words seemed to touch some of his memories, and he remembered the scene of himself and a group of breeders training the iron-eating beast legion. He sighed. Those people must have died, but their descendants might have really continued. It's not impossible. If I can see them, I might be able to sense whether they are the descendants of the acquaintances at that time. Chongsun shook his head. Sure, I'll take you to see it when I have time. Shiyu's eyes lit up and he began to play the emotional card. What if Senior Panda's family is really the descendants of Chongsun's friends? Then the relationship between them would be even more perfect. Bringing big brother Chongsun to Pingcheng, with his rich experience in training iron-eating beasts, the iron-eating beast training base will not take off directly. At that time, the Pingcheng iron-eating beast breeding base will cultivate iron-eating beasts, the Emperor Wu ruins will train iron-eating beasts, and the evolution channel of the Overlord race will be discovered. This wave will reproduce the strongest legion in history. Although there is not much information handed down by Emperor Wu, the Legion of Emperor Wu is the strongest except for the modern Mechanical Legion, which is recognized by archaeologists. Not interested, Chongsun snorted. The most important thing is that it can't get out in this state. It said, okay, I will start to talk about the method of nourishing the blood of iron-eating beasts. This method is also useful for other gold-type pets. It can purify their blood. Remember it? Yes, Shiyu hurriedly dealt with the business. Half an hour later, Chongsun finally taught Shiyu, the idiot, with a lot of scolding and training. In addition, he also told Shiyu the information of the other 5 rare metals. These are all very rare level 8 resources. Shiyu learned so slowly, purely because he has no talent for gold, and cannot practice while learning. He can only remember all the theoretical details and record them in the illustrations, so that he can go back and teach Senior Panda. After everything was done, Shiyu kept the fragments of the meteorite. Shiyu planned to wait until 11 reached the Overlord level before swallowing this evolution. Since even Changxun said that it would be risky for 11 to swallow this at present, he would play it safe, or let 11 learn the ordinary skills of the Golden Dark systems in advance to lay the foundation. Isn't the skill illustration for this? Yet, Changxun finished talking, and Shen Baobao also got things done. He had been condensing the nutritious fruit with rich earth energy and life energy beside him. When Changxun glanced over, he saw Shen Baobao's eyes full of stars. It means to give it to you, Senior. This is delicious and can heal injuries. Oh, Changxun looked at the ginseng baby. Compared with the fantasy butterfly, the red pupil, and the 11, this ginseng baby had no sense of existence in his eyes before, but now, he found that the ginseng baby was still very well behaved. Then try it. Changxun had indeed not eaten for a long time. He opened his mouth slightly, and the nutrients that the ginseng baby desperately condensed were directly sucked up by the gravity in his mouth. This is a super-level skill of gravity control above the superb proficiency, which can manipulate the strength and direction of gravity at will, including gravity, lateral gravity, zero gravity, anti-gravity, pressure, tension, repulsion, gravity. In the past, Changxun relied on this hand to pull down a lot of meteorite iron for the iron-eating beast army. Compared with Changxun's size, the ginseng baby's nutritional fruit is too small, and the nutrients contained are too few. After Changxun finished eating, he shook his head in boredom, recalling the nutrients of a certain teammate. That was delicious. The quality is good, but your strength is too weak, and the layering of the food is not enough. It needs to be improved. Changxun smacked his lips and said lightly, but for your strength, it is already good. It can be seen that you will definitely be a fan of all kinds of beasts in the future. As soon as it finished speaking, Shen Baobao's expression froze instantly, revealing a sad expression. It looked at Changxun's expression without any lingering expression, and the injury without any reaction, and couldn't help but feel frustrated. Senior Changxun, seeing Shen Baobao's failure, Shiyu came on the court again and started his round. Shiyu looked at Changxun's injury and said, "Is the injury of Union really incurable? Otherwise, come with me to see it later? There are many more medical means now." Changxun yawned and said, "It's too late. Otherwise, why do you think Union can fight us on equal terms? It relies on its incurable injury. It was only a minor injury at the time. We couldn't treat it with our superb super-level healing skills, and we couldn't treat it with magic medicine. Now my injury is already incurable, and the injury is serious. It has deteriorated to every corner of my body, and my life has been eroded. Even if it can be cured, my lifespan has been eroded to the last bit, and there is no point in treatment. In short, I don't have a few days to live. Just remember that this is the most difficult ability of the meteorite. Don't worry about me. I have lived enough. They shouldn't have sent me out at the end. It would be much easier for everyone to die together. Damn it, if there is a world of the dead, I will definitely scold them when the time comes." Shiyu, 11, Shen Baobao and others were silent for a moment. Changxun, only a few days to live? Senior Changxun, PY or not PY aside, this big turtle has given them so many things anyway. Although his personality is a bit bad, Shiyu and others really don't want to see Changxun die like this. What you said is true. Why would I lie to you? The premise is to stay honestly and don't make any big moves. If there's a fight, you might die immediately, Changxun said unhappily. I am too lazy to talk to you guys. I have explained everything. If you hadn't woken me up, maybe I could have lived for a few more decades in my sleep. Anyway, I am going to sleep next. Don't disturb me. If you wake me up again, I will really die. Wait, Shiyu still had too many things to ask, but after hearing what Changxun said, he was really embarrassed to disturb him. Is there really no other way to prolong my life? Don't panic, woman. Who said I will definitely die? Changxun said. Shiyu and others? You said it yourself. The bloodline continues, and I will be immortal. Next, I will use the racial talent to reincarnate. After hundreds of years, maybe I will be reborn in the form of an egg. This is the only possible way to fight the injury of the meteorite. After thousands of years of research in my dream, I just don't know if I can awaken the memory of this life. I don't know if it is considered giving birth to a child or rebirth. This is the most difficult. Chang Zhuan fell into deep thought, but no matter what, it is better than the severance of bloodline. Forget it. Anyway, when our next life is born, you will probably be buried in the ground. It's so miserable. This is the disadvantage of you humans. You have a short life. Shiyu, 11, Chong, Shen Bao and other pets looked at Shiyu eagerly. It can still reincarnate. The higher the level of the species, the more difficult it is to reproduce. Is Changsun's way of reproducing offspring to go back to the furnace and rebuild himself? Then, anything else? The location of the meteorite? How would I know? No more, Shiyu said. In that case, then you should leave quickly. Oh, no, you can't leave yet, Shiyu? What do you mean? Because I am the owner of this relic space, affected by my condition, this relic is now very unstable. Even if there is a way to treat me outside, I will not go out now. The problem now is that my condition is getting worse and worse, and you seem to be unable to go out. The relic space has lost contact with the outside world. Shiyu and the others were stunned. Damn it, don't scare him. Still don't panic. After I die, the space of the ruins should be stable. Then you can enter and exit by the old method. You can use this ruins as you like. Those broken facilities will recover over time. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure how long it will take. Anyway, I think there are still many places for you humans to store food in the ruins, which is enough for you to eat, Changsun said indifferently, but Xiao and the others looked bitter. The Emperor Wu ruins have been developed by humans. It is true that there are large resource libraries for storing food resources. Even if there are none here, Xiaoyu's own ruin space also has them. But when he thought about how long he would be locked up here, he felt a little stomachache. Is there no way to contact the outside world? Of course there is no way. Wait, don't worry, it won't take long, nothing will happen this time. Xiaoyu could hear that Changsun's tone was already getting impatient. Just when Xiaoyu wanted to make a final request, whether he could shake hands before leaving, a white light flashed on Xiaoyu and his group, and they were teleported back to the venue of the martial arts competition in the Emperor Wu ruins. At this time, standing in the deserted ruins of Emperor Wu, Shiyu, Xiaoyi, Chong, and Shen Bao looked at everything blankly. The ruins were empty, and only they were there, unable to go out, and no one else could come in. Chang Zhuan, the only one who could chat, was now in a deep exclusive space in the ruins, and had fallen into deep sleep. He was not far from death, and began to try to reshape his life. What kind of thing was this? Shen Bao, you are so lame, you can't even cure Senior Chang Zhuan, Shen Bao. The injury that even the 10th level resource in magic medicine can't cure, isn't this difficult for it? Shen Bao quickly discovered the blind spot. It seems that the meteorite is so scary. Does Shiai really want to fight it? Shiyu was silent. Whether that day comes or not, he must find a way to study the strongest healing ability on Shen Bao. Otherwise, if he encounters similar enemies in the future, he will suffer. After thinking about it, Shiai said that it was not a big problem. It suddenly felt that Dao Bear was not bad. As long as he let Dao Bears fight, there would be no problem of getting hurt. At that time, let Chang's phantom assist, and hide the main body, and there will be no problem. 11 seemed to see the sun after the clouds were cleared. Union can be attacked, but it is not him. Don't think about things that far ahead. What we should consider now is, how long do I have to stay here before I can leave? Shiyu's face was dark. Help. There is no internet here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.